Thank you, Kim. Wow. Good morning, El Dorado County. It's a gorgeous morning. Today is Tuesday, December 5th, 2023. And it's my pleasure to call to order this regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. And as we approach this early December, just want to wish everyone a very happy holidays, a Merry Christmas. And as this week marks the start of Hanukkah, just a very special blessing to our Jewish friends and neighbors. This year must be pretty heavy for them, and our hearts are with them. So with that, we'd like to invite Pastor Craig Klatt of the Camino Adventist Church to lead us in our invocation. Good morning, Pastor Klatt.
Good morning. Thank you for the continued privilege of being a part of this. It's been something I was reflecting. I've been doing this for over 20 years, and so it's eclipsed a lot of the time that these seats have been occupied by different people, but it's always been a privilege. And at this season of the year, as you're talking about that change and shift, it's been an amazing, beautiful autumn, and it just makes you feel good to be alive and live here. So we pause before beginning to say thank you, Lord, for your goodness and love, your provision for us in this very special place that we live, to function and do business and to meet the challenges of decision making that takes place. And we're thankful that we can access your wisdom and insights in the process to accomplish these tasks in ways that often seem insurmountable. So we have a peace of mind recognizing that, and pray that as this meeting unfolds today, we will continue to bring honor and glory to you in this very special place we call home.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you so much, Pastor.
Thank you.
And with that, we'd like to invite Supervisor Lane to lead us in the pledge. Please join me. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Amen. All right. We now move into the adoption of the agenda and the approval of the consent calendar. And I'm going to start us off. I am going to move item number 19. We had a request from our district attorney, Vern Pearson. So I'm going to move 19 to hear the matter after our 1:30 time allocation, which is item number 39. So with that, Supervisor Lane, do you have any additional comments or changes to the consent calendar?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make a comment on item number 25. Is it okay if I do that now?
Absolutely.
This is, this mainly has to do with the Lake Tahoe Basin and the purchase of a brand new blower that's going to come out of the Measure S funds. So this will be the first expenditure from Measure S that'll benefit the Tahoe Basin. And I just wanted to thank the Department of Transportation and the Measure S Advisory Committee for bringing this forward.
Excellent, thank you. We hope you won't need it as much this year, but we'll see. We'll see. At least you'll have it.
That would be a great problem to have.
It would be, yes, thank you. Supervisor Heidel,
No changes.
Supervisor Turnbull,
No changes.
Supervisor Parlin.
I have a quick question for the sound. Why is our sound weird today? You
It
guys?
is a little strong, isn't it?
Okay.
Yeah.
We are going to
19.
move item 19
Yeah.
to hear that item after, as a department matter, after our 1:30 time allocation. So, yeah, and are we blowing everyone away with our sound here?
It just sounds
No?
really
It's echoey.
very
does, yeah.
tinny and weird.
Yeah.
That's all. So, and I sound great without a microphone. So, I just had a question for the CAO. I should have followed up on this morning probably, but yesterday, very late in the day, I made a request that some additional language be added to item number 4, which is on consent. So how does that happen? You know, as far as processes, how does that get added to the record kind of thing? And how does, you know, so everybody understands and knows.
This is regarding the whoa,
Yeah, right?
Right?
I hear me very well too.
Right, it's weird. Yeah, number 4, the tribe item.
And so Allison is working with Kim to make those changes.
Okay.
I think that we should
we should
discuss
pull the item
those.
so
Sounds like
we
that's
understand
full.
what's going on.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
that's what I was trying to
Yes.
understand is how do we do that properly for,
Yes.
so everyone in
So-
the world knows?
Yep.
Okay, so pull item 4.
Yep.
I guess I'm pulling item
Okay.
4. Sorry, I didn't want to, but
Okay.
thank you for that, for
Yeah.
clarification.
Any other changes or comments?
When do you anticipate hearing number 4? Do you do it after 19? Or you want to do it?
Let's do it right away.
Do it right away. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should
That
go
should be
really
quick.
quick.
It won't take long.
Yeah, we'll do
Okay.
it.
All right.
Okay.
And
CA
I'm sorry, and then I would also like to request that item 8 be continued off calendar.
Okay. Good. Off calendar. All right. CAO's office have any changes?
No changes, thank you.
All right, excellent. Kim, can you just kind of read back what we've done so the public can understand, and then we'll have public comment on the consent calendar.
Sure. Pull item 4 for discussion. Move item 19 as a department matter to be heard after our 1:30 time allocation. Supervisor Lane made a comment on item number 25 and continue item 8 off calendar.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So let's open up discussion on the consent calendar, please.
Not taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
All right, I'm not seeing one in the room, so let's go online. Oh, no problem.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, thank you. We'll bring this back to the board for action. You
I'll
wanna
move to
take
approve.
item 4? Well,
Yeah,
we'll adopt we'll adopt the agenda, and approve the
Yeah.
consent calendar, and then we'll,
So I move
Here,
to
item 4.
approve with the changes.
all right, is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, now let's hear item.
Just a
number-
quick question.
Yes.
Does the sound any better? I'm just kind of trying to play with it a little bit and I was just,
I think it is a little better. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Or we just got used to it. It's fine.
Maybe it's a little better. Still hot. All right, let's take item number 4 then.
item number 4 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, 1, review the 2 notices of application seeking acceptance of title to real property and trust by the United States of America for Shingle Springs Rancheria Branch of Miwok Indian Shingle Springs Rancheria, to direct staff in cooperation with County Council to coordinate and prepare to submit within 30-day comment period a comprehensive response on behalf of the county. And 3, authorize the chair to sign a letter to the U.S. Department of Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs to formally request an extension on the comment period for the 2 notices by an additional 30 days.
Good morning, Allison. Thank you for being with us.
Allison Winter, Chief Administrative Office. So item 4 is very similar to the item we brought it back in November 14th. It was 2 additional notices to place land in trust for the tribe. And these 2 notices included, I think, 21 parcels in total. And the majority of them are being proposed to be used as tribal housing, but there were 2 parcels that are being proposed as an event center use, which is not in line with the current land use. All the parcels are residential estate land use designation. So, and I know Supervisor Carlin had some questions yesterday about some of the details of the history of the tribe in the item. There was an item she wanted us to also include as a reference item 15-0238 regarding the gun range. And then also some questions about the gas tax sharing agreement.
Yeah.
Okay, so
And so I just wanted to, say, Allison, thank you for a 7-page document. And really this, this is a big issue in the county. And that's why I asked for this thorough background, because, our successors aren't going to remember all these things and it needs to be documented for all eternity. And so I asked if we could add in the prior board action, there had been an agenda item by Supervisor Rinaldi at the time when the gun range issue was going on. And I wanted that included because I think we need to remember that, yeah, there is a financial impact, you know, when parcels come off our rolls, but there's also an impact to the neighbors when the local government loses its land use authority. And I always want to acknowledge that because, and I said it, you know, the last time we discussed this, right now we have a fabulous government to government relationship with the tribe. And so I really want to, you know, make sure everybody is clear on that. But in the past, it wasn't great. And leadership was different. And leadership can come and go. And that's my great concern. So documenting all of this, and hopefully, you know, I've been part of, God, it's been such a long journey, but in the past, I've been with a group that was trying to actually change the fee to trust process, which is a federal process. So, you know, it's huge. But I think the federal government is not realizing sometimes the impacts when they just give away our local authority. And this is proposing an event center in a residential neighborhood. So I do have some concerns about that. And then also there was a mention of the, what was that? The gas tax levy agreement and all that. And I wanted to also reflect in here, that was the result, my understanding was that there was a lawsuit on the gas station project and the settlement agreement included, one of the items in the settlement agreement included something about the tribe working with the county to get some gas tax money out of that because they didn't have to. But the lawsuit included that. And I wanted that in the record too, just again, to make sure that we're including everything in the impacts. Again, when we lose our local control, it is a big deal. So, and then the map, if we could, Allison, because this is going to come back again anyway. I would appreciate to see the map with all the parcels on one map, different colors for each of these fee to trust requests, the existing trust lands, and then the two that are being singled out for event centers. So we can see the big picture of the impact of this item. And again, you know, we're at the mercy of the federal government, quite honestly, but I think that it's incumbent on us to make sure that we're doing the best to represent our neighbors in that area because they have concerns. And again, good relationship now. So because I know some people are going to come at me and say, Lori, how dare you? But we're in a good spot now, and I hope it stays that way. So, so how do we update a legislative item that's existing, or can we?
I think you can. I think you just articulated, and Allison has the 2 additional historical
Okay.
items that you wanted included in the background section. So it's not changing the action, it's just
Right.
bolstering the background section.
So will the minutes
then the
just say that we updated the item or something?
Pursuant to the discussion that
Okay.
you just had, and then the request to include the map, and then Allison can work with Kim to get
Perfect.
the map
Okay.
attached.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate
So this
it.
also results in related files. There's 2 additional related files that be added. Is that what's happening here? It's
Related
referenced in
files.
the discussion, but don't you have to have the related files so somebody can go and actually read the details?
Yeah, there's a section we can add related files. to.
Okay.
I don't have it up in that top area.
Yeah, prior board action
Yeah.
is the, yeah. prior
There's
board
there's one
action.
that goes all the way back to 2012, so I'm
Yes.
assuming it's part of that.
Yeah, this one will be
extended
2015.
sequence. Okay.
Thank you for helping to build, you know, transparency into the process. So your the residents and our constituents can understand the full scope of what this is and what's transpired.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. That seems, and thank you, Allison.
Thank
for
you, Allison.
Thank you.
Working
I know
with
this is a
Supervisor
lot of
Garland
work.
on that.
Well, and
Put this
I
together.
made my own map to kind of see, but it's very, it was with highlighters, so
Oh
I
my
didn't want
gosh.
to attach
We're
that. I
reaching
will-
it to the surveyor. They do
Yeah, I'll
amazing
work with
work.
the
Yes,
department to get
absolutely.
more robust map than-
Thank you.
Thank you for working with Supervisor Parlin on this. That sounds good. All right. Any further discussion from the board? Questions? Let's take public comment on item number 4, please.
Now taking public comment on item number 4, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chris Payne. Today I'm representing the Taxpayers Association, so I'll just be identifying items related to what was discussed yesterday at our business meeting. And this was one of them. Thank you, Supervisor Collins, for pulling this off. I spoke as Chris Payne, Diamond Springs, the last time we had this item. It was a few weeks ago. And what I said at the time was essentially what Supervisor Parlin now is reflecting. I also said in my own way, as you know, you guys get frustrated sometimes when you think I'm saying something that you've already said. I'm not. I'm speaking on the fact that accumulatively it's taking away from our taxes, and therefore taking away from our budget consideration because we don't have that money. Now we do have agreements with the tribe, and those are very helpful. And I believe those are a result of prior legal actions that go back many years. They have been a good neighbor, and I also agree that they've become part of, if not a significant part of the community. With that said, then Shingle Springs Drive, where the gas station is, going north all the way up to Green Valley Road is where we're talking. PCRA Channel 3 did a nice summary of their housing that they're building. They have essentially a little subdivision that is being built within the Rancheria boundary. These parcels are outside the Rancheria boundary. That's why they'll be in trust. So with that in mind, I get confused when they say that they're putting these or making these parcels that they're acquiring available to the tribal people for residents, for their residents. I get confused then when I see this article by QCRA, which talks about this little subdivision on the Rancheria property itself. And what are we talking about here in terms of the balance of community? That's my concern, and I believe that was a concern of some of the individuals that are taxpayers yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Anyone else in the room? All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good morning.
Good morning. I would urge you to slow this process down in terms of the conversation about the background. I'm a bit concerned that one supervisor is talking to staff. Normatively under good governance, that's the CAO's job. The board sets policy. If you wanted background to be changed, you would vote on it. And I hope that you take a vote if you decide you're going to change the background. I think staff did an excellent job of honoring what we all celebrate, good government to government relationships, but opening up old wounds such as the gun range, which the sovereign nation chose to voluntarily shut down, listening to neighbors and pressure. That's normal in diplomacy, without bringing up past legal actions by the county to block the interchange, to block the casino. There is so much trouble behind us. Let's look forward. And again, if you're not, and you're going to bring up the past, bring up all the past. And part of that is you haven't updated the county's history since 2001. And it references 56 families. There's a lot more there, and there's coverage in other media that part of this project of taking land into trust, which I believe has grown the Rancheria from 160 to 1,000 acres, according to some of the public information, is to be able to house all 500 members ultimately. We all know about land back, American River Conservatory. This is another form using their developing economic power to grow their land. We took it all from them way back when, and I think we should be supportive, especially as good neighbors. I'd hazard a guess, haven't run the numbers, but I think they're giving back from their economic power probably more than what's being lost in taxpayer dollars, which is certainly a valid concern. But it's neighbor to neighbor. I urge you to be neighborly and not include negatives. And if you need to revise it, then
30 seconds
include the
remaining.
positive that this entire effort by the tribe is to provide housing to their membership. I believe they're subsidizing like 90%. Good example for the county in terms of low-income housing. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
Great, thank you. So I assume our timer is not working today? Okay.
Oh, Kim, your mic's not on.
Can I just request that after we hear this item, can we just take a short, like 5 or
Sure.
10 minute break so I can play with the sound? Because my phone is blowing up with people having a hard time to hear, and it's really hard to test and have the meeting continue.
You bet, because we have a lot on our agenda. Sounds good.
Thank you.
We'll do that. All right, so we'll bring this back to the board and you know, my understanding is this process is exactly working how it should work. Supervisor Parlin wanted some things included. She brought it to the board. We're having that discussion and the board will vote on that. And it's just bringing up a complete package of what this is. So any further discussion by the board or a motion?
CEO, did you want to provide some clarification?
Yes, thank you. So just to be abundantly clear, the discussion is perfect. I think it gets captured in the minutes in conferring with county council, and please chime in if I don't say something correct here. We would not revise this item's background section. However, we anticipate additional items coming forward, and that background section would reflect this discussion so that we're not going in arrears.
Okay. Thank you for that
Yeah,
clarification.
thank you. That's the part I was like
Yeah,
not
great.
understanding. So perfect. And this will
Thank
be reflected in the minutes. So
Sounds good. Thank you. So what is the will of the board? We ready for a motion or any further discussion?
did you have any further questions, Supervisor Lane, or?
So, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I was
had a
watching your
pained
face.
look
I
on my
watched
face. Yes,
faces.
I did. I'm sorry. When you said it'll be reflected in the minutes,
Mhm.
you know, typically our minutes only reflect the item and then the action. They don't reflect the discussion. So I was a little bit concerned when I heard you say they'll be reflected in the minutes. I don't know that that's really going to happen, but that the item coming before us in 30 days or, you know, next year
Right,
will reflect this background information is what I'm hearing.
right. That's
Okay.
my understanding too.
Okay.
It comes back after the extension is granted, hopefully.
So maybe move approval of this item with the understanding that the next time it comes back to the board, it will reflect the enhanced background information, something to that effect.
Does that work, County Council? So moved.
Okay.
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you all. All right, we are going to take a 5-minute break and then, or 5 or so to let Kim test this, and then we'll be back for our number 37, our 9 a.m. time allocation. Thank you.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. My mic sounds like this. That's getting better. That's it. That's it. Okay, let me. Testing, testing. Okay, maybe a little bit lower for the podium. Testing, testing. That sounds good. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing. Now D1, D2 is not working. Super low. Testing. Okay, wait, that's it. Testing, testing, test. Okay, so D2 is D. Oh, D3. Testing, testing. That's good.
We rehearse this.
Testing, testing. Yeah, there's no echo. You don't hear anything. Testing, testing. Testing, yeah. Testing. The podium might go up just a smidgen. Testing, testing. Maybe a little bit more. Testing, testing. Maybe a little bit more. Yeah. Testing, testing. A little bit more. Okay. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing. Testing, testing. Does that sound? Oh, okay.
Testing? No. Check. Check, check, testing. Testing, testing. No, you need to get close. Gotta eat. Check, check. Still testing, testing, but even to here, you can't. You can?
Yeah, that's better. Yeah, you shouldn't. Yeah. That sounds better. Testing, testing. That's good. Don't touch it.
Testing, testing. So D3. Still an echo.
Did we give D2 a mic?
Still echoing. Echo.
But we can hear,
Testing,
but we
testing.
can hear it.
Still an echo?
They're still really loud here.
Yeah.
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 Oh, that's because I don't need one. So do you want us to just share?
That's better.
All right, is this any better? Do you want
Yes.
me, I can try to talk quieter, but I get excited, you guys. Okay, thank you, Allison, for changing that agenda item for me. Is that better? And I won't lean in. I'll just talk normal.
Testing, testing. Any
Sounds like
better?
it's not
And
working.
happy to continue this item and yeah, it sounds good. That's much better, much better.
Yeah.
Testing, testing. Sounds good.
How do I sound?
Not-
No,
No.
Not real loud.
not real loud. How about now? No? Oh, geez.
That was
That
good.
was good.
That
We're.
was better.
Testing, testing.
Yeah, I think we're good. That's much better.
Okay.
You want me to go get, where's John at? Want to go get him?
Hi, Doll, where are you? Where is
Let me go get him.
he? He shouldn't have gone far.
Hi.
He probably wants to go get coffee or something.
No,
It's almost impossible to try to test it while the baby's going through that stuff.
it's better to get it right than fight it all day. Really appreciate everyone's efforts. Thank you. All right,
That's
when
true.
our,
Your phone was lighting up, huh?
when our colleagues come back, we will resume our meeting. Perfect. All right, we are back. So thank you, everyone, for helping us adjust our sound. All right, so with that, let's hear our 9 a.m. time allocation number 37, Kim.
Item number 37 comes from the Department of Transportation, recommending the board, one, receive the El Dorado countywide housing and employment projections pertaining to the 2024 major update of the traffic impact fee TIF program. And 2, provide direction if desired on additional analysis and or considerations for staff to include in the 2024 major update.
DOT is in the house. Good morning.
Oh, and just turn the mic on, Raphael.
Yes. Yeah, after all that, turn your mic on.
Even better.
There you go.
Even
Wow.
better.
Well, good morning, Madam
morning.
Chair, Board of Supervisors. Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. And wow, I can't believe it's already been 4 years since our last major update. For a few of you, this is now your second major update since we've been here, since I've been at the department. But for some of you, this is going to be a new process. And so it's going to be a year's worth of work in terms of workshops, presentations, basically overview of how the Department of Transportation comes about justifying its traffic impact fees that we impose on development for the impacts due to their projects on our county roads. It's a critical process that ensures that we are collecting the correct amount of funding for any impacts that comes to our infrastructure. And so it's based off of several factors and other departments that we collaborate with, including the Department of Planning, EDCDC, just to name, and Caltrans, just to name a few. And so with that said, I will go ahead and hand this over to county staff and our consultant to start you off on this process and to lead you through. And if you have any questions throughout today's presentation, as well as throughout this entire year where the board needs any additional clarification, please, by all means, make sure you feel free to reach out to our department. So with that said, I'll go ahead and hand it over to Zach Oates to start us off.
Thank you, Raphael. Good morning, Zach.
Good morning, Chair Thomas, members of the board. Kim, if you could pull up our presentation, that would be great. Is this mic okay?
Yeah, get it as close as possible. Yeah.
Very good. All right, so as Raphael mentioned, we're here to begin the process of our major update to the TIF program. If you could go to the next slide there, Kim. This slide should look familiar. We presented this when we were here this past August, giving a little workshop on the fee program. But essentially, I just want to kind of do a quick introduction before we hand it over to our consultant that's joining us today. We're at step 1 in the process, and really we're at step 1A is maybe a better way to think of it, where today we're just here to provide some information, have a productive discussion, get some questions from the board before coming back in January to get direction from the board on how to move forward. But today we'll be presenting some data that will show several different options for growth rates and how those different options would affect the projections. And it's important to understand that this, although it's step 1A in the process, this is really the building blocks by which the entire update to the fee program is based upon. So this is definitely an important discussion. We look forward to your questions and having that discussion. So with that being said, I'd like to introduce Matt Coda from BAE Urban Economics as our consultant that's helped in past major updates with the growth rates and projections.
Good morning, Mr. Coda. Welcome. There we go.
Thank you. Green means go, yeah.
Thank you, Zach. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, staff, and members of the public. Matt Kota with BAE Urban Economics, consultant assisting the department with the growth projections that form the beginning step, as Zach mentioned, for the TIF update. So if I can have the next slide, please. I think we've already gone through this part here, so let's go to the next slide. And again, kind of early stages of the process. So we've developed some growth projections to look at through 2045. This is an extension of projections that we've done in 2019 that went through 2040. So we're extending it out 5 years with updated data. We will get a presentation out for you this morning. You'll be able to give that some consideration, provide us some direction. Ultimately, we'll then make refinements to the projections. We will also allocate the county-wide growth to sub areas within the county as part of the traffic modeling process. And we'll come back to you with that refined projections, sub-county growth allocations for your final review and hopefully sign off. And then if there's any final direction, we'll take that under advisement, we'll make revisions, and we'll finalize the report for the department's use. Next slide, please. So the overall projection process, we start out with looking at what the various projection sources are that we can utilize to start to gauge how much you might grow over the next couple decades. We look at the growth rates and evaluate them, kind of do some reality checking, and I'll show you that process in a couple slides. We want to establish what our 2023 base year is as a starting point for the growth, and then look at how much growth will occur between 2023 and 2045. For this morning, we're still using the 2018 base year numbers. We're working with our subconsultant, Kimley Horn, to develop those updated 2023 base year numbers. So we'll come back again with that final report, tearing off of that 2023 base. We show how we apply those various alternative growth rates to our base and how that translates into growth through 2045. And then we make some decisions about what the preferred growth rate will be for the traffic modeling purposes. And I'll walk you through some of those steps. Next slide, please. Sorry, keeping you running. Okay, so what are some of these sources that we're utilizing? Similar to the 2019 analysis, we've got the county's own geographic information systems data that tracks growth that has occurred. We have the California State Department of Finance that provides official estimates of population for many governmental purposes. We have the SACOG, Sacramento Area Council of Governments, for folks not familiar with that acronym. The Regional Council of Governments, regional planning growth projections. We're looking at the 2020 growth projections. We will acknowledge they are currently in the process of doing their 2025 MTP process, but they've not solidified sub-county or sub-regional growth projections yet. So that's why we're still looking at 2020. We also have Caltrans as a source of socioeconomic projections, both employment and population growth, to look at. So this gives us a range of different perspectives and sources to look at in terms of how the county's growth might occur. And we'll show you what those translate to next in some slides of actual growth rates that these different sources are putting out. Next slide, please. Okay, so first of all, looking at the residential growth rates, we looked at 5 different options. And what you can see on the graph is that we've got 4 that kind of cluster together. They're very similar. We have this one outlier. So California Department of Finance this year came out with some revised projections of population growth statewide, and they've become much more conservative than they were previously. So they're actually looking at statewide a decline in growth, a decline in population, an actual decline in population through 2060. That, of course, varies by county and by sub-area within a county, depending on certain circumstances. But even for El Dorado County, they are projecting a loss in population. That does not necessarily translate directly into a loss of housing units, but it is indicative of a sort of a trend and a sentiment that growth is going to be slowing down. SACOG's 2025 MTP projections, same thing. So lots of different sources are sort of starting to moderate their growth expectations compared to what we were looking at back in 2018, 2019. So that's the outlier. Then we have these other 4 that really kind of trend together, suggesting between, say, 15 and +% growth between 2018 and 2045. So we felt that of those four that cluster together, probably more indicative, and we pull out that outlier that's highlighted in yellow, the California Department of Finance source. We'll show how those factor into a preferred rate in just a moment. Next, we'll look at the non-residential growth projection sources. These are a little bit different. These are a little bit different sources, but again, we looked at the SACOG projections, we looked at Caltrans. We also trended out the recent growth trend of Caltrans employment growth, as well as a 2010 to 2018 employment growth trend based on the county GIS, and trended that out to 2045. And again, you can see we've got three here in this case that kind of cluster together and are one outlier. So the last 10 years of employment growth per the Caltrans growth forecast seems like that's an outlier, probably not sustainable at those kinds of rates. So we're going to tend to want to look at the other three that are highlighted in the blue columns there. Next slide, please.
Can I ask a quick question on this? That the Caltrans model only goes to 2023. Why is
So,
that?
Well, Caltrans, they project out long term, but what we looked at was a historic growth trend per Caltrans estimates of employment for the 2010 to 2023 period. And we took that growth rate and we extended it out to 2045. I'll show you what that looks like in a graph in a moment. So in other words, we said, what if El Dorado County's employment continues to grow at the rate that Caltrans suggested it did between 2010 and 2023, all the way out on that same trajectory to 2045. And that gives us that very large number of potential growth through 2045. So it's taking a historic trend and extending it out over the projection period to 2040.
Actually, I have a question too. As I dug into this item, I was surprised to understand, and tell me if I'm correct here, that the Department of Finance only looks at demographics. It doesn't look at employment as well. And so what is that maybe why we don't see the Department of Finance here in employment growth, because they don't consider that. And so as we look at these different projections, they're not all necessarily apples to apples. Is that correct?
They are not all apples to apples, but I'll sort of clarify with respect to the Department of Finance. So they do not project employment growth. They're just focused on housing units and population households. So they're looking at that residential side. But in their modeling, they do consider economic factors such as employment growth and so forth as to how much residential growth there will be, but they don't give us a number. They say our population projection number is this or that. I think they leave that to the Employment Development Department, who unfortunately only does kind of short to midterm projections of employment growth. They do not try to project employment growth out to say 2040, 2045, or 2060 in the case of the DOF's residential population projection. So different agencies doing different things for different reasons, but in theory, they're kind of looking at what each other is doing and trying to factor those other aspects into their own growth projections. So they are not apples to apples. They look at different things and they factor in different data.
Complicates your work, and it's important for us then to look at a number of sources. All right, thank you for helping clarify that.
And I also had a question, Matt, recognizing that in 2020, we estimated or forecast a 0.70% growth rate. What has it been since 2020? What are the actuals coming in at? Because that's a trend I also want to look at. How good was our forecasting then, and how do we adjust it going forward?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't have an exact figure for you. I think the growth rate was probably about in that range.
Okay.
But we are kind of understanding now that the projections that we did are probably a little over optimistic. And so what you'll see when we talk about this new set, we're actually looking at a scenario where we would project, if you kind of go with what we're suggesting, we project that you will be at 2045 about where we previously projected you would be at 24. So
Got it.
taking 5
Just the
years
slower
longer
rates are extending it
to
out.
get to that point. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I got a question. One of the biggest concerns here is affordable housing, and we've been talking about that a lot. I mean, Wendy's really been trying to push that issue, and especially when workforce housing that we don't have in our county, and especially with the high cost of everything, construction costs have gone through the roof is what it has. But the biggest issue is it also affects economic development, especially when you're trying to bring businesses here into our county. It's going to impact that. And the high insurance costs and everything else, people are moving away because they can't afford to live here anymore. That's the reason why the population is dropping in here. And we need to do whatever we can to address that problem and fix that problem, especially for the future. The high interest rates is another thing that's killing everything, especially when people are trying to build. But when you're talking about affordable housing, anywhere from 500 to 750,000, that's not affordable, especially for a lot of the young couples and stuff that want to establish, a resident here in our county. So we need to do whatever we can to work on that. And I really appreciate all the help that you're doing and working.
Well,
So
thank you,
thank you for
Supervisor
that.
Trim. My goodness. Yeah. Tough issue.
Tough
Yes.
issue, yeah.
It is.
Different question?
Yeah, if I could piggyback on what Supervisor Heidel said, the data, I'm always disappointed in the data, and you know that from the last time we did this. So I feel like it would have been nice to go back, because we have the table Appendix A at the back starts off it has the 2010, 2016, 2018. I mean, we have those numbers. I think those are actuals, correct?
Those are actuals on the residential side. On
Okay.
the non-residential or job side, those are more estimates of the amount of jobs based on the amount of non-residential building that occurred.
Okay.
And we are working right now on updating this Appendix A table
Yeah.
so that we will have actuals going through to 2022, 2023, 2022, so we have the full year. So we'll update that, but that's in process right now.
Okay.
We'll factor
Well,
that
and the reason I say that is it's like we have actual data. So I also would like to know, just for peace of mind, perhaps, I mean, in learning from the past, how good was our forecasting back then? What have we learned since? And we have data to show, what we should have done. Were we even close? I don't know. And the world changes on a dime sometimes, though, and that's the reality of projections and crystal balls. And I totally understand that, but it would be neat to see if we have historical data, what were our projections versus what really happened. And since we're talking about Appendix A, there is so much information here, and I feel like it wasn't what's the right word? Not extrapolated. Like I started making my own columns and coming up with my own ratios, and there's so much information here that I feel like, and I know that this is the beginning, but to me, it's a lot more information could have been not, I guess, calculated or something, but there's jobs to housing ratios here. How much was the growth rate from the one study to the next, one area to the other? I mean, there's so much information here that would have been neat to discuss today, or maybe not. Maybe you don't want us discussing that much. I don't know. So yeah, is that what you're going to try and get from us today, is what we want to see from this data? Or it wasn't really clear what kind of direction you guys ultimately want from us today.
That is helpful to have clarity at this point, so we kind of know what we should be thinking about.
Okay.
Yeah, I think big picture, we're looking for your reactions to this sort of general overall growth trend that we're proposing, if you will, for use for this 5-year update. And then we will come back with this sub-county allocation. That's where this more detailed information will come into play. Again, we're working on getting that updated actual growth through 2022 that we can bring into the picture as part of that. So we have some caveats here that, we'll do some refinements to what we're presenting today. And I think we're looking for your input to help us with, okay, how do we want to refine these numbers so that we incorporate something you're comfortable with into the final set of projections.
Okay.
We apologize, we interrupted your presentation, but I think this was a helpful discussion.
Right. Well, and
so
I
we
have
context
I
for how
have
we go
one
forward.
more too that kind of got brought up here, so we'll just go for
Sure.
it while we're at it. But yeah, the projection of decreased population totally makes sense in my mind,
Yeah.
given I just read something the other day that our California birth rate
Yeah.
is way down. So there's a lot going on in affordability. So not surprising there. But then when you go down, I'm on table 1, just because it's more detailed than the slide in front of us. But it is projecting that we'll have more jobs and employment. And I kind of went, how do those
That
two
work?
things go together? I'm just trying to figure out, like, fewer people. Are we going to have the same proportion of seniors who generally don't work, right? They're in retirement. Is that what we're anticipating changing, or are these numbers still very fluid? Because to me, that doesn't make any sense. Fewer people, we're a gray-haired county, and how can more people be employed? I just don't see that at all.
So we have to be careful how we talk about these numbers. So the employment projections are not necessarily the number of El Dorado County residents who are employed.
Okay.
It's the number of people who work at jobs that are in
El Dorado County.
Okay, that's a good, okay.
Makes
That's
sense.
economic development. Yep.
Okay,
Yes.
all right.
So
that's
you're saying
helpful
that we're going to be importing more people, according to this,
for jobs,
for jobs.
potentially.
I'd look at it differently. We're going to keep more of the El Dorado County residents working in El Dorado County. as
That's not what
opposed
they're
to
saying.
Sacramento County.
Well, we don't,
That's not what
Is
they're
that-
necessarily
If
saying.
economic
know
development
that?
is successful, that's what you will accomplish.
Right.
but that's not what, how do we interpret this data? See, we don't get it.
Again, once we decide on what those growth projections will be, the growth rate for the non-residential side, the growth rate for the residential side, then you'll be able to look at how those two components we think will grow over time. When we have growth rates between the residential and the non-residential that are tracking pretty well together, which you'll see, then you have your number of people in the county who live here, some of whom need jobs, growing at a rate that's comparable to the rate of growth of the number of jobs that are in the county. To your point, Supervisor Heidel, we can't account for this cross commuting. People who live in El Dorado County could go down to Sacramento County or elsewhere to work, and vice versa. And so you could have a situation where you have an exact match between the residential growth and the non-residential growth, but you have changes in commuting patterns. Maybe it's due to work from home, other factors. And so you could end up having more or less people working within the county who live in the county, and vice versa. So that's something that the traffic people who are much smarter than me on those kind of things, they're going to have to sort that out. But in terms of providing the opportunity for housing, providing the opportunity for jobs, I think generally we'd say if you're tracking those two growth rates pretty close together, that you're not creating a situation where out of necessity, more and more people have to commute one way or the other. You're having a balanced growth so that there are increasing job opportunities while your residential population increases, and you create that potential to at least maintain the number of or proportion of people who live and work locally, as opposed to huge job growth, no housing, where you'd say, okay, we're going to have to import more workers. Or the opposite, you have a whole slew of new housing units, but no jobs to go with them. A lot of people will be commuting down the hill for their jobs and help pay for their mortgage. So yes, we're cognizant of those dynamics, and
Okay.
that would be a factor in terms of how your growth plays out and how that could influence.
Very good.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So let's go ahead and go forward in the presentation, and I'm sure we'll have more questions at the end. Thank you.
Okay, so this is, again, the base year we're working with right now, 2018, based on that Appendix A data. It's the most localized available data that we have available. So while these numbers, about 55,000 housing units, about 37,000 jobs, may not agree completely with, say, what the EDD would estimate for jobs or what the DOF would estimate for housing units. This is localized data based on permits, based on housing units that are in place and so forth. We feel like that's a good starting point for these projections. We will, as I mentioned, be updating for 2023, our best guess, where we are right now before we finalize these projections. But those are the starting points for now, about 55,000 housing units, 37,000 or so jobs. And we applied the different growth rates to those base numbers to see where we would end up in 2045 with the different growth rates. So if you have the next slide. This is the series of projections for the housing units with those growth rates minus the outlier applied. So there's 4 projections there. And then the green line right in the middle, of course, is the average of those. And that's what we are suggesting that we would use. We take the average of the 4 after we've tossed out our outlier, and what that amounts to is about a 0.62% annual average growth rate. If I can see the next slide, please. And this is the employment graph. You can see there's a more divergence in the employment estimates and employment projections. Again, we looked at the 3 remaining projections, growth rates after tossing out that outlier of the 2010 to 2023 employment trends and Caltrans data. And coincidentally, we ended up with an average of those 3 remaining growth trends that was about 0.62% per year on the employment side as well. So on the next slide.
Well, Matt, before you leave both of those, there's a very flat slope from 2018 to 2020, which is historical, right?
Yep.
And that was COVID period, et cetera. Is that what we're attributing all of that low numbers to? Because I don't see the point of inflection in this turning around and going the other direction from the data I'm seeing right now. So
yeah,
it's hard to believe.
Yeah, we can definitely go back and take a look and see if there's anything we can infer from the permit data that we have. But that would be my first reaction, is that this is, being shut down for a little while there during COVID, and then you're sort of picking up again. But we also want to show a slide, and I think it's the next one, about how this long-term average is really the product of a lot of fluctuation from year to year.
That's interesting.
Yeah, and so what you can have, and these numbers here are purely illustrative, but they illustrate the point that you could have growth ranging from, and this is, say, residential permits, maybe 100, less than 100 a year, up to several hundred per year. And that really fluctuates cyclically due to all kinds of factors, but we're looking at that longer term trend. A set of numbers like that on an annual basis translates into a straight line, which we know, doesn't really happen in real life, but that's illustrative of roughly a 0.65% annual average growth rate over, I think we have 10 years or so that we have in there. So just to illustrate that point, that we make these projections, we have this magic number, like 0.62% annual average growth rate, but we recognize from now to 2045, you're going to have those high peak years, we're going to have low years. Mm-hmm. You'll go through a couple growth cycles, typically 7 to 8 years, historically. And depending on where you are in that cycle, you might say, wow, we're way off from our projections. But then a couple years later, you could find yourself, oh, we're much higher or lower or what have you. So it is really an average that we're looking at, but recognizing there's a lot of fluctuation.
Supervisor Parlin's point,
Yes,
it would be
thank
very
you.
interesting looking backwards on this, because I mean, obviously the steep declines in 2026 and 2032 are alarming. And going back, it would have been very interesting to see that projection line. Did we account for those? Were the downturns that is in this projection, looking back, did we capture them?
Yeah.
And I'm not articulating that well,
No,
but
but
did we
the-
hit the recessions? Did we hit those? And
That's exactly what this chart makes me want to do, is to
Right.
see this from, I guess, 2010 to
Right.
2024.
Look at the histogram
Right.
of
There
what
it is.
actually
That's-
occurred.
I think we're all kind of wanting to see
that
that.
would be very
That we
interesting.
haven't seen yet,
Yeah.
so.
I think we can do that.
That would be
Okay.
very,
Do
very
that
helpful.
for
I did have occasion to reach out to SACOG yesterday, and I spoke with the executive director, and I was encouraged from SACOG's perspective, of their growth projections from 1992 to now, they almost hit them right on the mark.
Oh,
So the
okay.
historical projections from SACOG have been, pretty accurate, which is helpful in looking at that. So let's get this histogram of our local aggregated data. I think this board will find helpful.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Absolutely.
And again, just to remember, those numbers, those columns that you see there are purely fictitious. They're just to
Right.
illustrate.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
It's an example, yeah.
After trends and yeah.
But one caveat.
You know, 2026 is going to be bad already?
Although these are fictitious numbers, this is the way the market works.
Yes.
There
Right.
are times back in 2003, 2004, when the housing market was very, very slow. But then 2006, 2007, it was just taking off like
Yes.
a rocket. And at that point, if you interpolated from 2003 to 2007, your growth rate would have been 12%.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that's what our past planning engineers and planners actually interpolated, and that's where they made a mistake. Instead of actually taking the average, they interpolated from one point to another, and is why we got such overestimated values at that time. Now, since 2016, I can tell you, we have made appropriate interpolations as to no, we can't take these ebbs and flows from simple line projections. We have to take the average
Right.
and projections based off of either SACOG, Caltrans, or other estimators that give us a true projection, and then come up with what is a value that is realistic, that is going to be averaged out throughout the period of the next 20 years. So anything prior to 2016, I got to tell you, is probably has some discrepancies in it. Moving forward since 2016, I think, yes, we will be able to give you a more true value of what the projections were, and then what the estimates were, and then what the true projections and calculations were. So
That's
just-
helpful.
Yeah,
Just FYI.
absolutely. But I think the histogram of the actuals,
Yes.
just so we can see what truly happened. And now I want to go back to 2000, because you said 2003 and 2008, they were extraordinary times. And to show our county's histogram, our history, our actuals, to show the projections, you can lay on it and we'll go, okay, yeah, we missed it, fine. But I do think it's valuable for us to see, and honestly, that our history will probably look very similar to this
Yes.
because of the ebbs
surprised,
and
yeah,
flows. And I think
exactly.
that'll be really helpful.
Exactly. Sure.
It's also so helpful for us to understand that our fees can't be based on a moment in time,
Yeah.
because then they will be unrealistic and not sustainable and not accurate. That's really a helpful
Right.
reminder.
And we all remember what happened in 2008, 2009, which you
Okay.
didn't mention,
Yeah.
but that trend was terrible, right?
Yes. All right.
Fortunately, we recovered, but it took a long time. And
did.
some of the departments, in terms of growth of staffing, still hasn't happened. But anyway, all that aside,
All this is very complex, isn't it?
yes, it is. Well, projections are always difficult.
All
I
right,
was
thank you.
recalling with Zach, the last time I came before the board, was 2019, right before the shutdown. We were
Yes.
Presenting those projections at that time. So of course, nobody anticipated what was coming to that magnitude and how that would disrupt things for some amount of time. So yeah, we'll try to do some of that historical comparison. We could have the actual permit numbers overlaid with that growth trend that we projected. And we'll see what that looks like.
Yeah, that'd be
Sounds
great.
good. Thank you so much.
Okay. Fantastic. Next slide, please. So with these numbers, again, 0.62% for both the housing units and the employment growth. What we come out with then is about 10,000 new housing units between 2018 and 2045, and about 6,800 new jobs during that same time frame. And as I mentioned, those numbers would put you around where we thought you'd be in 2040 in the prior set of projections that we've done. So we are projecting here with these numbers that it would be a somewhat of a slowdown in growth. And that's again within this context of an overall slowdown in statewide growth, as well as projected growth in the region and so forth.
Before you could leave off the slide, and sorry, this is a dynamic conversation, but this is a really good one. I think what I struggled with these numbers is that projections tell us one story, but they don't tell us, what kinds of housing, what kinds of jobs are we anticipating? Because that tells more of a story of what we need to be, really concerned about in terms of what do we want to facilitate and prioritize at a policy level. So how do we get that kind of data? What kinds of jobs are we projecting and what kinds of housing? Supervisor Turnbull, said we know that we have a lack of affordable housing, but we need 10,000 new homes. I mean, are we needing 10,000 above moderate or 10,000 affordable or a mix? How do we know that from this data?
From this data, it's not going deep enough to give you that answer. You've got tools like your housing element, economic development plans and so forth that speak to what kinds of land uses you're really trying to develop. In our sub-county growth allocation work that we'll be doing in this next phase, we will be looking at the capacity of land that you have for different kinds of residential growth and the non-residential growth. And so we have these projections, and if we look at it, say, well, gee, we have a certain amount of growth projected, but this area only has a limited amount of land to accommodate residential growth or non-residential growth, then we're going to have to reallocate some of that growth to another area. So that'll give you some ideas. What kind of growth are we expecting? The historic data that we're working on will be broken up by commercial, which would be sort of your retail office type uses, industrial and R&D, and then public facilities. So you'll be able to get some clues there from the historic data as to what kind of development has been occurring within the county. It's a pretty good indicator for at least the near to midterm trends. Longer term, that's quite difficult to know with a good crystal ball where that goes. But I think between your available land, the growth trends, historic, you'll have some good clues as to what growth potential there is. If there are, say you're going to do a major general plan update and change the land use plan, maybe you emphasize more of one type of non-residential development versus a different type, then that can influence what the potential is. But there's also that overall demand out there within the region, your position within the region, how attractive are you for certain types of development and so forth. And we're not necessarily getting to that level with this study, but there is information that you can use to, and some of our base data that we'll be compiling.
Can I add on to that too? Then when you're looking at that, will you consider, I think there's a large appetite out there for multi-generational housing, which can be accomplished without new housing. And I know we're working right now on our ADU accessory dwelling unit granny flat program to make it more streamlined, pre-approved plans. I think there's a few contractors in El Dorado County now that are starting to specialize in ADUs because I think that's a piece of a puzzle that's missing is, let's say I want an ADU on my property, but I don't want to be a builder. You know, we need someone to specialize and have that in, and again, it's a policy decision. We kind of already have some to encourage that. But then there's a second kind of ADU that I only became aware of just a couple of years ago. It's because I met a woman that has a developmentally disabled adult child. And so she wanted to do a junior ADU where you build on basically to your existing house. It's also a nice way to have your older parents, you know, it's an adjoining accessory dwelling unit. It's its own unit, but it's attached to your house. You still have your own spaces kind of thing. I know the new homes in Folsom, we don't want to be Folsom, but the new homes in Folsom, there's several models that have that junior ADU multi-generational. And I just don't know if we're looking at that closely enough on how to do that in our county. I think it could help with some of the affordable issues as we do grow older and our young families are trying to help. It's really hard when you're a working young family and you have an older parent to take care of. And so, you know, that's another way to look at things too. So I feel, and maybe I'm totally off, maybe you have data to show whether that seems popular or not. But when I saw the models in Folsom having a lot of that, it seems like it's just the trending of our generation there, you know, with the boomers getting older and all that. And we don't want to get too far into the weeds on that, but I just would like, I personally would like to see that. I think that could help us with some of our affordability housing.
Right.
Your county housing element will have analysis of that ADU development potential in it. And that's a shorter term, 8-year time period, but that's looking closely at how much housing demand can be satisfied through ADUs, and then how much needs to be satisfied through other types of housing development. So there is some information there. ADUs are interesting in the context of a traffic impact fee update because there's some differential treatment, I believe, of ADU units versus say new single family, multifamily units in terms of fees paid. Some of that having to do with state law. So for these projection purposes, we probably have to be mindful of that issue as well.
Okay.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, one of the questions, it's really astonishing, especially, you know, you're talking about vehicle miles could be taxed, especially in our county, which could impact a lot of these people, especially young families and stuff, and especially families that have to commute like from Sacramento or Placer County or Amador County here to our county. That's going to impact a lot. And that's being proposed. It seems like that a lot of the laws and stuff that are changed by the state impacts the way we live here in our county. And it really affects a lot of it, especially when it comes at. So if that vehicle tax is, that's going to impact a lot, especially these young families. We don't know, and plus insurance costs going up too, because that'll impact the insurance costs too. So it's really going to impact a lot, especially when we want to move forward in our county. So anyway.
And Matt, I just want to comment that our 2004 general plan has a jobs to housing ratio. And it says it's 1.5 is considered balanced, jobs to housing. When I look at these numbers, my calculation is 0.67 roughly. It's half what the general plan says we should be trying to achieve with jobs versus housing. So I'm not sure if anybody's reflecting on that or not, but we've fallen way short on the jobs end of
I
it.
have that in one of my columns.
Very good.
That's one of the columns I'd like.
Very good. So I just want to make sure the public understands that too. We've
Yes.
fallen way short in terms of creating new jobs in El Dorado County compared to what the goal was in 2004. So,
Good comments.
Well, and it's even more interesting when you go by area.
yes.
And do that
right.
same
Yes.
math. I mean, it's just, wow, the differences between the areas is incredible.
I've done some of the same kind of things. Break it down by
Right.
district if you want, or whatever,
Right.
zones, whatever, but yes.
All of our districts are so different.
Yep.
Yeah.
Tell us
The
a different story.
opportunities are different in
Yeah.
each of them too.
Okay.
Right. All right, good comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Then I'll go ahead and turn it back over to Mr. Oates for the ask as far as the direction we'd like to stay. So thank you very much. for
Thank
your time.
you.
Thank you for helping us
Yes.
with this robust
Yeah.
discussion. We really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Matt. So today, we're not asking for necessarily any direction from the board on which growth rate we should be using going forward. We just wanted to provide the data, have the discussion, answer some questions. We've taken some notes on some of the questions that came up today. And when we come back in January, we'll do our best to have that data to present and those questions to be answered. So today, like I mentioned, was just to present the information. We've received some direction on some things you'd like to see when we come back in January. And as I mentioned earlier, we're on the calendar for the 9th, so we'll be here for that first meeting in 2020. That being said, if there's any other questions from the board.
There are.
Thank you.
Other information you want to see from us,
Yeah.
by all means, now time to ask.
Great, well, thank you. We appreciate this, and I'm
Yeah.
seeing the button set. Well, we'll.
I
take
would just
buttons
like
out.
to.
No, Supervisor Parlin has her button up. So we'll
Okay,
take buttons
okay,
right now.
I'm trying-
Very good. We're going to buttons. Very
Oh,
I'm
good.
doing
trying to
buttons
be
now.
trained. I
Yes.
know, it's so hard.
Supervisor Parlin.
Thank you for that. Actually, I have a question for Kyle. I do not know what your actual title is anymore. I have a question for you. I know it's like economic development, business manager, director of all things. I don't know. What's your title?
The official title is Economic and Business Relations Manager.
Relations.
I'll just say
manager.
economic development.
Very good.
Yeah.
Okay. So question for you, since we kind of tripped on it inadvertently, is that whole thing about jobs within the county versus commuting and all that. And I know in the past I've seen, not so much here, but just, when you go down a rabbit hole online and you're looking at demographics and stuff, there's some neat modeling that shows traffic patterns, commutes and all that stuff. You have that data, the Zardico.
Traffic patterns, but I mean, I know traditionally, and I think even since when Tiffany was on board as economic development, we export a lot of our high-paying jobs.
Correct.
Out of town, yeah.
So does the Zardico show some of that, or do you have another tool that shows some of that, or?
The Zardico doesn't necessarily cover where they're working. It's just showing travel patterns, like the origination of their trip and kind of where they're going and the time it gets to go through that.
Okay.
I know Woody and I, we could look, Woody's EDCTC is in on the Zardico
Right.
as well, and the chamber. So I'll look into that and see if we can't.
Okay.
Tie it to job somehow.
Well, I think it's just a question that we do have is like, are we exporting, importing jobs? I mean, we always talk about, we have to be mindful. The state of California is right there. It's an easy commute and it is something that we compete with. We just do. So it's a factor in everything we do. I will say though, that as a result of the pandemic though, the state has cut down commuting. They've actually gotten rid of quite a bit of office space, I understand, and they have a lot more folks working remotely.
Yep.
My husband has to be one of those. My husband works from home every gosh darn day, and they don't even have an office to go to. So, I mean, there's so many factors going on there. So he wouldn't show up in a traffic study.
Yeah,
That's
and-
what, except for in my hallway, you guys, just so you know.
And since the pandemic too, we've imported a lot of teleworking jobs from the Bay
Right.
as well, that they bought houses here and then just work from home.
Okay.
So that's shifted a lot in the last couple of years.
Okay, so just, throwing that out
Yeah.
there, all the tools that we have, let's bring them and use them. This board is very data centric, which we're supposed to be. I think our strategic plan says that. So the more data we have, the more confused we look, but the better informed we are. So,
Well said.
right? I know. It's like sometimes I go, I want more data, but what do I do with it? No, but these are super complex issues. And I hope everybody understands that. And we don't take this lightly because it is a projection, but at the same time, nobody has a crystal ball. So it's just such a challenge. So thank you for that. And I'll try to remember your title.
Thank you, Supervisor Parlin. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, I don't want to be pessimistic, but there's an awful lot of people forecasting another recession still. And I just want to make sure that we understand, if that were to occur similar to 2008, 2009, all of this projection stuff's going to go out the window, right? So it's almost like we ought to have a projection. If we were to repeat that, what would it look like in terms of projected growth rate? Hypothetical, right? Hopefully hypothetical never happens, but I think there's a reasonable probability we could see that with the trends we're on right now at all levels, national level, the state level, and it's going to impact us locally. And we know we have issues with fire insurance, homeowners insurance. I mean, all those things are stacking up against rural counties, in my opinion. So we have to be realistic about that too. We're in a different point in time. So somehow you got to factor that into forecasts as adjustments based upon risks that are involved for future events to occur. I don't know how to do that, how to quantify it, but it's something we need to be aware of.
And with the averaging, is that would
That
take
helps.
care of the
That helps.
dips?
That helps, but I want to go back and look at 2008, 2009 and really understand that cycle
Right.
and how long it took us to recover in terms of housing and jobs. The
And
jobs is
actually-
going to be tough to track. But,
And
you know.
before our staff answers, I'm going to piggyback onto your question, because that was the question that I had, was exactly your second question.
Okay.
How do our insurance challenges
Right.
and our cost of living, and just the fact that we have different challenges in the high wildfire severity zone,
Mhm.
how does that figure in to these growth patterns? And does it? Will we capture that? Because we're going to grow differently because of that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a thought.
Most definitely. And one of the things is a lot of people are moving out because of the high insurance
Right.
costs.
Right.
Right.
And
So
it's
how do we
really
capture
sad
that?
to me, California has, I mean, this fair plan, which is not a fair plan, anywhere from $5,000 to $15,000 a year or plus. And you go to Nevada and it's 3 to 4 times less. It doesn't make any sense. So that's something that I hope that, the state can address that problem and fix that problem, especially for the future, of the generations and stuff to come.
And if they don't, it might most severely impact
Exactly.
our
Right.
residential growth.
To not answer your question first regarding.
Very good. At least you're honest about it.
Because that is out of my wheelhouse, but an interesting point. And definitely one that I can have my staff and working maybe with planning, kind of look into and see what kind of data is out there in terms of the insurance aspect of it. But as Zach said, that's why we're doing it a little bit different this time than we did last time. We're giving you all the data now first, letting you digest it, ask us questions, and then we'll come back and give you all this more data in January, and then we'll make a decision at that point. But to answer your question, Supervisor Heidel, in regards to a recession, that's why we take that average, is so that we anticipate that there will be dips, there will be ebbs and flows. And so then if we do have a recession and the growth rate drastically changes for that 1 year, all it does is it moves the goalposts over for that 1, 2, or 3 years. And then we reanalyze, and then we come back and we say, all right, this is now what the growth rate is, predicated on what the ultimate number of parcels in the county will be. And that's the one thing that doesn't change, is unless we have a general plan amendment or a new general plan, the number of parcels that we will have in this county is set. And so then really all it's changing is the ongoing years prior to that done deal set point. So that's where it behooves us to make sure that we come back to you on a yearly basis for the inflationary adjustment, but most importantly, every 5 years to let you know, snapshot what happened last year. And I like the fact that, yes, getting you historical data so that you guys get an idea of what happened last time, but then also based off of that, what we see moving forward with the future growth rates after that. So definitely good questions, good comments, and definitely good data for us to provide you for next time. Okay.
Okay. And then Raphael, you mentioned that the number of parcels are set. So if we have big parcel that is zoned, that it could potentially be more parcels, right? By
Or
right?
ADUs added, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Just housing.
so when you say the number of parcels are set, are you talking what's the maximum without a general plan amendment or rezone, but what they're entitled to? Because somebody could have 100-acre parcel that's like 5s and 10s, let's say, but they haven't split it yet. So are you talking, you're like the maximum number probably?
Yeah, I believe that he was referring to the densities and the land use.
Okay.
From the general plan.
Okay.
Landowners are entitled are allowed to come in and apply for subdivisions, those types
Right.
of projects that would create more parcels, but not exceed the densities that are within the general plan
Got
without
it.
a general plan event.
Okay, there you go. I just wanted to get that because that's a hard one too. I mean, we don't have a crystal ball knowing if these people are ever going to want to split to what they could or not. And so, okay, thank you for that.
All very complex.
It is,
Yeah.
it is.
All right, any other questions or discussion before we go to public comment?
No, just, thank you.
Thank you.
Great discussion. Thank you all. All right, Kim, let's take public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 37. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there anyone in the room like to comment on this item?
And now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Good morning.
I always love it when your transportation department comes. Such good background, such good conversation, learned a lot. Echoing Supervisor Thomas, wow, it's complex. Proud of how you handled it all. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for your comments. Appreciate it.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so bring this back to the board. Do you feel that you have the direction that you were looking for? You probably got more than you were looking for.
Yeah.
Probably more.
Yeah, I think we do, and we'll look forward to being back with you in January, presenting some additional data.
Okay, and if you ever want to, in between, touch base with anyone that had specific questions,
Yeah.
please feel free, because we want it to be as meaningful as possible when we come back on the dais. So,
Appreciate it.
thank
Great.
you. Yeah.
Any further discussion or direction before we end this? All right, because we were just to receive and file and then provide direction, which I think we've done. So
Very good.
thank you all.
Exactly.
Appreciate
Thank
your
you.
time. And Mr. Coda, thank you for being with us. We
Yes.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Great discussion. All right, Kim, let's go ahead and take item number 35.
Item number 35 comes from Planning and Building Department, Economic Development Division, recommending the board consider the following. 1, approve and authorize the chair to sign an agreement with Growth Factory for the provision of accelerator services. 2, authorize the Planning and Building Director to execute any further documents determined necessary related to the agreement, including amendments which do not increase the not to exceed amount or the term of the agreement. And 3, approve and authorize the chair to sign a budget transfer.
Good morning, Kyle.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, Kyle Zillman, Economic and Business Relations Manager.
There we go.
So excited to bring this item to you guys today. Today is the next step in implementing policy J9, our startup and entrepreneurial technical assistance program. In March of this year, the policy was adopted. And since then, we've had ongoing work with the goal of bringing local startup companies in front of your board for potential funding consideration. Since the adoption of policy J9, we have held a launch event for the local startup community to make them aware of the program, where we formally announced it. We created an application portal in coordination with the Growth Factory for companies to apply into their program. Through that process, we had over 20 companies that applied from El Dorado County to be in that program. They ranged from South Lake Tahoe all the way down to El Dorado Hills, so we covered kind of the gamut of the county. We're now very close to bringing those companies forward to your board for consideration into an accelerator incubator type program. From the onset of this process, we knew working with accelerators and incubators like the Growth Factory was going to be a necessary component of the program's success. And through several meetings with staff and contracting county councils helped out and others, we determined that the best way to administer the program for specific accelerators and incubators was to have a contract prior to starting to work with them. And that's why we're here today with this one. Separating out the administrative portion, and it will cover the grant management cycle of the companies and beyond. Growth Factory, within their scope of work, will help source, screen, accelerate, amplify any accepted companies that come into their program, and they'll be working with the county hand in hand to do that. And it also provides reporting back to your board on the progress and milestones of those companies and kind of how they progress through receiving that support. This contract will only be exercised as companies receive funding as your board approves, but we need to get it in place so that we can actually have them do the work as we go forward. Excited to tell you that we are very close. We've had 2 pitch round events for local companies, and we've dwindled that 20 down to about 3 to 4 companies that we feel are viable companies at this stage to get into the program. So we're excited to potentially bring those to you guys in the next couple months. And that would help Growth Factory start their work as well. So that's kind of a real high overview of where we're at, but there's been a lot of work done since March on this. And Supervisor Heidel helped at our launch event down in Times Square in El Dorado.
Wow, I missed that
Town
one.
Center.
Town Center,
We're
not
global.
Times Square.
Yeah, we're all
Town
across
Center,
the-
yes.
Very close, very close.
So, yeah. So I'm here to take any questions you may have about the program and questions about the companies.
Great, well,
Yeah.
thank you. And once again, this board's already allocated this money. It's not new money. It's just implementing
Right.
what the board has
Yep.
already directed. And it's
Mhm.
exciting to see this moving forward.
Yes.
So, does the board have any questions or comments this time?
I just have one.
Supervisor
Look, peeking ahead, you said we have like 4 that we're really homing in. Is that distributed across the county or is there a concentration? I don't need to know who the
I don't
companies
actually-
are.
That's a good question. We'll have them when we bring them to the board. There's a
Okay.
couple I know for sure down in El Dorado Hills.
Okay.
There might be one in South County. I can't remember. We've heard a lot of pitches from a lot of companies.
Right, I
from all over the
understand.
place.
So
So, but we're trying to spread that around as well. And I think as we kind of get into that pilot phase of, supporting a couple companies first, and if we have a concentration in one area, then we'll try to focus on those areas of the county where these companies may be hiding out or not aware of the program as well as the other ones. One of the initial meetings was up in South Lake Tahoe. We did one in Placerville and we did one kind of in El Dorado Hills, kind of along the corridor, just to announce it and talk to the supervisors. I think that was before Supervisor Lane was on board. But yeah, that's the plan, is to kind of get this throughout the county. And there are already some companies throughout the county that are participating as founders and investors in the Growth Factory, from South Lake Tahoe all the way to El Dorado Hills. So that's kind of exciting.
final question. This we consider the first wave. When would you forecast the second wave of applicants coming forward? Is that 6
I
months
think
away,
We're
9
trying to
months
do
away?
it like a 6 month, 4 to 6 month kind of a
Okay.
period
All
as
right.
we kind of get our feet wet with the first round and see how it
Yep.
goes. We still have, and it's also for us kind of like to see if those companies are still around and that they've progressed, the ones that
Right.
maybe didn't make that first cut. If they're still alive and they're still surviving and they've maybe honed in some of their financials or their business plan, that they have a chance to be considered, in these
The
future
second
rounds
wave
of
or
the
whatever,
program.
they'd still be
Yeah.
eligible.
Yeah.
Excellent. That's what I wanted to know, that we're encouraging them to stay engaged
Yeah.
if they don't get awarded the first round here.
And this
So
hasn't been lightning quick to get here, but it's been really interesting to see these companies have stayed around and are still interested after a few months. It's not like a flash in the pan thing where they just want to try to get it. They're legitimate companies that are finding a way to move their product or their idea.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Very good. Supervisor Carlin.
So you're right, this isn't lightning fast and I forgot all about this. So when it came back and I saw it on the agenda, I had a not great reaction to it, quite honestly. I think that when we first had this conversation, a lot has changed in the county. We've had a lot of stuff going on. And I'm not as excited about this as I don't even know if I was the first time, but I was like, all right, let's give it a go. We have a lot of pressing needs, and I'm trying to be careful with my words. This can almost be seen as a gift of public funds. And we have a whole community in Grizzly Flats that's suffering, and we're being told we can't give them money to rebuild their homes that they lost from a fire. And the federal government's not doing its job in helping us. So, and then in the meantime, we've really stepped up our biomass, looking at if we are on the precipice of biomass facilities in the county. And that is also economic development and forest management and all those really important things that are going to help a bazillion people in our county. So I'm really struggling with this item today because of the constraints of the budget. And we have been told to prepare for even more economic challenges in the coming years. So help me remember this item from when we first talked about it.
So, I'm not going to be able to decide between those varying. things
Absolutely,
or
but
tell you. So this started from, initially from our J7 policy.
Right.
Where we kind of did the special district offset fee was the J that we spun off of that. And this is kind of our task was to come up with other policies to help small business and business retention, attraction, expansion, And this is, we're focusing on our local startup companies that we want to help expand and shift that balance of jobs that are in the county to the ones that we're sending out. A lot of these are people who have left Intel and have moved to El Dorado County and lived here already and want to start a company. So that's kind of what the precipice was, you know, kind of just helping get the J7 policy some expansion and incentives to actually put some money into the community to help support our local businesses.
Okay. Are any of these going to be retaining and expanding, or are these all
That's
new?
the
Do we
goal. I
know?
mean, that's the goal with all of them, right? Is that they are able to get that accelerator support and get investment and be able to get a actual building or an office space and start hiring on talent. A lot of them have done that, but to a very small degree because they're still trying to figure out, you know, the business plan and the expansions.
Right.
Yeah.
And I, you know, I mean, just again, learning from the past, I think we always have to learn from the past. The county's done this before, and I don't know if any of those businesses are still around. I know some of them came and burned really fast.
Are you
So
talking about like the ARPA and the CARES?
no, this was way before. I
Okay.
mean, I'm talking the past. And that's
Okay.
why you do have to remember the past. I know some people don't want us to, but we do. The county has given money for other businesses. It was like that blue DVD thing or whatever, and that didn't make it. And so I appreciate that you said that we're gonna wait and see
Well,
how
and-
these do.
I should make it clear as well too. It's not, every company's not going to be receiving the 50,000 amount. We're determining the need with growth factor of what they would actually need. So it could come in at $15,000 to $20,000 or even less, just dependent on what the need of the company is and what their, you know, the support need is for them. So I don't know if that helps clarify that at all, the amount, but.
I know, and I get it. And I think I did have angst last time we talked about this. Now that I'm remembering it. So basically $500,000, 100,000 for the organization itself.
Up to. So it's dependent on if a company gets accepted and approved by your board, that it's kind of an hourly rate that they have to support the company to get through the program. They've kind of estimated, don't quote me off the top of my head, what it would take for each company to get through there, but it's not, that's based off like 20 companies. So if we did 2 or 3 to start with, it wouldn't be a huge dip into that at all. Yeah.
And I do appreciate the fact that there is the support, and that's something that wasn't done before. And that's why I wanted to say, I think we learned from the past, don't do that again. Do it different and better.
Yeah.
And there's mentors involved and all that. So I'm just concerned about our, you know, our economic environment right now with the budget and stuff. So, and then how long will this potentially, it just depends on how many get through and the amount, how long this chunk of money will last us.
Yeah, so I
and
mean,
all
it's
of this?
earmarked towards this effort. So I don't know if I don't think there's a shelf life necessarily on it, but it's for that program. So like I said, maybe 2 or 3, maybe 4 companies on the onset, and we can see how that goes.
Okay.
And it's up to you guys to approve the funding for those companies at
Okay.
that point as well. So there's kind of a couple steps that we come to your board for, you know, kind of the final say.
Okay. I appreciate that. And I hope everybody understands it. I mean, we're just in uncertain economic times, and especially with, you know, with the county budget, we have taken on a lot in the county. And so, and all the things we're doing to support our employees and all of that, it's expensive. So, and I get it. We do want to do economic development at the same time. Which economic development? That's always another battle. We're making great strides with our broadband, which we said was out of economic development too. So, okay. Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, no, I have a little bit of concern, especially when this money's been sitting there for a while. And the biggest thing is, like we already talked about, Grizzly Flat. Those poor people are still suffering, living in RVs up there. And there's still no federal help to help them. And that money, when I asked for, you know, brought the tiny home presentation that was up, and I was asking for $1.2 million to be able to do that. And a lot of people have sold their property, moved on, but this would have been a great thing to help a lot of that $500,000 could have been put in that to help those people, especially with small homes, so they could they could have something to live in, because now they're gonna go through another winter with no housing. And last year was devastating, especially you're talking about 7 to 8 feet of snow up there, when people were living off on propane, and we had to take propane on sleds and bring them to the houses because they couldn't even get out. And that was their only source of heat. So I'm really kind of concerned, that we could use that money somewhere else, especially when we're talking about these businesses coming in. I get it, but to bring new economic development, but when you don't have workforce housing to be able to support a lot of these businesses, we got a problem. So we need to take a step back a little bit and look at some other ways that we could put this money to use to help these people in Grizzly Flat. So that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. Appreciate the discussion and the reminder that the board has, a lot of priorities, and we are moving in uncertain times with limited resources. I think we always need to be cognizant of that.
Exactly.
Where I am though, is we just heard with our last agenda item that we are greatly lagging behind in our jobs, behind our general plan goals. And Supervisor Hydall, you and Supervisor Parlin brought that out at almost half of what our general plan says we want for jobs for our county. And I think that, nothing is ever a sure thing. And this is a little bit of a calculated risk. But it's perhaps enough money to make a difference, but not enough that's going to break the bank. And from my perspective, we need to see this through. That if it doesn't work to what we want, and it seems like we have a lot of stopgap measures in place, that as applications come forward and the viability of businesses come forward, the board can take a look at that before we allocate the money. I feel more comfortable with that.
Yeah.
It's not just a blank check today. Then we might, look at reinvesting the money elsewhere. But I think we need to see this through. And it's also part of our strategic plan goals for strategic innovation. This is strategic innovation in a way. And so I also like the fact that, Kyle, you said that there are additional investors behind the growth factory.
Yeah.
So it's not just us. And that was different from last time.
Yeah.
We are leveraging our dollars with additional investments. So I think we don't have the data to pull back on this because we don't know if it's going to work. And I think it's worth the risk, the little risk. And I think we need to see this through. So that's my perspective right now. So, Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, I totally want to echo those comments. I think we're at the start of something that could really be beneficial for El Dorado County in 2 or 3 years, but I think we have to stay the course. We have to stay behind this. Otherwise, we need to go back and modify policy J7. We need to go back and take out the need to incentivize businesses to come to El Dorado County. And we just need to change the general plan as to what our goal is for jobs to housing ratios, because we're never going to get there if we keep pulling back on the stimulus that will hopefully bring some new vibrant businesses here. And the workforce housing has to be dealt with. And there's been discussions on how we can accommodate that with some of the news proposals. We have inclusionary housing things that have been talked about that we're hoping will come back to the board. There's a lot of things in that vein that I think will eventually happen too. So I'm just reluctant to pull back. There's always going to be demands on our budget, and it's always going to be difficult to decide where do you prioritize things. But in my opinion, for the 7 years I've been on this board, we have not made any substantial changes in our economic development picture. We're at the beginning of making that happen. And so I'm encouraged. I'm excited that the next couple of years, I think we're going to see great benefits from this, but I could be wrong. I mean, that's the reality. It's all a risk.
It is a risk. And I want to say, I appreciate Supervisor Thomas that you're highlighting the fact that we do have potential stops along the way. I think that, that's going to be helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Supervisor Lane.
Yeah, I'm just struggling a little bit with the prior presentation and then this one also. And it really, for me, circles around the transient occupancy tax. The presentation prior, I know it has to do with the traffic impact fee, and we're trying to figure out what that fee is going to be, but the majority of my district is left out of all of that data. And I'm sitting here just wrestling with, they keep saying the county, but you've excluded not a big population, but you've excluded a significant population to that information. The transient occupancy tax is 65% generated from the basin. And it, it completely supports the Economic Development Department. All of the staff are paid for out of the transient occupancy tax. This particular item, again, paid for out of the transient occupancy tax. And I'm not saying that I necessarily disagree with that. That's a discretionary source of funds that the county has every right to allocate however they see fit. But that could be 3 code enforcement officers, which is, a big problem for us up in the basin when it comes to talking about this source of funding. So I just want to mention that and just, continue to kind of bring that forward, that I feel like a lot of the money comes from the basin, but we get excluded from a lot of the programs. So I just want to keep that in the forefront.
Well, and just to acknowledge that, I want you to know that when we were looking at the prior with the TIF and DOT, it's like, we can't include it though in that conversation because of the TRPA and that land use and the TTD, is it TTD?
Transportation.
That one. And so you're right. It is difficult, I think, when we have these things. And then, and going back to broadband too, we were getting ready. Our next project was going to be Tahoe, the Tahoe Basin for our next broadband, but then somehow the state of California stepped in and did it instead. I mean, I just hope you know that we are trying to be mindful of things. It's just other things it's complicated.
It's complicated.
And I appreciate the fact that the board did set aside money for the new code enforcement officers to address the VHR concerns, which is a big deal. So I feel like we're trying to be inclusive. It's just hard when there are other government entities like the TRPA that kind of force us to be separate, but we are one county, and the Tahoe Basin gets split in so many directions. I know that from conversations. So I appreciate you reminding us of that so that we can always try to be inclusive in these conversations. I did hear though that I think 1 or 2 of the potential incubator projects were in Tahoe. So if that helps at all with.
Yeah, if 65% of the 500,000 were spent up in Tahoe, that would be a good return for us, right? Because that's what we contribute. But it'll never be fair. It'll never be perfect. We will just continue to work on it, talk about it.
Yeah.
Keep it in the forefront for the district I represent. That's important. And I do want to say to the whole board, each of you individually and collectively, that your support of a lot of our needs during the short period of time that I've been on the board has been fabulous. So I thank you for that. I know you're not the enemy. We are a team. We do this together. I just want it to be on the top of the stack, not buried underneath.
Absolutely.
And I want to commend you, Supervisor Lane, that you have really helped us do that, because you are a fierce advocate for your region. You're helping all of us understand what the needs are of your constituency, what's important to them, which makes it then important to us. And based on your advocacy as well, I do appreciate that we have prioritized, improvements, TOT money and road improvement projects specifically to the Tahoe Basin, because we are very cognizant that the majority of those TOT funds are generated in your district. And so I appreciate this board that when we're dealing with the TOD discussions and projects, that we do prioritize the bulk of that monies for maintenance up in the district where it comes from. So, but thank you for keeping this in the forefront of our mind. Yeah, we appreciate it. CAO's office.
You ended up getting there in the conversation. So I just first want to thank you and acknowledge that I appreciate the conversation about budget, right, and all the policy implications. Certainly the board has evolved over time in its use and distribution of the TOT, and I think you'll continue to evolve. Wanted to remind the board that the 500,000 was allocated in the fiscal year 23-24 budget, so that was decided by the board already. And that as far as using that for Grizzly Flats, we would not be able to use those funds to provide housing for individuals up there. So I just want to make that clear.
Thank you for helping us know what our guardrails are. Yes, we appreciate that. Okay, great. Are any further discussion or questions before we turn this over to public comments? Great. Thank you, Kyle. Appreciate it.
Now taking public comment on item number 35. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time I will notify you when you have 30 seconds to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning.
Chris Payne, Taxpayers Association.
Okay, turn your mic on. Thanks, Chris.
Okay. Chris Payne, Taxpayers Association. So my understanding is we have 8 businesses with a maximum of $50,000 that could be granted to them if we take action today on this item. That we have accelerator services not to exceed $100,000, which is the growth factory. And we then create opportunities for ideas then to be transformed into businesses. What we didn't talk about was venture capital, the private monies that come in after you have a company that's already started. And we didn't talk about private equity, again, private money coming in to fund these companies and take them to a higher level. I think that's important in the broad perspective of what we're doing here then, as we're trying to start this from happening. But there is a lot of private money going into this. It's not just governmental money. In fact, the governmental money is just a small portion of what we're talking about. Now, taxpayers' money is also a topic that I should emphasize. We talked about this at our business meeting yesterday about how should we approach economic development as we have it in the county, more specifically to policy J7 and J9. And so I would say to you, without getting into the minutia, that deciding how money should be spent, what it should be spent on, is why we're in front of you today. And we expect that you would make a good decision based on good information. I count on staff to provide that. And then come up with something that decides, do we want to spend it in Grizzly Flat for tiny homes? Do we want to spend it for economic development on a broader perspective because we see some positive outcome in the future? Now, those are my comments. I just wanted to reflect those. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak on item number 35? All right, let's go online, Kim.
And now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Laura Brettbaum.
Good morning.
Good morning, supervisors. I would like to share with you that both myself and Debbie Manning from the El Dorado Hills Chamber did participate in the vetting of these candidates. We were both extremely impressed with the Growth Factory and their leadership. We're excited about the opportunity to nurture well-vetted entrepreneurs that are going to bring an opportunity for growth for new and innovative businesses that we are hopeful to see succeed and thrive and bring other opportunities to our community. So I just I wanted to weigh in on how excited I am about the board being proactive and moving forward with new opportunities for entrepreneurs and thanks for your time.
Thank you for those insights. Appreciate it.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good morning.
Hi, sorry for the delay on muting. Again, I want to commend the conversation. Great ideas, great project. My comments are towards good governance. One is, I've asked before, some sort of discussion what it means to be a representative, but a member of a board. I certainly agree that Supervisor Lane is a great advocate for her district. She's also a great team player. And I think, that's a balance You're not a legislative body where you just advocate for your district. You try to fit that in to the good of the entire county. And then secondly, in all of your discussions, I just want to mention from my background, both as a parent and as a teacher, looking for opportunities to collaborate with more and other entities that are working with folks that are trying to develop economic self-sufficiency in the context of a variety of challenges cognitively and physically. You may be aware that the state is making an effort to move away from sheltered workshops. Everybody has different opinions, but one alternative is micro enterprises, including incubating the entrepreneurial spirit that exists in all of us, including the folks that are served so well by more. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thanks for your comments.
Supervisor Thomas, we have Monique from the Growth Factory who has her hand raised. Monique, do you want to go ahead and unmute yourself?
Absolutely. Good morning, Monique.
Good morning. Thank you so much for discussing this today. I've really learned a lot in listening to the comments and discussions, and am excited about the potential for collaboration and partnership on this effort. I just wanted to share that, you know, as the Growth Factory operates, we really focus on things like creating a backyard advantage for all entrepreneurs. So I appreciate the comments from the previous speaker, and really look at how do we rally resources in the community to support people who want to grow their businesses in our community. And we're here to partner across the entire county. So excited to learn more about how we can engage in the Tahoe Basin. I will share that as a part of something called the Sacramento Entrepreneurial Growth Alliance, we launched the NorCal Entrepreneur Hub and did partner with the Tahoe Basin to bring that community into that tool. And I'm happy to share more offline. But net, I just wanted to say we've been really enthused about the companies that we're seeing through the applications, the partnerships that are in formation with the likes of Laura and the chambers and Kyle and the economic development team. And, you know, as Supervisor Heidel, I believe, said, you know, there are no guarantees. It is a risk to invest in early stage businesses, but in other communities that have done this work over the long term and have studied the outcomes, you know, they're seeing returns on economic development returns, job growth, revenue growth, financial returns that gets poured back into the community, innovation returns, which we're already seeing with this first round of applicants, where the innovations they're bringing to market can really benefit the citizens in the communities that they live in. And then finally, the development of human capital and just the talent development that happens through programs like this. So we hope to be able to deliver on all of those things if we move forward here. And thank you for your time.
Appreciate you being with us and for all your work in this arena. Okay, great. I'll bring this back to the board, and the action before us today is to approve and authorize an agreement with the Growth Factory for the provision of accelerator services to execute the necessary documents and to sign a budget transfer. And this will require a 4/5 vote for approval. So what is the board's desire on this item?
I'll move staff's recommendation.
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. Thank you, Kyle. Really appreciate that. Great. We'll look forward to hearing some good footage from this. I've had a request for a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll come back for our 11 a.m. time allocation. So we'll be right back. Great. Well, thank you all. Welcome back. And we are now at our 11 a.m. time allocation for item number 38, Kim.
Item number 38 comes from Health and Human Services Agency, Public Health Division, Tobacco Use Prevention Program, and the Planning and Building Department, recommending the board, one, receive a presentation on tacos.
Tacos sound good.
I'm sorry. Oh, my goodness. Receive a presentation on tobacco, retail density and zoning education. And two, provide direction to staff on the development of a tobacco retail zoning regulation. And if the board wants to pursue a tobacco retail zoning regulation, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution of intention to amend Title 130 of County Zoning Ordinance.
Thank you. And welcome, Kristen. We're delighted that you're here before us with this item.
Thank you for having us. We do have a presentation. All right. Good morning. My name is Kristen Becker, and I'm a program manager in the Health and Human Services Agency, Public Health Division. And I'm here with our Tobacco Use Prevention Program Director, Concy Moat, as well as Rob Peters, Deputy Director with the El Dorado County Planning and Building Department, Planning Division. And we are delighted to be presenting on tobacco retail density and zoning today. I want to start off with a little background about the Tobacco Use Prevention Program. The program is funded with Prop 99 and Prop 56 funds, and our current funding term goes through June 30th, 2025, with a total funding amount of $1,050,000. The program's priority areas include limiting tobacco promoting influences, reducing exposure to secondhand smoke, tobacco smoke residue, tobacco waste, and other tobacco products, reducing the availability of harmful tobacco products, and promoting tobacco cessation. Before I continue, I want to clarify, when we talk about tobacco, we mean commercial tobacco and not traditional tribal use of tobacco, which is used for ceremonial purposes. For today's presentation, we will be sharing with you some of the work that has led us to this point, including our recent community engagement efforts, discuss the results of Prop 31, now Senate Bill 793, and provide a tobacco industry snapshot. The focus of today's presentation will be providing tobacco retail density and zoning education and research and collaboration that has taken place thus far in El Dorado County. Ultimately, we are here today seeking board direction. We want to hear from you on how you would like us to proceed. In 2022, out of a parent's concern regarding their child's exposure to tobacco prompted a member of the board to reach out to the Tobacco Use Prevention Program. It was clear that protecting our youth from the harmful effects of tobacco and nicotine addiction was the priority. Around the same time, data was published on youth vaping from the National Youth Tobacco Survey, and it was shocking. In 2022, over 2.5 million middle and high school students reported current e-cigarette use. Nearly half, at 46% of high schoolers who vape, do so almost daily. A member of the board suggested a town hall event, and in collaboration with behavioral health, tobacco use prevention education, EDCO, the superintendent of Mother Lode School District, and the principal of Herbert Green Middle School, and others, with a special thanks to Supervisor Thomas and Supervisor Heidel for attending and speaking. On November 2nd, 2022, we held a town hall on the impacts of vaping on our youth at Herbert Green Middle School. During the town hall, concerns were raised regarding tobacco retailer locations, and we asked the attendees how likely is it that they would support zoning regulations for alcohol and tobacco retailers. And with 45 responses, it was encouraging that residents indicated that they were extremely likely, with an average of 4.5 out of 5. As a next step, direction was given to the Tobacco Use Prevention Program to reach out to Building and Planning and the Surveyor's Office to further understand tobacco retail zoning and density. Consi will be discussing this in more detail shortly. In addition to the town hall, in 2022, the Tobacco Use Prevention Program team initiated a commercial tobacco campaign public opinion survey where we received a total of 501 El Dorado County resident responses. On this slide, we have highlighted the key findings. And they include, so key findings where residents indicated that they strongly agree or somewhat agree. 72% tobacco litter is a problem in my community. 59% my community has been negatively impacted by smoking, vaping, or other tobacco use. 55% fewer people would use tobacco products if it were harder to purchase them. 54% personally, I have been negatively impacted by smoking or tobacco use. And 54% my city council or board of supervisors should take action on tobacco. In addition, where residents stated they strongly support or support, 54% stated they strongly support or support eliminating the sale of tobacco in your community. Again, very compelling and encouraging to see these responses from El Dorado County residents. And in more encouraging news, in 2022, voters passed Prop 31, the California flavored tobacco law that prohibits the sale of certain flavored tobacco products. And Senate Bill 793 went into effect on December 21st, 2022. Not only did Prop 31 pass statewide, but it also passed in El Dorado County. El Dorado County residents voted for this. And to address some of the implementation concerns and support the issue of enforcement, on October 9th, 2023, Governor Gavin Newsom signed AB 935, creating greater enforcement on the ban of flavored tobacco. That law goes into effect January 1st, 2024. However, it's still not enough, and we're at a critical point. We know cigarette smoking remains the leading cause of preventable disease, disability, and death in the United States, and teens who vape are 3 times more likely to become daily cigarette smokers. In terms of marketing, cigarette and smokeless tobacco companies continue to spend billions of dollars each year to market their products, and exposure to tobacco marketing in stores increases tobacco experimentation and use by youth. In terms of products, the FDA has received applications for more than 26 million vape products. As of August 2023, FDA made determinations on more than 99% of the 26 million products and authorized only 23 e-cigarettes and devices. However, thousands of unauthorized vapes are sold in the US. It was recently reported that the number of different electronic cigarette devices sold in the US has nearly tripled to over 9,000 since 2020. And not only has the number of devices tripled, e-cigarettes have become bigger, stronger, cheaper, and more accessible. And e-cigarettes and disposable products remain the most popular among our youth. The 2023 National Youth Tobacco Survey was just released, and it identified a concerning trend that has emerged among middle school students, with the significant rise in the use of any tobacco product reaching 6.6% in 2023, up from 4.5% in 2022. That is an increase of over 46%. And what is happening in El Dorado County? We were fortunate that our public health nursing students from Samuel Merritt University selected adolescent vaping as their final project this year and conducted focus groups and lunchtime tables with El Dorado County high school students. Their target population were adolescents 14 to 18, and I wanted to share some of the key findings. So their key findings are as follows. The products are still easy to access. Youth are accessing via websites from older adults, gas stations, and vape shops. The desire has not changed. It's the nicotine and not the flavor. The products are highly addictive, and vapes are easy to hide, widely available, and popular with kids. The average age to begin vaping was reported to be 12 to 13 years old, and Zyn, which is a nicotine pouch, has become the next most popular nicotine source outside of vape. We wanted to provide an industry snapshot so you are aware of what is happening in the US, the state, and in our county. There's a lot happening with new products and accessibility, and we are at such a critical point. Work is needed to protect our youth in our community. So what can we do? We want to express the importance of policies, as the best public health activities help many people at once. There is an opportunity for El Dorado County to make a positive impact on our future generations. And from a policy point of view, the best way to eliminate adult smoking is to keep teens from starting. Thank you, and I'm going to hand over the rest of the presentation to Concy to discuss tobacco retail density and zoning as one solution that is being widely used.
Thank you, Kristen. Appreciate it. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Hi, I'm Concy Moat. I'm the director of the Tobacco Use Prevention Program here for El Dorado County. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today. Kristen mentioned that the county has received funding to address these priority areas: reducing the availability of tobacco products, as well as limiting the exposure to promoting influences. The common strategy for other communities in California has been to implement licensing and/or zoning ordinances, which are two of the most lasting strategies to impact the density of tobacco retailers, the types of retailers that can sell tobacco, and the location of tobacco retailers. The state requires all tobacco retailers to be licensed by the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, and currently only a state license is required for the retailers in El Dorado County. 143 jurisdictions in California also require a local tobacco retail license. A local license, which regulates a business, can address retailer density and location, as well as multiple community concerns such as youth access to tobacco, youth exposure to marketing, product type, minimum pack size, minimum price, and some licenses actually ban the sale of specific products like vapes or the electronic smoking devices. And while that is one strategy that is being used, the county is not required to have a tobacco retail license in order to implement zoning. They can go hand in hand, or they can be done independently. Zoning regulates how the land can be used, and it's often defined in the land use element of the county's general plan. A general plan is really powerful. It's this broad blueprint for meeting the community's long-term vision for the future. And a zoning ordinance allows more control over specific use of the land. El Dorado County's long-term vision, as stated in our strategic plan, is to have a healthier community. The county can influence that through various zoning strategies, including ones that limit the location or number of tobacco retailers. Policy priorities established in local general plans have tremendous potential to improve long-term community health. Currently, El Dorado County has no tobacco retailer zoning in our general plan. The Tobacco Use Prevention Program researched existing zoning policies and collaborated with other experts. We met with Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning, for guidance. Discussions centered around the logistics of changing an existing ordinance, which led to discussions with the GIS manager in the surveyor's department to determine if they could identify and plot the zones near schools. We'll show you what we learned from them in a later slide. We also sought input from partners with expertise in public health law and policy. The Public Health Law Center provides robust model policies addressing issues like clean air, tobacco retail licenses, as well as land use ordinances. And the model policies that they provide leave it to the board's discretion as to which portions to adopt, based on community input, et cetera. Next, staff researched steps taken by other California jurisdictions. we provided a 13-page matrix prepared by the Policy Evaluation Tracking System that shows 119 California municipalities regulate the density and or proximity of tobacco retail sales venues in some manner. And 103 municipalities in California have adopted ordinances to restrict the proximity of tobacco retail sales venues to youth populated areas. That brings me to our local El Dorado County retailers. We do want to engage them in discussion, and we want their help in protecting our youth. We sent a letter to all of the tobacco retailers in the unincorporated area of El Dorado County. And then Penny Smart, who is our health program specialist, went out to visit as many as she could. She actually engaged in conversations with 16 El Dorado County retailers in person and was able to open dialogue about zoning and get some feedback. And I want to share one notable story from a retailer here on the Western Slope. Penny visited a storekeeper that shared that in a previous location near a school, they were being inundated by youth visits with attempts to purchase tobacco products. The retailer was uncomfortable with this and chose on his own to move his location farther away from the school. After the move, he saw a significant decrease in youth attempts to purchase tobacco products. That retailer on his own experienced and reacted to the impact of proximity to a youth-sensitive site. Our neighbors in California have many examples we can look to for developing local zoning for that same reason. In reviewing some of those 103 ordinances with tobacco zoning restrictions, we found there's not a one-size-fits-all ordinance, and there's many customizable solutions that our county can consider. I want to highlight a few and will generalize about others just to illustrate different evidence-based solutions that others have chosen. Looking at our neighbors to the west and to the north, like Sacramento County, their zoning codes commercial use standards require a separation of 1,000 feet from a sensitive site for smoke shops or smoking lounges, and 1,000 feet from same use, so another tobacco retailer. And similarly, Sac City's code limits the proximity to other retailers and will not issue a tobacco retail license within 1,000 feet of another tobacco retailer. In Auburn, they require a 500 feet distance from another retailer or 1,000 feet from a youth populated area. Many other municipalities limit both the proximity to youth sensitive sites and to other retailers. And the definitions for youth sensitive site and tobacco retailer vary by ordinance. That is something that we would need to define for ourselves. Another area that varies is the applicability of the ordinance. Some restrictions are retroactive, applying to the existing retailers, while more are prospective, meaning they only apply to new retailers, and existing retailers stay in operation with a conditional use permit. Another strategy being used in some places is capping. Some municipalities cap the total number allowed, for instance, one tobacco shop per 4,000 residents. And some counties have total bans on smoking or on various like individual products, like e-cigarettes. My point in describing all of these varying ordinances is to illustrate that many different options exist, and the specifics that our county may decide to implement have not been decided and will be the topic of future discussions and local public input to determine the definition of terms, applicability, etc. So our county has been faced with similar concerns for our youth when cannabis became legal. The county has set proximity limits for cannabis retailers, similar to those seen for tobacco retailers in other counties. The county could choose to model some restrictions for tobacco retailers in a similar way. In addition to their state license, a cannabis retailer in El Dorado County is required to obtain a commercial cannabis annual operating permit and a commercial cannabis use permit, which is a conditional use permit from planning and building, as well as a county business license from the treasurer tax collector. And notice they require a 1,500-foot distance from a youth-sensitive site. Next. Thanks. So why does this matter? Why are so many other counties and cities enacting zoning restrictions? Because they know that higher proximity and higher density of retail stores contributes to a higher smoking rate and a higher youth initiation. It perpetuates social norms about tobacco use and increases the perceived availability and accessibility of tobacco products. Higher proximity and density can reduce the success of quit attempts for people looking to curb their tobacco use and contributes to social and environmental inequities. It also increases exposure to industry point of sale, advertising, marketing, and promotions, which, as Kristen mentioned before, is more powerful than peer pressure. Studies have also measured the potential impact of tobacco retailer location and density on actual health outcomes. Research suggests higher hospitalization rates for chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, for which smoking is a primary risk factor, in areas with more tobacco retail outlets. And more recent evidence shows that higher tobacco store density is associated with shorter life expectancy and more deaths, even when other factors such as age, income, and race are taken into consideration. We heard from our own local retailer that location matters. So through land use tools like zoning, the county can place limits on where tobacco retailers can be located and how many can exist. How many are there? Here's a snapshot of our county. There are currently 138 tobacco retailers in El Dorado County. Our focus here is on the 90 that are in the county's unincorporated area. And thanks to the GIS team in the surveyor's office, we can identify the locations of each store and measure the distance from another tobacco retailer or school. 27 are within 1,000 feet of a school, and 57 are within 1,000 feet of another tobacco retailer. Of those, 25 received their initial license within the last 3 years, 7 of which are within 1,000 feet of a school, and 16 of the newest retailers are within 1,000 feet of another tobacco retailer. If zoning had been in place in 2020, the landscape may look different today. To summarize, following last year's town hall meeting, the Tobacco Use Prevention Program explored ways to protect youth through tobacco retail zoning. We reviewed a lot of policy solutions that others have enacted, and we shared a matrix showing the 103 other jurisdictions in California that limit the proximity of tobacco retail sales venues locations to youth populated areas like schools and parks. Our county's strategic plan goal for a healthy community guides us to protect against adverse outcomes among children, adults, and senior citizens. Zoning offers the potential for long-term protection, as it can lead to reduced harm from commercial tobacco. Our team was asked to explore a zoning solution. We've shared our findings, and here are some of the next steps that would be required in order to make any change to the current zoning. If the board's decision is to pursue amending the zoning ordinance, they will direct us to start the next steps in the process by issuing a resolution of intent. Next, public health, utilizing funds intended for reducing harm from tobacco, would work alongside building and planning to follow the appropriate process, which may consist of the following: presenting to the Planning Commission, completing any required environmental analysis, holding public workshops to get valuable input, development of FAQs, determining the appeal process, including the review body, process and determination, and enforcement. We hope that you learned how proximity and density restrictions are one effective way to achieve better health outcomes for our youth and our community as a whole. Thank you for listening, and your questions and comments are welcome.
Thank you so much for this presentation. Really appreciate it. It's been years in the making, and we appreciate that it's before us today for a board discussion. So I think probably you're looking at, do we want to look at a zoning ordinance changes regulating commercial tobacco or not? And then probably looking for, where is the board interested in pursuing within a resolution of intention? Is it, do we want to consider limiting the number, location, density. What do we do with existing businesses? Do we grandfather them, phase them out, leave them alone? Kind of setbacks, kind of buffer zones? Do we ban vapes, e-cigarettes? Those are the kinds of direction that you're looking for today. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
I mean, if you just want to do zoning, that would
Right.
just really apply to proximity and density. Whereas the other issues, I think, would require a tobacco retail license, like if you wanted to ban a particular product.
Okay.
That wasn't the direction we were asked to pursue, but
So right now, we're just
presented on
really
that.
looking at zoning, not
Yes.
the license part.
Mhm, right. But
Okay, good. That's helpful
yeah.
for us to, unless the board is
We
interesting
will
to.
go in whichever direction you want. If
Okay.
you decided that you thought the license was a better way to go, we would pivot and work on that. They can be combined actually together. A lot of counties do one ordinance that addresses the zoning and the, what types of products can be sold.
And that could also probably come at a later time too?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Mhm.
good. Just kind of wanted to get our head wrapped
Mhm.
around what
Yeah.
we're being asked to do today and how we can
Yeah.
best provide direction based on
Yeah.
our dialogue with community. All right. Supervisor Parlin.
Oh, shoot, I pushed my button first.
You did. Would you like me to go to Supervisor Turnbull?
No,
Okay.
I'll get her started. I
Okay.
seem to be good at doing that. Thank you for bringing all this. It is a lot to consider. And Supervisor Thomas, you're right. This has been a long time in the making. There's been conversations about this for quite some time, and the best way to strategize it. And then the e-cigarettes entered the picture. And I do want to make the board aware and the public aware that, I participate in the Environmental Services JPA, which talks trash. And the e-cigarettes are becoming quite an issue because of disposing of them. They have an electronic component plus the whatever residual nicotine or whatever is in there, and they are becoming a hazardous waste product that, quite honestly, there isn't a clear way to dispose of them safely. Definitely no recycling is going to happen there. So that's another piece of the puzzle that I don't think when when the e-cigarettes were developed, nobody was thinking about when you're done with it. And it is starting to cause us some problems. So I wouldn't be against looking at a ban on those, quite honestly. They are not doing us any favors. And there are some of the ones that are coming in the neat, weird flavors that are so appealing to people. So I don't think that should be off the table, just saying there's bigger implications there than I think just the smoking itself. So environmentally, it's concerning. I do, right. Let's just say, and I appreciated your story about the one retailer because it kind of brings it all home. We do have a more of a rural community here. We do have children that walk to school in several of our communities. They do walk past retailers. And so, in my mind, 1,000 feet, and I always try to put things in football fields. So football field's 900 feet. Am I right? 100 yards? Is that? Someone help me.
Yeah, that's right.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. 3
foot per yard.
I thought it was yards.
100 yards, 300 feet.
Okay, 300. Okay, so 3 football fields is what we're talking about. 1,000 feet. Thank you. I'm like, give me math. Don't really like sports. So that's not really super far, when you think about it. And for clustering, talk about clustering a lot, and caps. Seems like we talk about these things quite often, clustering and caps. It's where do we want to go with that? I do think that further than 1,000 feet from sensitive receptors to schools is probably appropriate for our county, considering that so many of our school children probably do walk past them on their way to a bus stop or wherever. That sounds appealing, maybe more like, 2,000 feet or something, given our rural, communities. A cap also sounds interesting because I'm trying to understand, I had this issue up on the divide right when I got in office, I think. No, it was before I got in office. And the question came up at one meeting, how many retailers do you really need in a small community, quite honestly? So do we want to cap communities? Is it better to cluster the few retailers you have in one, commercial area instead of spreading them out in between? If we're talking accessibility, is it better to have your few retailers together in a community? Just a couple though, we don't need 12. Those are the things that we really need to consider when we do this. I think those were the big ones and then just fundamentally, and I haven't looked in a long time, because again, this was an effort, I think it was before I got in office, so it's been a while. But the posters on the windows advertising, is that something your department enforces, or who does that? Who goes out and makes sure that they don't have illegal posters or too many, or there's laws on the proportions, correct?
I
Kristen's
think it's
going,
25%.
Yeah,
Is it? It's 25% of the window square
Okay.
footage.
And that's not specific to tobacco advertising. That's like to any signage, right?
oh, Annie.
Yeah.
It's,
Um,
here comes Kristen. She's gonna help
No,
out.
that's correct. 25%, and it's content neutral, so it's across the board for
Okay.
window signage. Placerville is also 25%. I think South Lake Tahoe is either 5 or 15%.
Okay.
And they're all content neutral. In terms of enforcement, it would be a law enforcement.
Oh,
There's violations
interesting.
all the time.
Yeah.
All the
on that,
time.
All the time.
Okay.
So
It's hard to
we
enforce.
would-
Yes.
Yep. Yep.
Yes, it
Yeah,
does.
Can't count on that. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's good to know too then, because that's another piece of the puzzle. So, anyway, I got the ball rolling. Carry on.
All right. Great initial discussion. Supervisor Turnboot.
I got a concern, especially when you're talking about a lot of these old grocery stores. They're in the rural area and stuff that's going to impact it, especially our little church up there in El Dorado is, it's actually pretty close, and it's less than 1,000 feet, especially from that grocery
That's
store.
an interesting consideration.
So
Yeah.
especially when you're adding churches in here, because I've seen that, especially private school, designated school bus stops, or indoor and outdoor recreation facilities. So there's a lot of bus stops in the town of El Dorado that kids are getting picked up too. So that's a kind of concern too, especially when you're talking about a grocery store that dates back to probably the early 1900s.
So you're concerned about the local retailers that already
Right,
exist.
exactly, that already
Yeah.
exists. Is this
So-
going to be impact? Is there going to be grandfathered in,
That's
or
up
is the
to you.
ones?
Like,
We get to
We
decide that.
that.
Well,
So
okay,
that's
all
part
right.
of the
That's an important
conversation.
consideration,
Yes,
Supervisor
Yeah.
Turnboot.
consideration,
Yeah.
And
because-
we would encourage not making it retroactive, making it perspective. And El Dorado County define what sensitive youth is, youth sites. So it could be churches, it could be bus stops. Different municipalities define it differently. They also define what a tobacco shop is. So some will do any tobacco shop with a retail license. That includes gas stations and grocery stores. Some define it as is a significant part of their revenue or their floor space. So that is another option to consider, just as Supervisor Parlin was mentioning about distance. Some do 500, some do 1,000, some do 1,500 or more. So those are all decisions that haven't been decided and that will be decided through the planning process if you make the decision to move forward with this and sign the resolution of intent.
Okay.
Good questions.
Yeah.
Supervisor Lane.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I'm very supportive with what you're working on and what you're proposing. Unintended consequences is what I'm a little bit concerned about,
Mhm.
and that is with regards to the city of Placerville, the city of South Lake Tahoe. Are you working in conjunction with them, and are we moving in the direction of making our regulations the same?
That was my question too. Yeah, perfect.
We are working with the city of Placerville, and the Director of Development Services, Pierre Rivas, is here today. So thank you, Pierre, for coming. We've been working on different ordinances with Placerville, as well as we're presenting to the city of South Lake Tahoe on December 12th, so next Tuesday. And that will be our first presentation with the city of South Lake Tahoe. We have met with them, and they are very concerned with waste. And to Supervisor Parlin's point, disposable e-cigarettes, these are disposable one-time use e-cigarettes, now account for about 53% of the multi-billion US vaping market, more than doubling since 2022. And millions of tobacco waste exists in the form of small battery-powered devices that are hazardous waste and cannot be reused, recycled, or disposed of in the trash. So that is very concerning because that is the direction of the market is disposable, one-time use e-cigarettes. So,
Yeah, and what we're finding up in the basin is those devices are being thrown away just in the regular trash.
Right.
Yep. And even though we have a MRF up there and we sort a lot of those, they're small, they slip through. And then the ones that are captured are very expensive to get rid of because they do have the battery aspect of it. So yeah, these are all very concerning things. The part that I'm worried about, the part that I'm just wanting to put caution on is that if we have different rules, or God forbid, the county adopts a rule and the city, neither of the cities do, it's gonna push that into that area. We saw that with vacation home rentals when the city banned them. They just proliferated, out into the county. So I would just want to make sure that we're all going in a similar direction and have similar, if not the same, rules.
We can present the same education to them, but we can't decide for them. So we would hope the same thing, and we will present all of the same findings to them that you've heard about, and hopefully they will make the same decision.
Do we try to do a joint board meeting? That's a massive meeting, and that would require massive coordination, but a workshop or something. It's like,
Well, and I obviously can reach out to the elected officials in the city and encourage them to work with us in coming up with similar rules so that we don't push it into areas we didn't intend.
It would be great if it could be countywide.
Mhm.
That would really be the best protection for everybody.
Yeah.
And Supervisor Thomas, just to follow up on what you said though, actually with technology, and if we notice it with the Brown Act where the locations are we could have a massive board meeting though, not physically to be together, but we still could at least talk on the same issues on screen, which could be helpful when we get down to it. If we can get some consensus, that might be helpful. Just throwing it out there.
We'll put that in our toolbox. We
Yeah.
can probably get there without it, but I will certainly engage with the city of Placerville as
Yeah.
well. And I know Pierre has been engaged in this for a long time in this issue. So that's wonderful. But I agree with you. Countywide is going to be really important that we have consistency, especially for the city of Placerville, which is 6 square miles, because if they do something different than we do, it will concentrate that. Yeah. Or be very challenging for our residents too, and our businesses. We want to, be fair. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump
Nope,
in.
that's it. Good.
Okay.
Thanks.
Supervisor Heidel.
I want to go back to slide 11, just so it's clear in my mind. what
Your
that
mic
table-
isn't on, Mr. Heidel.
Often I was asked to, and I didn't turn it back on. Thank you. Slide 11 gives us a table, 3.7. It's an example of one of either.
And because hopefully you can have the service credit paid off by the time you retire, so it's not converted to
Carla, you
what's
need to
called an
mute
actuarial
yourself.
equivalent reduction. Now, there is an exception to this, military service. You may be.
There we go. Thanks, Kim.
Okay, table 3.7, we have two references, Sacramento County and Rockland. Which does that table represent? It wasn't,
That is the Sacramento County table.
okay, and in Sacramento County, they're only defining hookah smoking and vape lounges and smoke shops, not just general retail stores?
So they define a smoke shop as 50% or more tobacco-related products being sold.
15% or more, okay.
So that's another definition that County of El Dorado would need to define for themselves.
Okay, and this was enacted in 2017 or amended in 2017. So they've had this for many, many years. So I'm curious as to what was the effectiveness of this? What kind of enforcement did they end up having to apply? I'm trying to learn from other people's experiences so we don't go down and recreate something that, we defined after the fact is just not going to work. Because enforcement is key in my mind, which leads me to kind of lean towards basically just a restriction in the county. That's the simplest, but I don't think it's realistic either from the standpoint of the damage that would be done to businesses. So I'm trying to find that middle ground based upon others' experience that we can home in and say, this seems to be the right place to start, whether it's a zoning restriction or something else like licensing. I'm just trying to narrow that field of opportunities here.
We could survey some of the neighboring communities to find out how they have done their enforcement and what has worked, what hasn't worked. We have not determined what the enforcement piece would be yet because.
You don't know where we're going with
Yeah, we
this.
don't know where we're going with it.
Right.
And if you did sign the ROI, that, all of that would be figured out. through
Right.
the
We'll work
planning process. We'll work that out. So a lot of this is to be determined, and we would hold public workshops and FAQs and really get into the details of what this would look like.
So I'm also curious if our sheriff was consulted on this, what his organizations, the sheriff's office perspective on this is, because ultimately that's the enforcement that we have to apply. And is this realistic in all zones or only in certain areas? I mean, that's another important part, I think, to get his input. That's our law enforcement agency, right? So,
Yeah, we met with Sheriff Lakoff
Okay.
Earlier this year, and he is concerned about our youth, and he is passionate about protecting our youth. He seemed interested in tobacco retail license
Okay.
as an enforcement opportunity, and
Once again, if the board set the direction, then we
Yeah.
would have those further
And-
engagements. But
And we've done some, as Concy presented, some additional groundwork to look at like enforcement or how this would be implemented, because it was our understanding, we didn't want to make this an administrative burdensome
Right.
restriction. So we met with building and planning and the surveyor's office to see how would implementation look if the board were to approve zoning restrictions on prospective retailers coming on board. And the surveyor has the technology with the GIS mapping to map locations based off however you define sensitive use. And Concy met with the business license department that could update their form, that anyone that applies for a new business license would indicate if they're a tobacco retailer or not, which would trigger if they're within or outside the land use regulations, 1,000 feet or 1,500 feet. So we did do the initial groundwork because we don't want an administrative burdensome
No,
solution.
understand.
But again, a lot of the details will be ironed out through the planning process if you were to approve us moving forward.
So where would we see the primary enforcement element coming from? Is it the sheriff's office? Is it environmental management like they do restaurant inspections? I mean, where does this ultimately end in terms of the enforcement arm?
That's another option. There's counties and other municipalities that have different arms of enforcement.
Okay, so that's just another part of the matrix.
So could it even be under code enforcement then?
I was
mean,
hoping it didn't fit code enforcement, but maybe.
We've seen code enforcement, law enforcement, environmental management,
okay.
different organizations. We want to consult with them as well and get their input.
let's see who has capacity. Yeah.
Yes, I'm in favor of proceeding with this, but I can't really make a recommendation of the multitude of options you've given us as to where we go without a little more detail.
That would be at a later date.
Okay.
So this right now is just like, if you want us to go forward, then we'll start bringing a
Okay.
sample, like basically sample ordinances, what do you like, what don't you like?
Okay.
And not just to you, but to the community. I mean, we need a lot of input.
Okay.
Because the action before us seems to be provide direction to staff on the development of a tobacco retail zoning regulation. Seems to be very restrictive. It's not like, let's pursue this and come back with more information. So that was my contradiction here in terms of the way this is worded versus what you're asking.
If I may, Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. So the zoning ordinance requires, if you're going to amend the zoning ordinance, that you start by doing the resolution of intent.
Right.
And
That's
way
that
we can proceed.
process you talked about, right?
I think as staff has mentioned, if there was if the board wanted to pursue licensing instead of zoning regulation, we could certainly do that. But this is the first step to step down the path on the zoning. Related to the enforcement piece, if it's in the zoning ordinance and we have distance-based zoning, that code enforcement would like to be.
Okay. All right.
If you're talking about people selling without a license, that might be more of a sheriff's type of enforcement,
Right,
not
yeah.
necessarily in planning and building. So I don't think we know all the details of that yet, not knowing exactly what the program, but we're certainly here to acknowledge, and particularly my role in this is to acknowledge the process and to look at the implementation piece and how, if it does become a zoning ordinance amendment, that we set it up so that it can be a successful program, and we consider all of the things like grandfathering, all of those pieces, and enforcement, and what the appropriate distance is, how you measure it, all of those types of things that we're used to doing planning. But if your board wanted to pursue a licensing, you could also give that direction to staff, and we could pursue both and look at what the right fit is. But I think in order to proceed with the zoning ordinance, we're here to say this is sort of the steps to get that path going.
That's really helpful.
Got it. Thanks
Thank
for the
you.
clarification. Yeah.
Okay. Supervisor Pearl, you have more? Do you?
I do.
Okay, let me weigh in just a little
Sure.
bit, then I'll circle back around to you. So first of all, I really want to appreciate and thank everyone for being here today. When we had that robust community meeting last November, I can't believe it's been over a year, my gosh. I was shocked by the stats and the stories and what we're seeing at Herbert Green School, as well as I'm sure it's similar to any other school that is near opportunities for tobacco. And it was really shocking. And we do have an absolute sacred responsibility to protect our youth. That's why we're here. That's our responsibility. And so I appreciate this coming before us, just like my colleagues have mentioned. I'm also surprised that many existing tobacco retailers have grown in El Dorado County since 2020. That was, quite surprising and scary. And looking at the data that you provided us, I did a quick calculation, and right now we have one tobacco shop per 1,500 residents. Basically, it's 1,449. But so that's kind of an interesting stat, because as I looked at the matrix of what those other jurisdictions have done, if they limit it, if they cap it, it looks like most of them are capping between 1 per 1,500 or 1 per 2,000. So right now where we are, we're at the cap. So the board might want to consider capping where we are now, if we want to consider a cap, and I don't know, but that was just kind of a helpful metrics for me. So one final question before we go to Supervisor Parlin and then public comment. The direction right now is just to look at a tobacco retail zoning regulation, and the EIR, that the analysis that will have to be done is for that. So if the board were to also say, we also want to look at licensing and perhaps banning perhaps e-cigarettes, what would that mean to an EIR and a process? I mean, my God, I can't even imagine that. So what does that look like, Rob?
So yeah, I wanted to jump in real quick. So when we're talking environmental analysis, there's many different levels of environmental analysis. So EIR is the most extreme, but many of these jurisdictions are putting these land use based regulations, at least in the zoning code, categorical exemptions. And so those aren't really that level of, because it's not a physical impact, right, from that activity.
Right.
But if a ban is a little bit different, I don't think we came, at least in my mind, I hadn't considered what the ban looks like. Explore that a little more. But the relationship to the environmental consequences, that physical change. And so I don't know exactly what the ban would mean, but we would look at that and see what other jurisdictions that potentially did a ban used. But I don't think we're getting into an extreme environmental analysis, at least for the ROI and zoning ordinance piece, because you're really just looking at future. And so you're not, there's not necessarily a physical change or a significant impact related to that. There's other impacts related to economics and other things, but not necessarily environment.
Okay, good. That helps. Whenever we hear environmental analysis, we go, what does this mean? So, okay, Supervisor Parlin.
Yeah. So Chair Thomas, you hit on where my brain was a little freaked out by it's slide 14 and 15 with the number of retailers that have grown since just 2020.
Yeah.
And so what I want to throw out there, just to make things even more fun, is and we know that these processes take a long time. That's my concern. ROI today, ordinance when, I don't know, or whatever. Is there a potential for us to literally put a freeze on any new tobacco retailers in the county or in our jurisdiction until we have figured this out? I'm concerned that we may have a onslaught of people going, oh no, look what the board's doing. And, we might get hit with a bunch of these, and I don't want that either. I feel like we have reached our cap potentially, with the numbers and all that. So have we explored that?
Let's ask county council.
Yeah.
I mean, we've talked about this in other contexts before. I mean, the planning and zoning law does have a mechanism by which the board can adopt an urgency ordinance to prohibit uses that may be in conflict with a general plan or amendment or zoning ordinance amendment. There are there's a process by which you go about that. It has to, can initially go for a very discrete period of time, and then it can be extended up to a total of 2 years. It does create some issues with projects that may be in the planning process already. And Mr. Peters just indicated to me that there are a couple of applications in the pipeline right now. Again, that can create some complexities, particularly since our zoning ordinance states that an application is to be evaluated based upon the zoning ordinance in effect at the time that application is deemed complete. So that's pretty early in the planning process. So again, we'd have to analyze how it would apply to those projects in process. But there is that mechanism that you could adopt it. Again, because it's an urgency ordinance, it requires a heightened voting requirement. It does require certain findings of urgency. And again, the need to take diligent steps to complete the planning process for the proposed amendments.
Okay, can we give that direction today to pursue an urgency ordinance? Just because, I mean, we just found out there's even more in the pipeline in the works now.
We know.
And, you know, we want to really address this and look at, you know, the county as a whole. Can we give that direction today to pursue? How do we do that?
Based on the board item.
Right, if we
as
want an
it reads.
urgency
Yeah.
ordinance, can we do that?
So as we've talked about again before, the Brown Act does allow you to provide direction to staff to return at a later date with an
Right,
item
a
for
later date.
consideration by the board. So I
Okay.
think that's what you're suggesting, is that the board might give direction for staff to consider that.
Okay.
I just want to note, because historically this board has been very cautious about moving forward with this particular process. I do recall that this was used when I think prior version of the cannabis ordinances were adopted. I think there may have at least been one other circumstance where the board considered this, and you notice I'm not using the word that starts with M in
Correct.
describing this
Right.
process.
Right.
Because that tends to be a word that this board is reluctant to utilize, but that is what we are talking about.
Right. That's why I said the word freeze. Like,
Okay.
just freeze everything. Freeze is a better word. Okay.
Thank you. Good thought. All right, any further discussion before we move to public comment? I'd love to hear what all of you have to say. So thank you so much, Concy and Kristen, appreciate it. All right, Kim, let's
Now
open it
taking
up.
public comment on item number 38. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Come on down. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Katie Moose. I work for the California Health Collaborative. We're a nonprofit with programs in El Dorado County, including the multi-purpose senior services program, which keeps seniors in their homes, and the Every Woman Counts program, which does breast and cervical cancer screening, as well as our tobacco prevention program, which I'm here representing today. I'm here to support Concy and Kristen with their important work. I have like this whole thing I was gonna say about being a former smoker and how we know how to change norms, because we've seen the norms change over these last couple decades with cigarettes, and now it's vaping, and we just kind of need to do the same thing where it's about limiting access and just getting, limiting it in our environments as much as possible so that our kids are not seeing it everywhere the way that I was in the 90s with smoking when it was kind of everywhere. But I won't talk about all that. No. I guess I just want to say that tobacco retail licensing will give you a lot more options. You'll have a lot more things that you could potentially do versus zoning, which is more restrictive.
Yeah.
So I would urge that. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that insight. Good afternoon. Come on down.
Hi, everybody. My name's Jose Montoya. I also work with the California Health Collaborative. I specifically work with young adults in the Gold Country region and rural towns. So one of the things that I do is I like to see what are these young adults wanting to do And many of them chose tobacco product waste, which was tobacco waste. They found that, many of them that did the research found that, hey, these cigarette butts are everywhere. Two of them in particular that came from El Dorado, were the most innovative in bringing up the option of, let's do cleanups. Let's go to these little towns, do these cleanups, and figure out how much tobacco waste there is, specifically tobacco butts. And what they found in one little town, in an hour, in one street, 200 or 2,700 cigarette butts within that time frame, which filled up, I think it was like 2.5 receptacles that were this big. And I thought that was interesting. That was innovative to see, to show folks and local leaders, hey, this is what's in your communities when we walk. So I kind of want to challenge everybody here. When you walk to your car or when you walk around in your communities to get your steps in, check and see or count how many tobacco butts you see on the ground, just to see, and figure out how much density or locations are of cigarette butts that are being sold, or cigarettes or tobacco products are being sold in that community. I came early today at 9 for the specific reason to get my steps in. And I did count just on this street, 150 cigarette butts. And when I put gas this morning at the gas station, I counted 7 just right in that area. So I thought to myself, I should have brought my picker upper and picked them up, and I didn't. So that's a missed opportunity. But I just want to say, this is a great thing that you guys are having this conversation right now. And I feel very optimistic that y'all are having a really positive discussion on this subject and how this will, eventually affect the future. So I just want to, we're here to help young adults fighting tobacco. They can do these cleanups. So in the future, if you want a partnership to do something like that, let us know. We'll be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your comments and your work. Good afternoon.
Hi there, I'm Teresa Papandrea, and I am with TASS, the Tahoe Alliance for Safe Kids. And we work on reducing access of drugs and alcohol to youth in our community, specifically South Lake Tahoe. So I came to just show support. Definitely is a major problem. Vaping is on the rise. Been doing a lot of work with the high school and the middle school on the South Lake Tahoe California side, and it's one of the biggest issues, just the confiscation of the pens, finding them everywhere. Lots of obviously concerns with environmental pieces. I've been part of Blue Crew and doing cleanups with the League to Save Lake Tahoe for many years. And I know tobacco products have always been on the high end of collections there as well. And kind of like the gentleman before me, there's not very many parking lots you can go into where my 7-year-old isn't asking, what is that little thing? Is it a light? No, it's a broken vape pen or a battery from a vape pen or a cartridge from a vape pen. So we've definitely seen the rise of e-cigarettes and how easy it is to use, and then the access, of course. So I'm just here to show support in whatever can be done to continue to not have access so easy for youth in the community. So thank you.
Thank you for coming down from the basin to be with us. We really appreciate it. Yeah. Good afternoon.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Just wanted to note later on today, 1:30 at item 39, approve an urgency ordinance 5188. You already have something today that you're going to take action on. So as you do your motion for this item, I just wanted to reflect on that you have some experience already. Thanks to County Council for his comments.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So my name's Mark Stroud. I'm a retailer here in El Dorado County. I live here. I work here. I wanted to point out just a couple of things that I heard today. We talked about in El Dorado County, we did not have the flavor ban being at first. And it wasn't until December of 22 where we had the flavor ban. My point is that the sales came from the city of Sacramento into the Sacramento County, and then they came even further up when Sacramento County banned flavors. Okay, so by us banning it, it's not going to allow us to do what you're intending to do, which is stop it. Another point here is that in El Dorado County, retailers, including myself, take responsibility seriously, as evidenced by a 97% success rate in passing an annual retail sting operations. So we're doing a good job out there. 97% is a huge number. And then, you know, one other point, we talked about the city of Rockland. They have a 50% tobacco sales to define the tobacco retail. Okay, so a business like mine, who's a gas station convenience store, has probably somewhere in the 2% range of sales. So we have a very low sales amount of tobacco products. I think that that's also important to know. We also talked about businesses earlier. And when I look back at that number, 25 new tobacco retailers since 2020, if you subtract the number that are near schools or near another location, you would have 2 new businesses, 2, since 2020. That is not very good. So if our county truly needs businesses, it's not by doing this.
Really appreciate you being with us. Thank you. Good afternoon.
My name is Ashley Freitas. I am a risk and compliance manager for Stroud Companies. We have 3 convenience stores in the El Dorado County and 2 new locations that are currently going through permitting. So for me, I oversee our ID program for our alcohol, tobacco, and lottery sales for all of our stores. So, you know, I stand before you today to urge a reconsideration of the proposed resolution, which will limit new businesses coming through zoning ordinances. Some of this documentation had a strong focus on the youth gaining access to tobacco products, but as far as we see, the documentation of the proposal leaves out how much regulation is actually already in place to ensure that these products don't fall into the hands of our youth. Tobacco products, you know, as you know, are one of the most highly regulated legal products by the federal, state, and local governments. Retailers must go through a strict process and background check to sell. Annual fees are paid to the state and local jurisdictions for enforcement and tobacco education. And as retailers, we have a responsibility and a commitment to our community and government agencies to be responsible retailers. And we take that responsibility very seriously. We make sure to provide our staff extensive training when it comes to age verification protocols, responsible sales practices, and effective customer engagement. Stores like ours swipe customer identification in order to process the sale if they appear to be under the age of 35. And then our system verifies that electronically, so there's no way to get past that. However, we're not the only retailers that are doing this. According to the FDA website, like Mark said, the retailers of the County of El Dorado have passed the annual retailer use sting operation at a 97% success rate for the past 4 years. So it is extremely disheartening to see us faced with further regulations and restrictions that punish our small businesses when we're playing by the rules. Implementing restrictions to control the amount of tobacco retailers will not necessarily prevent people, especially our youth, from getting their hands on these products. And the reason why I say that is because it will just drive them out of the county or online venues to be able to purchase them. I would say if the county is looking somewhere to start with these kind of issues, I would recommend, you know, expanding existing tobacco education cessation programs. These can be designed to educate youth on tobacco.
30 seconds remaining.
And enforcing regulations against illicit tobacco and vapor products. We have had the flavor ban, but unfortunately the enforcement really has been lacking on that. We haven't had much follow-up on it from the state or local governments. So as I approach the close of my comments, I do want to touch on one more concern. I just want to remind the board and fellow residents that though Rockland may have been used as an example, it was modeled off of San Francisco, who has not seen the greatest success
3 minutes
out of implementing this.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Good afternoon.
Morning or good afternoon now. Sorry, I've been here since 11. So
Thank you.
good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So my name is David Cisneros. I work with the California Collaborative as well, but I'm actually here to speak about my experience as a teacher. For the past couple of years, I've been an educator. I first started off as a substitute teacher before finally transitioning to a full-time position at elementary school. I saw firsthand the problem of smoking in high school students, middle school students, and transitioning over to elementary school. I personally thought that was no longer going to be an issue just based on my own personal experience growing up. I saw a lot of the Red Ribbon Week. I saw a lot of the preventative issues, the cessation classes that were already in place, trying to stop smokers from, being created at a young age. However, I've seen that that's severely lacking at the moment, mostly because we've seen an increase not only in the middle school students like Kansi and research has shown, we've seen an increase even in elementary school students starting. I've personally seen it in my classroom. I've seen it in a lot of other classrooms just at an elementary level. I personally heard an anecdote just recently that was as low as a first grade teacher seeing it in their classrooms. I was a third grade teacher, so I was already shocked, and I was just further shocked when I heard about a first grader. So I really wanted to just highlight a lot about how the exposure and location and proximity to schools was really going to show that basically it's just socially acceptable. You want to limit the perceived social availability, the perceived social acceptability of it. You don't want kids to think that's okay. You don't want kids to be exposed to it. You don't want kids to just, see it as something normal. Basically, in my classroom, I saw a lot of innocent imitating going on. So it could be anything. It could be something as like I snap my fingers when I talk, anything like that. They don't know what's right and wrong. And a lot of the times we thought that our fight with tobacco was already over because we did see a decrease in cigarette sales, which was conversely, increased in vaping sales that are more targeted towards children because of the flavors. So I really just wanted to highlight how location and proximity to schools are all really good things to consider when moving forward with this, especially for the youth. So thank you.
Thank you for your insights. Appreciate it. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Curtis Wilson. I had a prepared speech, but after hearing the presentation and hearing the discussion with the board, I'll just kind of, as a school superintendent here in our community, I've been here for 3 years now, lived in this community for 7 to 8 years. This is the first county I've worked in that does not currently have an ordinance. So as I have built schools, opened schools, it's never been a factor. I was actually quite shocked in how it came to my attention as a retailer, opening up a location within a few hundred feet of our middle school. That's when this first came to my attention that, wait a minute, what do we mean we do not have an ordinance? I've been in discussions with everybody in this room since that day. And to hear that we don't think that proximity or accessibility or advertisement affects our students, it does. It absolutely does. Think that our students may walk onto campus and look across the street and see cigarette advertisements, vape advertisements, alcohol advertisements, actually hurts me. I've been in education for almost 30 years now, and my entire life existence and career has been to protect the outcomes of our children. So I wanted to thank staff. I wanted to thank the board for bringing this to the attention of the community, to be thinking of doing this resolution of interest and ultimately implementing something such as a zoning ordinance or the licensing regulatory process in place for this county. And thank you to Supervisor Parlin and Supervisor Thomas for actually bringing up a freeze possibly, because that number on that slide concerned me when I saw since 2020, the 22 to 25 new things have come into place since we've been having this discussion. Now I'm really worried. So again, thank you for looking out for our youth. And this is an opportunity for this board to actually, it's a tough job. And oftentimes these things that come in front of you come with controversy. This isn't a chance for you to implement something that's non-controversial and actually protects directly the students and the youth in our county. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Appreciate you being here. Is there anyone else who would like to speak before we go online? All right, good. Come on down. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Nora Mays. I work for HHSA Behavioral Health in the Substance Use Disorder Services Program. I have been providing substance use disorder prevention and intervention services to youth in El Dorado County for the last 9 years. I was also a panel speaker at the town hall meeting last November when we discussed the impact of vaping on our youth. I'm here today to provide information about the behavioral health impact on youth due to access and exposure to tobacco products in the retail environment. Research has shown that nicotine is a harmful chemical to the adolescent brain, altering the brain's dopamine reward system and affecting the development of brain circuits that control both attention and learning. Nicotine is also highly addictive, and many youth are consuming up to 90 cigarettes worth of nicotine in a single vape device commonly found in our local tobacco stores. Regular nicotine consumption in those elevated amounts leads to addiction quickly and makes cessation attempts challenging as withdrawal symptoms are severe. And as was mentioned by public health staff, when you're constantly exposed to products, advertising, and retail outlets, it makes cessation that much harder. Research has shown that individuals who smoke and or vape are more likely to consume alcohol, and youth who use tobacco products are more likely to engage in vaping THC, regardless of its legality in their state. Data from the California Healthy Kids Survey for 7th, 9th, and 11th grade students in El Dorado County shows significantly higher rates of emotional distress, chronic sadness, and suicidal ideation among students who vape compared to their non-vaping peers. The same survey also shows much lower self-reports of life satisfaction and optimism among the vaping group. Although we do not have research to imply causation, it's important to be aware that our students who are vaping are in need of additional supports. We know the harms associated with youth tobacco use can be significant, but as Benjamin Franklin once said, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And land use decisions such as retail density and zoning policies, as well as other environmental prevention strategies like the retail licensing, have shown significant success in reducing youth tobacco use as well as initiation.
30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. Today, I also have with me students from the Friday Night Live program at Union Mine High School. Friday Night Live is a statewide peer-to-peer prevention education and youth development program, which aims to empower youth voice and reduce the harms caused by alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs in communities across California. I'd like to pass the podium to Anna and Cadence, who will now share their perspective on this important issue.
Thank you so much. Welcome. We're so glad you're here.
Hello everyone, my name is Anna Shipperley and I'm currently a junior at Union Mine High School. I have been involved in the Friday Night Live program for nearly 2 years now, and I'm currently the vice president. I am also a member of the California Youth Council, which is a statewide version of Friday Night Live. In both programs, we try to address issues that are concerning the youth population, including drugs, alcohol, and mental health. Today, I'm here to talk about the negative effects tobacco and vape products have had on the teen population. As you may know, just in this past year at Union Mine High School, there have been 31 referrals sent to the 2B program in order to support students who may need to gain more education around vape products and devices. What you may not know is the numbers of nicotine are outnumbering marijuana. The current ratios at our school are 4 to 1. Now this is insane because we have to be at least 21 to be able to even purchase these products. Now, how are these students obtaining these products? Students get their vapes and tobacco products from household members. This may include their mom, dad, sisters, or brother. They are also getting them from smoke shops and friends. Usually when somebody is giving a vape pen, it has already been purchased for them, or the friend has taken it from a legal guardian and is giving it to them to try. I think it is very important that we take the zoning law into great consideration, because if we can limit what the distributors' billings are, we may be able to limit the amount of tobacco given out to the younger people in our community. Not just at Union Mine, but also in the surrounding schools. If we think about it, kids from the ages of 13 to 18 are being greatly affected by these substances in a negative way. They're destroying their lives with one hit and not thinking about the futures. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna. Fantastic. I really appreciate you being away from school to be here with us today. Your voice really matters. We appreciate it. How do you follow that? Is there anyone else in the room that would like to
Exactly.
just provide public comment before we go online?
Seeing no additional public
Okay.
comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Good afternoon.
Great conversation. I'm so glad that you're hearing voices from so many different perspectives. This is such a challenge. Tobacco went global in 1492, and I looked it up, and bans were imposed by both the church and the state starting in the 1600s. So obviously it's a complex problem. I'm partial to a freeze, but after listening to some of the business owners, then I'm starting to reevaluate. So I just would encourage you to continue expanding the conversation. I think that what you've heard from the last speaker, reaching out to the County Office of Education and the coordinators of the tobacco use prevention education programs, because I think that piece needs to be strong with whatever you do with the zoning and the licensing piece. And I also think that we need to reflect on the growth of these various outlets. Obviously, there's a demand out there, and especially with the vape products, and that's kind of on us adults. So maybe looking at that piece, how that all the adults can kind of be more supportive of youth health would be helpful. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thanks for calling in.
Now taking public comment from Kelly.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm a little late to the party today. Great topic, great insight. It's always really hard in our country when we have given adults certain legal rights, whether that's alcohol consumption, tobacco, vaping, and a new territory of cannabis. I hate seeing that become, I hate to use the word popular and desired product from people, but I hate limiting what is a freedom of right, whether it's to sell and make a individual living on something that's legal, or the individual freedom and rights for somebody to purchase and utilize, hopefully on their own private property. I'd love to see us have more open smoking regulations. But when it comes to kids, I've shared again, if there's somebody new listening that doesn't know, I've had a journey with an adolescent with addiction. It always starts with smoking, it goes to cannabis, and then it goes to alcohol, and then it goes to extreme measures. And that has been very consistent in the many, 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 many parents I've helped to reach out with the struggles that we went through. Before we go and always spend millions and millions and all this money to get into the adolescent mind, what would really nip the butt, and I've said this about a lot of things that our kids are doing out there that are ticketable, is if our sheriffs, and I get it, or security officers had the author, I think they're called security. A lot of town center and places have licensed security things. If we could give a slap on the hand ticket, a lot of kids one time in front of our judge, where he gives them a little bit of a talking to on what it means to break the law. We're talking about kids breaking the law, and that needs to be a huge focus. And if we can force them, while it's innocent, to have to humble themselves, and a judge maybe will give them a course they have to complete, or a community service. I believe once we got a 12-hour community service for simply being out after curfew. And I would really like to see some way we could enforce legally the fact that tobacco use under 18 is against the law. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Once again, really appreciate everyone being here today and the board's robust discussion. So we are at 12:30. We have I know our law enforcement partners are coming this afternoon. So I think let's kind of cut to the chase. Sue, because we don't have all the data
Right.
to do.
I feel like this is another, like our cannabis workshop where we're saying, yes, we want to do something, but what? I don't want to
sensing-
do that again.
And I'm sensing that there's some willingness to look at a proximity to other retailers, proximity to sensitive sites, maybe a cap per population. We're not sure.
License versus zoning.
Right, retail
And
licensing.
license versus zoning. So where is the board on that?
And honestly, I don't fully understand that very well. Can you, here's the thing that we're gonna get into a time crunch.
Right, we
and
are, we are.
We've
yes.
already taken public comment. Do we want to, what do you call that? Trail this discussion to give staff a little time to help us, you know, come up with some ideas till after?
I think.
Can we do that? Because I'm just concerned that we need to be able to get to our 1 o'clock and all that stuff. And we
We
have
do.
taken the public comment. I think everybody knows what we're thinking-ish. Give us some time to formulate. We can come back and do that later in the afternoon, correct? We don't have to do it right now.
We could, but how much direction? Because it sounds like that our staff is willing to just get a general input on ROI. So, you know, yes, we want to do an ROI.
Right. What does that
And then
entail?
bring back information on what a ban would mean versus zoning, and bring back those additional information on what other jurisdictions are doing based on the discussion that we've had among ourselves and with the public. Is that correct?
So if I may, Rob
Yes.
Peters, so with the resolution of intent, I think what we hope to gain from that is, one, to get the board's direction to continue to explore these topics.
Okay.
Two, and they can correct, and HHSA can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the next step is, what of particular interest do you want them to focus on as they start to develop those materials? So it sounds like some of the things like, you know, the other retailers, the licensing, the correct, I mean, we'll be looking at every piece of this. Is it allowed by right? Is it an administrative permit? Should we have a conditional use permit? I mean, so what are the authorities, and who are the decision makers, and all of those pieces? So we have a lot of.
We don't have that information to make those decisions
And you
today.
don't have that
Right.
information, and
Yeah.
we don't necessarily, and I think Kristen tried to state, we don't necessarily, or maybe it was Constance, that we don't necessarily know yet what our recommendation is going to be, but we, in an effort to you know, utilize funds and to utilize staff time to go and pursue and explore this topic, you know, we need that sort of direction from the board. So if there, I guess what I hope to get from this is an understanding of what, out of all the information we provided you, what you have the most concern or most interest in us following up on. So it sounds like licensing, it sounds like the zoning ordinance, how we would implement and how we would enforce. So those type of topics at a high level, but there can certainly be a check back in if that's makes sense on here's where we're at in any given time. I mean, there's a lot of work to do to get to the conclusions that I think we're not looking for you to give us the conclusions today, I don't believe, just the direction to move forward and then.
And personally, I think the zoning seems like low-hanging fruit to some degree, that the licensing requirement is a whole nother ballgame with enforcement and all of that. And I don't know if.
But that's my concern, is that we were told that licensing could be better.
It could be a
And
good
so
tool, right?
And you can put the restrictions on setbacks within the licensing, so.
So I think we need more information on the licensing. I think this board does need to give direction. Do we want to pursue an urgency ordinance?
Absolutely. I think that,
and yeah,
just listening to us right now, we know so little, and we need a lot of information, and I don't want to
have a brush.
Right. I really think the urgency ordinance is the most urgent issue. And then the ROI is just to go explore and bring us more information, basically. Is that what you're saying, Rob?
Yeah, I think the board is giving staff some direction on whether you think this topic and this approach is valuable enough for us to continue to spend resources in doing it.
Okay.
I think it sounds like there's some funding on the HHSA side that would help to potentially pay for that exploration. The idea being, though, that we wouldn't want to go down that path without knowing whether you were in support of the general idea of even restricting in a zoning ordinance way, right? So all of those decision-making points and all of those columns that you saw on that attachment on the different things that you could do would be in the consideration moving forward. This is the piece that you have to do to get a zoning ordinance. I think there's nothing that the board couldn't direct staff to also explore the licensing and to come back with a recommendation on which is the preferred alternative.
That's what I would like
But
to see.
Again, before we go and do that for the zoning piece, we need this direction from the board.
Okay.
And am I sensing that we wouldn't want to consider anything that's retroactive or that probably affects existing businesses, as Supervisor Turnbull brought up?
Right.
Right,
We're looking
exactly.
forward.
Right.
Right.
Is that kind of a consensus that I'm seeing?
Yep.
Yeah.
But I think the urgency ordinance is very important because like we
Agreed.
saw with VHRs, we've started the discussion. So people are going to
Right.
be rushing and making their applications. And if we don't do something to curb that, we'll end up with another 25 or 30 applications within the next 2 or
I
3
agree.
months. Notification on ROI is another big flag that says, okay,
Mhm.
they're going to go that direction, which will cause a market response,
I
right?
agree. Yeah.
So we need to do both, I think.
Yep. I agree.
Okay, so who'd like to tackle did you have anything to weigh in, CAO?
Yes, please.
From a financial perspective, and I'm sorry, because that's
No,
my job.
please,
Um,
please.
so could I ask, and this may have already been done, but to the maximum extent feasible, utilize the tobacco prevention funds to offset the costs of planning staff, survey staff, whomever else may be working on that. And
Yes.
Does that require a budget transfer?
oh, no, there's
It doesn't.
logistics behind that they could do, project strings and
Right, right,
billing.
okay.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
just exploring the option.
And would we need that in a motion? Just so I did-
Direction.
Okay, direction. So, yes, I'm seeing a willingness from Health and Human Services to do that. Okay, excellent. All right.
So what do we need in the motion then? What do we need in there? I mean, we had such a robust conversation and discussion. Do you feel that, Rob, you have what you need to get this ball rolling for the expiration part to bring it back to us? If we just say we want to adopt the resolution today, give direction for an urgency ordinance and for staff to bring back information for us for better decision-making, or how do we do this?
I see it as 4 parts. One
Okay.
is that you want us to explore the licensing component. You want us, and then the authorization of the resolution of intent.
Mhm.
There's the funding piece that the CAO identified. And then, the
Your
urgency.
urgency ordinance.
Yes,
So those
are
4
sort of
things.
Components of your recommendation would be that staff would pursue all of those. I don't know with the urgency, if you're trying to put a deadline on it, we'll have to discuss what that looks like.
So-
and
So I'm looking at county council. Do we have to pursue the urgency ordinance as a separate motion, or can we embody that within this?
So you're not approving the urgency ordinance today. You're
Right.
simply providing direction to
Just
staff to
Right,
return
so
to
can you
you
strictly
with an
direction?
ordinance for consideration at a later date.
Okay,
To Mr. Peters' point, if you wanted to impose some time frame on that so that it comes back, that could certainly be done, but that can all be part of the single motion.
okay, very good.
Could we bring one back within 60 days? Is that practical? 90 days? What's practical given here we're at the holidays and I see our staff going, so,
Yeah,
but-
Only
right.
talking the urgency ordinance
Yeah,
originally,
yes,
right?
just the
Okay.
urgency ordinance. What
right.
is practical?
Yeah, I guess we could, so it would take a little bit of time and a little work with county council and others to make sure that we
Within 90
all of the
days?
findings. I think 60 to 90 days.
60 to
is
90
something-
days?
I'm just being sensitive to staff's workload and I
I know.
understand the
90
urgency
days?
and it's the holidays, so,
I know.
and
I'm trying to think
I
what
would-
90 days puts me in. Because really 90 days is sort of like 60 days because our.
Well, December's
our
gone.
staff-
Yeah,
Yeah,
December's
so
gone.
90 days, and if they can do it sooner, wonderful.
That would be
By the
great.
end of
90 days makes
March,
sense. I was thinking end of March.
end of March 2024, right?
And honestly, in my mind, the urgency ordinance gives us relief on the rest of it in my mind. So, you know what I mean? Because
It's almost more important. I mean,
it truly is more
At
important.
this
It-
point,
it gives
recognizing where
us-
we are.
It gives us the relief.
And I would just say that, planning staff along with HHSA, if at any point we're feeling like something where it's going to take longer, we can always come back.
Okay.
and personally, if the licensing component is going to take, and that's a whole nother ballgame. I would prefer to concentrate on the zoning regulations, which are those could be implemented sooner. And look at proximity to schools, sensitive sites, because that's what's going to protect our youth. I mean, and
I guess I'm being more fundamental. I just want to understand the difference. and
Right.
Why you would go in one or the other or both. I mean, I really need some basics to understand.
And I
the
think there are
difference.
examples of retail licensing. We could say, yeah, this is 90% of what we want.
Right. That really, truly, that's why I think the urgency ordinance is more important to give us that release so that we can have some really great exploration on which path we want to go. So
I just want to make sure you understand, I think you do, but just to be clear, the urgency ordinance is simply going to prevent the approval of new applications.
Right.
It's
Yes.
not going to in any
Understand.
way
Right.
affect
Yeah.
existing
Yep.
operations.
Right.
Okay.
Yep, absolutely.
And it's a time limited stop, right?
Yay, Supervisor Lane, go.
Yeah,
The supervisor
yes,
Lane is going to tackle this.
It
I'm trying,
it
I'm
is
trying.
limited. It's initially 45 days.
45
and then you
days.
come back, and then you can extend it up to 2 years.
Okay.
Okay, good. All right. Okay.
Take it away.
I would move that we direct staff to come back to this body with further information regarding licensing and zoning opportunities, and that we can move forward on the ROI. That we also direct staff to utilize some of the million dollar budget that was noticed in order to assist with staff time. And that staff bring back an urgency ordinance within 90 days or by the end of March.
Second.
On the urgency ordinance did we need to clarify what that urgency ordinance is on? Or
I think it would be to, I don't want to say it.
Prohibit.
Prevent.
To prohibit approval of additional tobacco retail
Licensing.
applications pending study of a more permanent ordinance.
Perfect. So amended? So amended. Okay.
Second amended.
Okay, excellent. Any further discussion? Excellent. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
No, motion carries unanimously. Thank
Very
you
good.
all
Thank
for
you
this
all.
work.
Thank you.
Really appreciate
the
that. And
inputs.
thank you for everyone being here. Okay, so it is 12:40. Come back at 1:15. Is that okay?
Yeah.
And then we'll probably do public comment, take our closed session, and then hear a 1:30 after. Yeah. Okay, good. See you at 1:15. Thank you all. Colorado County. We are back from lunch and we are now on our public forum portion. So Kim, can you open forum?
Now taking public comment on open forum, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating to Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anyone in the boardroom, would they like to address the board on any matters not on our agenda? Nope. All right, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
Okay, that is
Wait,
a record.
what?
Wow.
Whoa.
In my 3 years
Oh,
on
wow.
the
I don't
think
board,
it's
that
ever
has
happened
never
before.
happened. Not even Chris, not even Chris.
There's
Not
something
even
about
Leo.
today. What even?
Oh, what did we do wrong? All right.
Oh my God.
Thank you all.
We're also weirded out by that.
That's funny. All right. So at this point, I suggest we move into closed session for item number 42, which needs to be heard before item number 39.
But we could just take comment on all of the closed sessions at this time.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. So I was just getting to that. Yes, the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 40 through 42, but we'll just be considering 42 as specified on the agenda. But anyone who wishes to provide public comments on any of the closed session items may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session items, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. And we have no public comment.
All right, we will be back shortly. Thank you. right, we are back after hearing item number 42 and County Council, is there any reportable action on that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The board did hear item number 42 and there was no action to report out.
All right, thank you. So with that, we move on to our 1:30 time allocation, item number 39, Kim.
Item number 39 comes for Supervisor Thomas and Parlin in concert with Sheriff Lycap and District Attorney Pearson, recommending the board, one, approve urgency ordinance prohibiting the establishment, operation, use, and/or participation in a syringe exchange program within the unincorporated areas of the county, and two, approve the introduction of an ordinance prohibiting the establishment, operation, use, and/or participation in a syringe exchange program within the unincorporated areas of the county. Waive full reading of the ordinance, read by title only, and continue this matter to December 12th for final passage.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And with that, Sheriff Lyckoff, good afternoon. Thank you for being with us.
Board.
Would you like to lead us off on this item?
Yes, thank you for having me. Get started here. Madam Chair and Supervisors, today I would like to voice my opposition to the state's reauthorization of Sierra Harm Reduction Coalition, the needle exchange program to operate within El Dorado County, and voice my support of a syringe exchange program ban. As county government, we had two opportunities to discuss with the California Department of Public Health why El Dorado County does not need or want a needle exchange program. And I want to read this letter. On May 18th, we had a meeting with Alessandra Ross from the California Department of Public Health. We made a strong and unified case to the CDPH that required many hours of investigative research. We stated our case to rid El Dorado County of harm reduction organizations. We were met with scare tactics and what ifs. We were compared to a rural county in Indiana, which suffered an AIDS outbreak, which I might add was also used in an article in the Mountain Democrat. We were advised by the California Department of Public Health that they would take our case under submission and would render a review within 90 days and a decision. On September 1st, 2023, I received a letter from the California Department of Public Health. The letter simply stated, and I quote, "This letter is to inform you that the California Department of Public Health has approved Sierra Harm Reduction Coalition's request to renew the authorization to provide syringe services. California Department of Public Health has determined that Sierra Harm Reduction has met the requirements outlined in California Health and Safety Code Section 12149 to qualify for reauthorization. The renewed authorization is effective September 1st, 2023. This is one more example I felt of all the work that we had put in to state our argument that they were just checking the boxes on us. During our discussions with the California Department of Public Health, I passed on information on real-life drug overdoses in El Dorado County, which had Sierra Harm Reduction Coalition paraphernalia present at the scene of death. I did not speak in hypothetics or what ifs. I spoke of El Dorado County residents who died due to illegal drug use, possibly facilitated by harm reduction programs. California Department of Public Health responded by stating how HIV and hepatitis could run rampant in El Dorado County if a harm reduction program was not in place. From the information I have from my office, that of the Sheriff Coroner, I know that in 2020, 10 of our residents died from a fentanyl overdose. In 2021, 17 of our residents died of a fentanyl overdose. And in 2022, 26 residents died of a fentanyl overdose. In total, 130 El Dorado County residents lost their lives due to drug overdoses in the last 3 years. These families of these individuals will not see their loved ones ever again, leaving gaps within their families and our community. I cannot tell you without absolute certainty how many HIV or hepatitis deaths we've had in El Dorado County, but I believe I'm safe to assume, based on available information, that an individual in El Dorado County is 3 to 5 times more likely to die of a drug overdose than HIV or hepatitis. In today's world, the medical treatment for HIV and hepatitis have made significant impacts on the lives of these individuals. I believe individuals now live normal lives with HIV and hepatitis by taking doctor-prescribed medication. There is no medication available to save the lives of the 130 who died from drug overdoses. I want to pull the harm reduction kit out. I know you've seen this before. However, I think I want to drive the point home and remind you that the community what Sierra Harm Reduction Coalition hands out all over the west slope of our county. If you call them in their mission statement, they will meet you where you are at, and they will provide you with glass smoking pipes to smoke methamphetamine. This is the little rubber tip that goes on a pipe so you don't burn your fingers on the glass smoking pipe used to inhale pills, the fumes from the pills.
Sheriff, do you mind moving the bag? I see our cameras. I
Yes,
want to
I'm
make
sorry.
sure that our community can see exactly what you're
Yes.
showing. Thank you so much, Sheriff.
They give you foil or spoons to cook your narcotics with. And here is a glass bulbous methamphetamine smoking device. They give you a tourniquet basically to wrap around your arm. They give you metal cooking bowls or to mix your narcotics up in to heat up. They give you needle collection containers. However, when they hand these out, they give you boxes of 100. And I'm quite sure that 100 of these don't fit in this container. Based on my 34 years of law enforcement experience and input from highly trained staff, I believe harm reduction programs in our county encourage the use of illegal narcotics, which will continue to decay our community and add to the overdose deaths in El Dorado County, robbing people of their lives. In fact, the current Sierra Harm Reduction Coalition state applications say they expect to expand the number of people served to 800, resulting in the upwards of 150,000 syringes distributed in our county. Their application says they will collect 125,000, leaving at a minimum 25,000 used syringes throughout our county. And I would like to now point out the Sierra Harm Reduction Report, I believe, which they reported to the Board of Supervisors back on October 19th of 2022. In an update to the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors, the Sierra Harm Reduction Coalition reported giving out 99,000 syringes and receiving 108,000 syringes in 2021 as part of its syringe exchange program. I'm skeptical of their collection methods as they just eyeball stuff and they collect by weight and not actual needles. That collection, they claim that their collection rate is 108.8% according to Director Tom Ewing. Return rate for this year was around 95%, and this was in 2022. To quote Mr. Ewing, he said, "We are seeing a reduction in syringes on the West Slope, and I wholeheartedly believe it's due to the actions of Sierra Harm Reduction Coalition." The coalition gained 416 new clients last calendar year, noted Ewing, and 48% of those were housed, while 52% of those were unhoused. So I hardly believe that we're seeing a reduction based on Mr. Ewing's statement of a reduction on the West Slope when their application this year says they want to hand out over 150,000 syringes and they want to service more than 800 participants. I can tell you and show you pictures that not all of them are collected. We're talking about needles again. They are left throughout our county. And just recently, our homeless outreach team and a narcotics trained canine walked around the Placerville Library. They found several syringes and glass smoking pipes buried in landscaping material. I have to ask, is this what we want? Is what we want our parents with young children who visit the library daily to have to encounter? These programs may work in other parts of California and throughout the United States, although I have my doubts. What I do know is that El Dorado County does not want or need these types of programs. We need to exercise local control in decision-making. Who knows better what El Dorado County and our citizens need or want than us? I would say it's citizens and not state politicians or appointees who have no vested interest in El Dorado County. I will continue to tirelessly fight against programs that hand out hypodermic needles, glass smoking pipes, and other drug paraphernalia to our community members. I will continue to work with our county government and partners who believe in helping those individuals who are addicted to narcotics to get them the proper help and counseling to reclaim their lives, but not in the form of syringes and glass smoking pipes. I fully support a local county ordinance that bans syringe exchange programs within our beautiful county of El Dorado. I thank you for your time and the opportunity to discuss such an important matter. Thank you.
Sheriff, thank you so much for your leadership and your partnership on this item. I know Supervisor Parlin and I have been engaged with you and our other law enforcement partners, the city of Placerville's police chief, and our district attorney and his office as of recently. And we truly appreciate that collaboration and partnership.
Absolutely. I want to point out something real quick that I forgot that I want to add, that this box contains 100 syringes. 150,000 syringes that Sierra Harm Reduction Coalition wants to hand out this year. That is 1,500 of these boxes. And I just want to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you for that context. Do we have district attorney on the line, Kim, by any chance? I don't know if he wanted to speak as well at this point. I know he was traveling today, but. Oh, over to you. Okay, great. Well, when he gets here, we can certainly weigh in. Supervisor Parlin, do you want to add anything to our sheriff's opening presentation?
Just so that the board can get a feel for how our conversations did go with CDPH. The first one, I felt that they were listening to our concerns, and Alessandra especially seemed to recognize the burden of this type of situation on rural counties. She said she was from a rural county. She also said that a lot of rural counties don't have other efforts or resources, and they depend on the needle exchange programs to do their education in the community and referrals and stuff. And our point to her in that first meeting was, we have put a lot of resources and effort into the education and the outreach and referral system in our county. And in our county, we felt that the needle exchange program was undermining our efforts, quite honestly. And we have evidence of them not doing education. They've been witnessed just handing out paraphernalia, and that is not what they're supposed to be doing. So that first meeting, I really thought we were heard. And that's why when we got the letter from CDPH saying that they were reauthorizing, I was sitting down, thank goodness, because it really just sucked the air out of me. I just felt like a big punch in the gut.
It was gut punch.
And so when we had our second meeting, we tried to explain how disappointed we were that they went ahead and reauthorized, despite all the good work. They acknowledged all the good work that we're doing in our county, and that our situation is different from those smaller counties that rely on the syringe exchange programs to do the education outreach. It's like we are doing that already. And so at the second meeting, I think we had more folks there to share that we have witnessed and seen the Sierra Harm Reduction not doing what they're supposed to be doing. And so it's just unfortunate that the state, in my mind, isn't respecting all the good work that our county has done. And we've put a lot of resources, HHSA, the sheriff's office, all of these things. The board is authorized, the navigation center, everything we've done. And honestly, I remember back, when did we first talk about this? Like a year or two ago, whenever that was, The data just doesn't show. The board at that time, it was October 2022, I want to say, or whenever it
2022, yeah, I
was,
think.
time flies, but the data didn't show that there was more, good than harm by this program. And that's why we felt compelled to move forward in this direction. So it's disheartening that the state did not hear us, and in my mind isn't respecting our local control. So yeah, again, thank you, Sheriff. I really appreciate it. And we'll do what we have to do to protect our citizens.
Just piggybacking on your comments, I think we also articulated with the California Department of Public Health that we have a shared goal of ensuring public health. But that's the health and safety of all of our residents, not just a single population. And in terms of this population that we're talking about, as you articulated, Supervisor Parlin, we have gone to great lengths with our sheriff's hot team, through the city of Placerville, through our local nonprofits, Marshall Hospital and their substance abuse program, that our community partners are very engaged in helping those that are addicted to drugs find their way out of that, to be safe. All of our community partners, they carry Narcan, our law enforcement partners. So we are actively engaged in ensuring the safety of that population, but it is also our sacred responsibility to ensure the broader population. And some of the efforts that we have taken great lengths and have taken a lot of time to work through are very large homeless encampments. At the time, can you imagine how unsanitary, and those were places not meant for human habitation. And once again, great lengths to find solutions to move those folks that were living in that kind of state where disease could breed and spread. And we did establish the Navigation Center. Is it perfect? No, but it's a start, and we were building on that. But then those camps, we no longer have those large unsanitary camps. So we've taken care of that public health crisis, but now we are seeing the proliferation of this drug paraphernalia around our public spaces, like our libraries. We just can't afford with our children and our families. Additionally, as you shared, Sheriff, the implements for heating up drugs. I mean, once again, fire danger is of top concern for all of us, especially as we move into the summer and fall months. That's just, once again, we have ordinances around that because we're just scared to death of that. And this, again, proliferates that kind of activity. Talk about a health and safety issue. So, I think we tried to talk to the state and show the all of the public health and safety concerns that are on our shoulders to protect and ensure. And we are working with this population to support them, in their journeys as well. So I think all of us were very concerned about the response from the state. And like you said, we're taking matters into our own hands to ensure our local population is served to the very best of our ability. And with that, I see our district attorney has come in. I would love to invite him up. I know you've had a busy day of traveling, so we're so glad you're here with us. And the sheriff did a fabulous job in starting us off. So good afternoon, Vern.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Vern Pearson, DA. I apologize for being a little bit late.
No, not at all. Perfect.
I left. I was in Oklahoma and visiting family, and I got up we're on the road at 5 a.m. their time, which is 2 a.m. here. So
brutal.
But making on time, I appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of this and the comments that the chair was just making in terms of El Dorado County essentially separating itself at least a little bit from some of the things the state of California has been doing. And I just want to speak to it from a macro standpoint in terms of the entire state and then compared to the United States. So about 8-9 years ago now, the voters passed an initiative that was entitled the Safe Neighborhood and Schools Act, also known as Prop 47. It essentially decriminalized hardcore drug use and decriminalized most property crime. And it was a sham. I mean, what was sold and what the voters thought they were voting for was different than what actually happened. And it was somewhat clever from the standpoint, there's some places like Oregon, Portland, Oregon in particular, where they have been fairly upfront with what they're doing. When they don't say they're decriminalizing hardcore drug use, which is what Prop 47 did it in, kind of what's the expression, a wolf in sheep's clothing. It didn't say that's what it was doing, but that's what, in fact, what it did. The states that have done, or the jurisdictions that have experimented with legalization of hardcore drugs, Oregon and Portland, are moving the other way in a big way now, because let me back up with that. So we did that. At the same time, the state of California doubled down on a couple of different policies. AB 109 realignment, I know you've all heard about it. That was related to it. But then in addition to that, this thing called Housing First, and which in some ways was a good idea when it was experimented with in New York, but it was never implemented or designed to be implemented that way here in the state of California. And it was never going to work, and still has not worked. And then this thing called harm reduction, which also largely came out of San Francisco. The former DA there and our governor at the time when he was mayor pushed this harm reduction effort to basically tell hardcore drug users, come in, you can use hardcore drugs here, and we won't stop you. In fact, we'll enable you, which is what this whole program is about, is facilitating and enabling it. And the whole idea is, we know the drugs you're using will kill you, and they will kill you very soon, and they will destroy your brain. It just won't happen when you're at the center, or it just won't happen from a syringe that isn't reused. In fact, you can change the syringes, and so we're dealing with some other diseases. But nonetheless, they're really bad things that we as a policy in the state of California have essentially said, let's try this, and it hasn't worked. Just stop to think about the numbers. This is out of I got the numbers from an opportunity to work a little bit with a guy named Mark Dugan, who, and this is not a left or right thing, he was, just for background, he was the economic architect of Obamacare. So he is an economist with a background in public health. The numbers that from Stanford University, the numbers are staggering, and when no one seems to be talking about this. In the last, since Prop 47 passed, 9 years, 51% increase in homelessness here in the state of California. 51% increase in that period of time. And we keep hearing, well, it's because of affordability. I will afford, it's a very expensive place to live, there's no doubt about it. But if you take a walk down through one of these homeless camps, either here or in San Francisco or Santa Monica or San Diego, now, what you see is a very different picture than people who simply cannot afford housing. You see people that are clearly strung out on some type of controlled substance, some type of hardcore drug that they've been using. They're unable to take care of themselves. And the consequence is 51% in the period of time while these policies have been pursued. And again, you compare us to the rest of the United States, while we go up by 51% in homelessness, overall, the United States dropped in homelessness by 11%. And when you say 11%, it's important to recognize we're not talking blue state, red state. Those include states like New Jersey, Oregon, other states who have somewhat lax policy. So you have to take a step back and look at what is different here in the state of California. These types of policies have done so much damage across the state of California. The difference here in El Dorado County, the difference similarly in Placer County, the two counties in the state of California with the lowest crime rates, is things are done differently. Things are run differently. You have more of a community effort. You have a sheriff's department that is more proactive, that doesn't release people just because they can. Happy to share with you the video that anybody hasn't seen it, the YouTube that we posted online right before Sheriff DeAgostini retired, and it was a audio recording of an audio recording of a jail inmate that had just been booked into custody, calling his friend and bemoaning the fact that he couldn't understand why he wasn't being released. And that, hey, in every other county where I've been arrested, I get out, at least on an ankle monitor. And his friend says, oh, El Dorado, bro, it's not the same there. We call the video or the audio El Dorado, bro, for that reason. We have succeeded in being somewhat different to buck the trend. Have we done it completely? Obviously, everything that you've been talking about is we have not been able to. We have lower numbers. We're in a better position to deal with the problem. But this, by their very reapplication, it's evident that the problem is getting worse because their numbers go up. And I don't know what their intentions are on this, but it comes down to this. This is a very bad idea. I'm hopeful that the state of California is going to reverse some of those trends or policies that have caused this over the last several years, and strongly support passage of this. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you so much. Well, appreciate you also engaging with us on this matter, because my understanding was while we're here again today is that there was some new mandate by the state that they had to re-engage with law enforcement partners on the reauthorization of syringe exchange programs. And so, and do you have any information on why they had to re-engage? Anyway, well, it doesn't really matter why, but that's why the state reached out to us again, and we engaged in a very robust way. And once again, I think all of us were greatly disheartened by their response. So once again, we're taking our own stance to protect our own community.
Thanks very much.
Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. All right, Supervisor Heddle.
Yeah, thank you, Vern and Sheriff. I do have a question for Sheriff Lykoff, though, if you'd come back up forward, please. Because one of the things that I thought was compelling about this, and the district attorney said it, that the harm reduction program as exercised in El Dorado County seems to be an enabling element, which none of us want to see. Since we started the Navigation Center, we've been able to better understand the types of clientele that go in there. And when you advised us that they were actually loaded syringes being transferred to people within the Navigation Center that could be traced back to the harm reduction organization, Sierra Harm Reduction. I mean, if that isn't enabling, I don't know what is. Because basically what it says is our property, our taxes that go to the state of California, because the county doesn't fund any of this, right, are actually being used to enable drugs to be used within our navigation centers when our objective is to try to help people get cleaned up and get a better life. So it's counterproductive. And I wanted to make sure that went on the record, because when we see it personally, local, within our environment, it's something different than something that happened in a remote part of the county. To me, that brings it home. So.
Yeah, correct. I have examples written down in my file up there of 3 cases where 2 were overdose cases in El Dorado County where we found Sierra Harm Reduction Coalition paraphernalia at the scene. And then the other one was where we arrested the dealer who was obtaining needles in boxes from Sierra Harm Reduction. And I guess that was his marketing strategy. He would preload the needles with heroin, and he would go out and he would sell those to people. I know that there was another one, South Tahoe Harm Reduction, where the CEO of that company was it's under federal arrest for distributing narcotics. So I've always wondered, where there's smoke, there's fire, and there's a nexus. And I think that case proved right there that the person that was responsible for handing out all the harm reduction items in Tahoe was also supplying the narcotics to the individuals.
Thank you for that commentary. I just wanted it in the record. Thank you.
Yeah.
You
know, it's just unbelievable because we've experienced a lot, Jeff and I, we cleaned up a lot of homeless camps and all the needles that we have found. It's unbelievable, but not only that, it impacts a lot of the businesses because a lot of these needles are in these planters, you know, next to businesses. And in fact, ex-deputy sheriff and myself experienced quite a few of them in a certain area. And to me, you're talking about the safety and welfare of children, especially when they're exposed to this kind of stuff that's in those planners, or they could pick them up. And it's just not right. And my personal opinion is, you're talking about public safety is the #1 priority of this board that we put when we had that good governance meeting. And that's what we need to address. And this is very concerning to me. And that's what we need to put first, is public safety, especially when you're talking about giving to the potential for personal body injury, property damage, and contaminated waterways too. It is the purpose of the intent of this section to prohibit and establish an operation, use, and participation in the syringe exchange program within the unincorporated areas of the county to protect public health, safety, and general welfare of the residents of this county. And that's what we need to be doing. That's why I am not going to support, this syringe Sierra harm reduction. They need, and I'm sorry, but we need to not support them at all. And we don't need them in our county.
Thank you so much. Any other discussion on this before we take comment? And yeah, okay, we'll deal with that in a second. All right, let's go ahead and take public comment, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 39. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Hello.
Hi, Mandy Rodriguez here. I was driving by, I was gonna call in and I thought, why don't I just stop by? So yeah, it's pretty disheartening. But I want to remind you guys what our governor did to us during COVID. He made you feel like you were obligated to do something through a mandate. And we all told you that that is not a law. Mandates are not laws, they're merely suggestions. I wouldn't be opposed. I think that the county should sue the state for putting us at risk. Why not? Everybody likes to throw around lawsuits. I mean, let's call some serious attention to it. I mean, go on Twitter and follow some of these people that live in the Tenderloin district. It is like an apocalypse out there. And it's happening here. And, I live downtown. And so I was just thinking the other day how nice it is not to worry about as many homeless people on the streets, because a lot of them are mentally ill and addicts and sketchy to walk by. And you mentioned, your libraries. Well, you just broke up the homeless camps, but you just pushed them this way. And now the problems that I was dealing with a year ago are just here now, right? Hasn't really changed. But yeah, I think it's pretty disheartening. And I think it's pretty blatant that Sierra Harm Reduction is using this to make money. Those guys are addicts. The guys that run Sierra Harm Reduction are admitted addicts. And if you see them in San Francisco, these guys that are doing harm reduction, it's the same thing. The Cheyenne Purringtons, these people that say that they've been working with homeless and addicts for 20 years, but they have never actually found a solution for anything. It's only gotten worse. And those people, all you have to do is look at where the money is. It's all about the money. I say it until I'm blue in the face. It doesn't matter what subject we are talking about here. It is all about the money and the grant funding. And if you look at those nonprofits in San Francisco, the money is gone and the addicts and the deaths just keep going up. And those people that started those nonprofits, now they're preying on small towns like this across the country. And they're going to come give a pitch and say, I help homeless, I help addicts. This is my forte. And they're going to come and give themselves great salaries and take grant money and produce more addicts and leave. And it's obvious that that's what's happening. But I'd like to see you guys grow a pair and file a lawsuit.
30 seconds remaining.
Thanks for your comments. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak on this item? All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. I'm taking public comment from Kelly.
Good afternoon.
Hi, everybody. I want to give Mandy a little applause too, because I'm sure we've shared, this has been going on way too long, that Mandy Rodriguez, actually along with two other citizens, I'll keep them confidential just because I didn't give permission to use their name, actually were, and I'm putting air quotations, clients of Sierra Harm, including one that was 8 months pregnant, visibly pregnant. Another one had children in her car with actually a sweatshirt that said soccer mom. No one was offered any kind of support or assistance, references, county services, nada, to overcome the fact that 3 different individuals in 3 situations who for sure should have been reached out for help were not. So I applaud you for recognizing that this is a money grab. There's a lot of money grabs out there. These programs do not work. These programs facilitate and encourage. They also affect 99% of the population in a negative way, as we have seen photos, eyewitness testimony of overflowing injection boxes in the Placerville Library, outside of the government center, even creeping into El Dorado Hills, which is really disheartening. So for people who don't think it doesn't affect them, please know, as Mandy just said, elections matter. California is in a downward spiral when it comes to addiction and the way we are perpetuating addiction and homelessness. I applaud Vern and Jeff for their commitment to law enforcement, even in a state that tells them otherwise. I am grateful for my sober son right now, because I believe he would have been person 131 without a doubt, So as Mandy said, do not back down. This is one where if we have to file a lawsuit to protect our constitutional rights as a county, then darn well, it's time to put the law degree to work and do something extraordinary that shows that we will not be bullied into your constitutional oath and our rights as a county. Thank you.
That is exactly why we're here today. Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm taking a deep breath. I think everyone should take a deep breath. I contrast the emotion that I'm hearing is okay, but this needs to be a fact-based decision, similar to when you addressed tobacco use earlier. We've been fighting substance abuse, which includes tobacco and alcohol, for hundreds of years. Now, this county wants to go against the science, which indicates that harm reduction services add benefit. They're not subtractive to everything else that's going on in this county that's so good, but it could be additive. And as is stated in your ordinances, none of us are going to do, and I know you're going to vote for it, is effective if it goes against state law. And I have talked to the state, and it does go against being together, improve issues such as if greater handing out literature full of harm reduction. It's horrible that you have to allow and fascinate and claim that folks who have been clean for decades are addicts. That doesn't add anything. And also to disparage the state. Your background material says they listened well. I was so surprised to hear that people feel differently. And to me, it's a red flag. Perhaps you'll explain it. Perhaps I'm misreading it. But this file for this item was created November 5th, before you even had some of the dialogue with the state. So it seems to me that you had this road in mind all along, and it's not a collaborative road. And again, where are the other voices like you had in tobacco? Where is COPE? It's a coalition also, and it includes Sierra Harm Reduction, Marshall Hospital, Hospital in South Lake
30 seconds
Tahoe,
remaining.
behavioral health. There are so many pieces. And to me, The main piece today is an urgency ordinance. You've been dealing with this issue a long time. Abatement, which usually applies to buildings, just doesn't seem like such a factual-based approach. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
There is no additional public comment.
All right, thank you. I will bring this back to the board and appreciate all the comments. I would like to reemphasize that we have been collaborating and dialoguing with the state for over a year on this item. We have had good conversations, but I have also personally found it disingenuous that the state has on numerous occasions had to reach out and confer to our law enforcement partners. And we have been very clear with them what we are seeing here in El Dorado County. We've also had a unified law enforcement stance with our sheriff's office, with our DA, with the city of Placerville, and at this last collaboration with the city of South Lake Tahoe with the police chief. And our law enforcement partners have been unified and unanimous in their opposition. And still the state has disregarded that voice. And yet that is exactly the voice that a state has been mandated to confer with. So that's why we're here today. So is there any further dialogue on this item?
I wouldn't just make one comment, well, a couple comments. The biggest thing is our library, for example, of all the problems we've had up there, especially with the homeless hanging around up there, and especially with the needles and stuff around. Parents, you know, they don't even want to bring their children to the library because of their safety. And I'm also concerned about the safety and welfare of the people that work here in the county. Because it's been a problem, especially when you're confronted, you know, when, soliciting for money and other things. And I'm really concerned about it. I really didn't want the navigation center here. We have it here. Now we have to deal with these problems. But the biggest part of the problem is we got to address this. And if we support this zero harm reduction, that's going to just bring more you know, drugs and stuff to this particular area. And I'm totally against it. And especially when it comes to the safety and welfare of our citizens and the children that go to that library.
Or a lot of our public
Yeah,
spaces,
right
not just,
here.
it's not just right
Exactly.
here, not just right here, it's countywide. Thank you for your comments. Supervisor Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe I'm probably the one person that's not as convinced as my colleagues are on this particular issue. And, you know, I know for sure we've had bad players here in El Dorado County just in the year that I've been on the board, but I was not present when Sierra Harm Reduction gave their report. But we have a drug problem. And the state of California basically has said, if a local jurisdiction is not addressing this, then we're going to. And my big problem is getting my brain around the fact that because we've had bad players, that doesn't mean that there's possibly good players. And that they're just like Alcoholics Anonymous doesn't make everybody sober. It works for some people, it doesn't work for others, but at least it's a tool. And my big concern about this item, because I voted with all of you to recommend to the state of California that we not work with Sierra Harm Reduction anymore. There were problems, but this is throwing the whole thing out in my mind. You're saying we don't ever want a syringe program here, no matter what it looks like, no matter what it's capable of. And it's very easy to sometimes, when the problem is not in front of you, to not think that there is a problem, but there is. And I'm just a little bit concerned about saying there will never be a program in this county based on this urgency ordinance. So with all due respect, I'm going to abstain from this item today because I do feel that there's voices missing in this conversation today. And but I also recognize the fact that the majority of the board will support this. My guess from what I hear, all of you kind of chime in on this particular topic. So I'm going to step aside, but I'm not going to intercede in your will.
Thank you for your perspective. And I understand this has been a part of a larger conversation and collaboration for over 10 years as we've been wrestling with issues on the West Slope. So, thank you for recognizing the complexity and it's not just about where we are here today, but it's part of a larger effort and dialogue. So with that, I would like to move approval of item number 39.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And all those you're abstaining. All those who are abstaining.
That would be me.
Okay, great. We noted.
Thank you.
All right, thank you all. And I'd like to thank our sheriff's office and our DA for being with us today and all of our partners who have engaged with us in this, as well as county council. County council, and I know in concert with our DA's office, did a lot of the heavy work on here. So we appreciate that. All right. So with that, we are now on item number 19 that we pulled off the consent calendar earlier.
Now the health officials walk in the door.
Item number 19 comes to Health and Human Services Agency, recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution to defer implementation of Senate Bill 43, Statutes 2023, Chapter 637, which expands the definition of gravely disabled person under the Latimus Petris Short Act to include persons with substance abuse, as well as currently included mental health disorders from January 1, 2024 until January 1, 2026, to provide HHSA adequate time to identify the treatment expansions, funding impacts, and staffing needs required to implement this bill.
Thank you for coming back this afternoon. Appreciate it, Jim.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. This Senate Bill 43, I wanted to, before I unpack it, say that there's no philosophical objection to this by the department. We're coming in to talk about the operational implementation of a major change to existing regulation. So Senate Bill 43, it changed the definition of gravely disabled, which we utilize every day in our other mental health treatment, to include substance abuse. So this would mean that psychiatric emergency holds, even conservatorship, could be applied to folks for involuntary treatment through this expansion. We run the conservator office, we provide 5150 holds, we do these things currently. This expansion, however, is also for substance use, which is an entirely new set of resources and populations. Barring action, it would go into effect January 1st, 2024. We're asking for the delay in implementation, which is allowed in the Senate bill, to give us time to identify funding streams for this and implement a system of care for this population. In the past, California has had some well-intentioned implementations that have been very rapidly rolled out, and there have been some secondary problems that have flowed from that. In this case, we're trying to partner with Chris Proctor at Barton, Martin Entwistle at Marshall. They have clear interest in the impact on their emergency department. Should we be detaining people on a 5150 hold due to substance use, there's really nowhere for them to go yet. And so we want to partner well. We want to avoid problems in our community, loss of hospital beds for trauma or stroke due to people being there for substance use. And really, just to sum up, this would result in people being placed in our hospital emergency departments on extended holds with nowhere to go, and tie up beds. We're trying to take advantage of the extension written into the law as envisioned that allows counties to delay implementation until January 2026, so we can do funding, services, and placements for identified patients in our community. We talked with our association and the other counties. Currently 56 of 58 counties are asking for the extension. This is a big change to our system of care. If we can implement this sooner, we'd be willing to come back to the board and do so. It's a big lift, and we want to make sure we have time to do it properly.
Right.
So,
Thank you so much for that explanation, Jim. Appreciate it. And our district attorney had reached out to me yesterday and asked to pull it because he was traveling this morning. So Vern, would you like to come up and share your perspective on this item and what you were concerned about?
Thank you. I appreciate it and appreciate you. I know scheduling wise in terms of going from the morning to the afternoon. Thank you. Yeah, I support the bill that was passed, and in fairness, it was just signed, I mean, in the last several weeks, and it has a major change in it to do something that should have happened many years ago, probably a few decades ago, but it did not happen. I'd asked, and I believe I sent to each of you a copy of a column I wrote 4 years ago and tinkered with the language and took part of it out because of space. The same issue that we were just talking about, this is directly related to it, that we have failed to address the actual public policy impacts of things that the state of California, it looks like a good idea, let's do it. And then not to reevaluate it and And, everybody's heard, as I said in that thing, it's the whole complicated thing of the LPS statutes. The practical reality is that we were institutionalizing people in the 50s, 40s, 50s, 60s that we should not have been institutionalizing. And they were kind of like jails in many respects. And so there was a backlash to it. One of the things I hear people say, well, why is it that we have such a problem with this and Europe doesn't have a problem with it? Well, Europe has they went even farther than what this bill does in terms of recognizing severe addiction as being a reason for conserving somebody. Their statutes are different, but they have a mechanism to deal with somebody and do locked treatment for them prior to them dying on the street. And all of this is interrelated, and I don't want to take up too much time, but I think it is which is the reason I sent the article. My concern with this is that, yes, I agree the state passed something that was very good. It wasn't a complete fix to it. They didn't directly tie funding to it. They didn't do certain things that they probably should have. So I applaud the bill, but then also recognize, as Jim and I spoke about yesterday, that there's some problems in terms of the implementation. I guess what I'm saying is, like on the last thing, we're taking all of these different steps, every step that we can think of to try to deal with the magnitude of this problem, both trying to advocate to do fixes at the state level, but also seeing what we can do here locally. And I understand that 56 counties are asking for a delay on this. I think a 2-year delay is too long. I would prefer if the board would say, for instance, let's be back here this time next year to see where they are, rather than doing the full 2-year delay. Unfortunately, I've been a prosecutor for more than 30 years. A long time ago, I learned that there's certain professions, lawyers being one of them, that the longest period of time you give them, they will take on a delay, they will take every moment of that time. And no offense, Jim, but I think there is a tendency in government that if you give a longer delay, they will take every bit of that. So I would request perhaps that you delay it for a year, as been requested, with a coming back next year to revisit it. And I assure you, I will do whatever I can do to help support the implementation of it, recognizing it's a significant hurdle, but it is a very positive move in the right direction. So that's my request. And happy to answer any questions.
The good news is we do things differently here in El Dorado County, so maybe it'll be sooner.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right. So any comments or questions from the board at this time before we take public comment?
Not at this time.
Let's take public comment on this item, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 19. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Taking public comment from Kelly.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Lots of conversation today on addiction. I would like to echo what Vern is saying in sympathy for understanding that implementing a program, I get it, is very difficult. In my situation, I had the benefit of a child under 18, and I can tell you that I used a 5150 more times than I can count. Why? Because people, especially under the influence of their addiction, are higher suicide, psychosis, homicidal, destructive behaviors in the moment of the use. It could be alcohol-induced psychosis. Don't know if you recall a situation of a young man under the influence who unfortunately killed his roommate because he was having a hallucinogenic effect that thought it was a grizzly bear. These things happen, and I am glad to see that we will be able to treat those in similar to a 5150. I'm a little bit hesitant to see how it will play out when the person recovers from those induced behaviors when immediately on drug and go into a withdrawal situation. If we're able to mandate treatment, I am greatly feeling that is not going to be the case, especially in California, but we will see. But you're sitting there, we've been talking all day about saving lives and influencing the quality of lives and the lives of addicts, and more so around the community around the person of the addict. And I think that now that we can treat, especially again, in the on-site of a under the influence reaction of mental health, which is usually what crosses over with addiction, and that we can put those people in a stable condition, even if it's just a 72-hour hold, or if it would be to the next step to an hopefully in-person treatment center, which I'm again really doubtful that that will happen. But at least if we can sustain somebody within 72 hours to get through that, I guess the word would be high of whatever is they have taken, I think it's a great step. And I hope that we will take the recommendation of District Attorney Vern and get moving. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, well, thank you all for highlighting how important this is and also how difficult it is to implement, recognizing it's going to be a heavy lift. So I guess I'm looking to HHSA. Would it be possible to say in a motion that we will, defer the implementation until January 1st, 2020 to 2026, or as soon as possible with an update to the board at the end of next year, just to kind of keep things on track? I think, okay, that might be good. And before we close this, I would also like to introduce Dr. Minson, our new public health officer, is in the room, and delighted to have you with us at this first board meeting. So thank you for being with us today. All right, so that's kind of where I'm thinking maybe we go with this item. Is there any further discussion on that? No, that's perfect.
So we're probably looking at a year really to better understand this. Are you thinking 6 months it'll be coming back? I mean, what's the
No, I'm saying an
expectation?
update to the board and at the end of next year and a year from now, but
Okay, I want to make
recognizing
sure, okay,
that
they have a
their
full
goal
year.
is to implement this as soon as possible, recognizing though how much they have on their plate and how
Okay.
hard this is to implement and to do it right. So with that, I move staff's recommendation, amending the implementation date to January 1st, 2026, or as soon as possible, with an update to the board in December 2024.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
No, motion carries unanimously. So thank you all for coming back and having this discussion. Good luck with the implementation. Certainly going to benefit our community. All right, the last item we have before we move back into closed session is item 36, our consent calendar policy. So let's go back to item number 36. Kim?
Item number 36 comes from the Clerk of the Board and Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board adopt board policy H3 consent calendar policy, establishing a uniform administrative policy related to items placed on the board's agenda under the consent calendar. So I will start off with this one. I'm just going to change the number quick. So the board had a discussion and made a request that staff put together a consent calendar policy. A consent calendar policy was drafted. It was reviewed by the CAO's office. It was then reviewed by department heads and then ultimately reviewed by county council for compliance with any type of regulations or requirements. I'm going to pull up the consent calendar policy and share it with you now so we could go ahead and address any concerns, questions that the board may have. This was just really we really looked at somewhat parliamentary procedures. So what may work for other organizations may not be applicable to El Dorado County. So whatever changes you feel, let me go ahead and share my screen. We can, or you can discuss it. The discussion can occur around that.
We really appreciate you working on this. Thank you so much.
Can you super zoom on that for us, Kim?
You can't read that?
Oh.
Okay, let's see.
Woohoo, there we go.
That's
Does
better.
that work better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I don't know if how we want, what would be most efficient if supervisors that maybe have some suggested changes, if they want to start the discussion, or if you want to go section by section. I'll leave that to the chair.
Why don't we just let individual supervisors weigh in and then we'll go from there. So
and then I'll just try to capture the changes through a red line version, and then that way maybe the board could see what it would look like with your proposals.
oh, thank you so much. Okay. So I see Supervisor Parlin.
I'm on a roll today.
You are.
Thank you. And Kim, thank you for doing the research and pulling together other, what other counties do to get us started. And honestly, I think you've done a great job here of pretty much capturing kind of what we already do. And I think that was our goal from our conversation, was that we already have a practice of how we've been doing the consent calendar. But because we keep getting questions about that practice, it just seems good to memorialize it in a policy. So with that, I'll go. I did have a couple questions. I did talk to Kim about it, so she's not caught off guard. So on, oh, there it is. Okay, so 2 policy, letter C. To me, this is the heart of everything. This is our practice. It says, if a board member wishes to vote no on an item on the consent calendar, the item shall be pulled for discussion. So this, in my understanding, talking to Kim, was what a lot of the other counties use in their policy for consent calendar. Our practice, though, in our county, and county council can correct me if I'm wrong, but our practice has never violated the law. It's always been okay. Is to change that from the item shall be pulled for discussion to may be pulled for discussion. And part of the reason that I was thinking about, I could think of several situations where it doesn't seem necessary to pull something on consent, especially when, let's say, I'm just going to make something up. I know we've had a couple examples though recently, but I can't think of them. So let's say that we have a robust conversation about an ordinance and we do our first vote and one of us just says no and the other 4 vote yes. But ordinances have to be brought back on consent a second time.
That's interesting.
And it's like, do we really need to have that on the regular discussion consent calendar when we've already had a robust conversation about it? And it's
That's
just
a good point.
well, I'm just trying to, think about real situations that have happened recently. And I know we had another one recently. It was very similar to that though, where it's like, we've talked about it many times. Maybe we hadn't taken a formal vote before, but at least we talked about it so many times. And as a board member, you get a feel for where everybody's going after the second conversation, sometimes the third. And so I know there was one recently where I just registered a no vote on a consent item because I knew from our conversation that we had discussed it many times. And there was nothing new presented that day to change anything. And so rather than pulling it, having staff come back in the room for a presentation or more discussion, it had been already discussed. And I felt pretty confident going into that meeting that there was nothing I was going to do to change 2 more votes, So I think there's times where it just doesn't seem necessary, and the shall doesn't give us an option. And I would say too, if, let's say, for example, to look at it the flip side, we've had conversations on something, the board pretty much, let's say I registered a no vote and one of those other supervisors really wanted to discuss it, they could pull it, if you really want to discuss it. But at the same time, some of these topics we do talk about over and over and over, and you get to the point where you don't really need to have a full-on discussion and just do your vote and move on. And so it's not about, I don't think this would change transparency, especially on the things that we talk about many times. I know that that's the biggest concern is transparency. And I honestly don't think that this would change anything. And changing that to a may, in my mind, actually captures the practice that we've been doing all along. So, it's just capturing our practice in a policy. So I'm going to suggest that we change that to a may.
Actually, I have a small suggestion
Sure.
for that. That's a really interesting example. And recognizing that the consent calendar, as you note in here, is a meeting management practice to conduct efficient meetings. So the whole idea is to increase our efficiencies. So what if we were to say, if a board member wishes to vote no on an item on the consent calendar, the item may be pulled if further discussion is needed.
Right. And the particular one is mine, when I had that no vote on the consultant, especially when the developer's using the same consultant as the county is. And that was my concern, so I voted no, but then there was somebody got up in public and spoke, and we ended up pulling that off anyway from discussion, if you remember.
That just kind of helps give a
Yeah,
caveat
right.
to the may, that if
Right.
if you're just standing on a vote that we've talked about a lot,
Mhm.
that would be okay, but it could be pulled if we need to get into more of a discussion.
Right.
That seems fine. I mean, and that's kind of that has been our practice all along.
Has been, yeah.
And county council, I just want to just make sure, because I think that was part of our reasoning for wanting a policy, is that we keep being told by the public, at least, that we are violating something. And in my understanding from what you've said prior is that we aren't violating the law. That has been our practice. You've researched it. We're good to go. And this, if we choose to adopt it this way, just memorializes our practice that is legal.
Yes. To be fair, I don't know how long it has been the board's practice to do this.
Okay.
Yeah, I recall it for at least the last handful of years, but I
3
can't speak
years.
to that.
Only?
Yeah, 3 years, I think roughly is.
Who do you recall starting it? Like, I remember who started the second motion. So that was a very big day. Do you remember who started this practice?
No, I do not remember who started this.
I feel like it was longer than that.
We'd
Like
have to research it. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like I came out on the board and that was a practice, and I'm in 5 years now.
I don't think
Time
it was,
flies,
but
though.
We'd have to look. We'd have to
Yeah.
look.
So, as long as you feel that this is a legal thing to do and we're just memorializing our current practice, I kind of like this language, just throwing that out there to get things started. And then I did have another topic on the next page on the draft I'm looking at on procedure, number 3, procedure. I don't know exactly where this needs to go, but I think that in the procedure, there needs to be somewhere, we need to insert something. So, okay, so let me think how to, when you're the chair and you're running the meetings, it is helpful to know if someone is going to be pulling an item, because we even have it down here in number 2, letter C, number 2, it says the board chair shall decide where to place the item, because right, when something's pulled, you got to figure out when you're going to talk about it.
Right.
But the sooner that the board chair knows, the better in my mind for planning, And I think that in addition to the chair, it's good to let the CAO know, because the CAO is the one that has to text the department to make sure that that staff is ready whenever we get around to it, it's, they just have to plan their day kind of, sort of, or not. But I just think, and of course, we don't always know ahead. I want to make that very clear that, sometimes we can't know ahead because we'll hear a public comment, as you just said, Supervisor Turnbull. Sometimes a public comment and you'll go, shoot, I have the same concern. I want to pull it after all.
Right.
We don't know. We come into meetings we don't know everything. That's why we're here, to hear public comment, discussion. But I think that somehow to massage it into here that, as soon as a supervisor thinks they're going to pull an item, to let the chair and the CAO. And I want to make it clear, my understanding is just letting the chair know that you want to pull an item, not discuss the content of it. That does not violate the Brown Act if you did talk to one other supervisor. It's just the placement on an agenda. So I think that would be a good thing to put in the procedure somehow.
Yeah,
Give
it's
us so
up on the
good.
screen. Yeah.
While I keep talking.
I like that, codifying that.
Yeah, I mean, and I'll just keep it real. I'm already thinking about it. It's so weird. I got 3 years left on the board, right? And I'm going back and thinking to time when I was brand new, fresh. And there's these little nuanced things that you pick up along the way, that you just pick up. They're not in a policy anywhere. So I thought this was a good one to put in there to remind people when you're chairing the meeting how difficult it is sometimes to juggle all these things. So if you want to word it better or something. Thank you, Kim.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's all I got.
Excellent. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, going back to the original area of discussion about, the may or shall, I think that whole thing revolved around transparency. And the fact that the board has heard a given position at a previous meeting doesn't necessarily mean the public who's participating has heard that position. And so when they see an action taken and someone basically says, I want to vote no on a consent calendar, the question is can arise with the public of, well, why would they be voting against this? I have no idea. So it's that transparency part that I struggle with, right?
Yeah.
Where do we go on that boundary? I don't want to make meetings overly extensive. So I think the shall is okay, but somehow I wish we could change the wording a little bit to emphasize the key element is transparency to the public. It's not necessarily communication to board members or staff, because we're in this every week, right? At least every week, but members of the public aren't. They come to a given meeting, they hear something, they go, well, why would he or she be against that? I don't get it. And that would just allow some time to basically explain why, but it can be very short too. So, but we would have to pull it.
So Supervisor Heidel, I was thinking about that as well. And when a board member registers a no vote, I think what they could do is make a brief statement as to why they're registering the no vote. And then it would be my responsibility to capture that in the minutes. So we truly are transparent, whether you're watching the movie, watching the meeting. I am like on a roll.
Going
today.
to Taco Bell.
Whether they're watching the meeting or using the minutes as reference, it's truly captured. And that way, I think that's just a more efficient way. And I think going back to both what Supervisor Thomas said and Supervisor Parlin, the consent calendar is meant to provide meetings with efficiencies. And this may be a way to capture it so the public does understand that there's a history with an item and that the board won't be pulling it based on those facts.
I like your suggestion. I think that can be added right to the first sentence in C that says if a board member wishes to vote no on an item on the consent calendar, they must disclose a simple explanation or reasoning as to why they're voting
No, they must not. You do not have to. No,
Well,
must.
okay.
They may.
They may. Well, you still leave the question about transparency then for some, but okay,
Well,
I'm okay
you know
with
what?
may.
If
I'm
the
okay with
public-
may.
If the public doesn't like what a board member's doing, guess what? You're gonna hear about it. I know that I have
Not
in the
always, because
past-
sometimes it happens after the fact. So
Well, John, I know in the past, I have actually said, I'll say very clearly, I'd like the record to reflect.
Right.
So that way I'm not, because we say a lot of stuff here and it doesn't get in the meeting minutes, but if you clearly make the statement, I'd like the record to reflect, that's Kim's cue to take your words and put it in the minutes. Otherwise, you're just making a comment and those don't get too many comments.
I'm okay with the may, but I think a lot of the public will want to ultimately understand why. So we just need to make sure that wherever it's reasonable and expected from a transparency perspective, that there's a statement made. And then I think you just put a period there and then say the item may be pulled. So second sentence, right? And I think that ties it all together. But I like your comments, Kim, in terms of, yeah, a little bit of an explanation sometimes is helpful as to why the no vote's put on consent.
Well, and that I like your language that they may disclose the reasoning behind the no vote, which then helps board members know what they can say.
Right, but they're not required
in
to.
consent-
Yeah,
in-
I'm
in
fine
the
with that.
context of the consent calendar. Yeah,
And-
and then it may be pulled if further discussion is needed.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I think that works
Good-
totally.
Good collaborative.
And two, for Kim, just because we don't have that anyway, and I don't think it should go in this policy or anything, but is that generally how, I mean, we make comments all the time and you do not put all of our comments in the record. So we really need to ask, I mean, I'd like the record to reflect. I mean, that's your cue that we want those words in the record, right?
Exactly. And I think it really began with Supervisor Frenzen. at
Yes,
the
it did.
time, Because she would always want the record to reflect a no vote on retroactive agreements.
Right.
And so
Okay.
that is very helpful to me because we have action minutes, so we don't capture everything and nor.
But it was that single purpose, right? Retroactive agreement,
Exactly, but if
not
if the board-
everything that comes before the board. So yes.
But if the board could preface it saying, let the record reflect, those are the key words to me that you want that included
Got
with
it.
the item.
Yep.
Yeah.
We should put that on board handbook.
Well, I was just gonna say, county council, there's one for you right there. Cause that's a nuanced thing that I don't think we have anywhere written down to help new supervisors understand that. And I did just pick it up from Shiva. So there you go.
Okay.
Okay, good thought. Supervisor Lee.
I just also had a comment on, under policy, item C. And that is, I agree with the discussion that just took place on the first sentence, but the rest of the paragraph talks about if you have a conflict of interest or you have to recuse yourself from an item that's on consent. And it ends by saying that if you have identified a conflict of interest or you have to recuse yourself, as long as it stays on consent, you can remain in the room because you're not really getting into the nuts and bolts of that one. But should there be a sentence at the end that says, if the item is pulled for discussion, the board member who's identified a conflict of interest must recuse him or herself from the discussion? Does that need to be said or is that
And leave the
understood?
room? Is that-
And leave the
and
room.
leave the room.
Yeah, if
Does
it
that need
gets
to be
pulled.
said?
I don't know, because it said a bunch of stuff about you could stay in the room.
County council looks
Yeah.
like he's gonna weigh in. here.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly have no objection if you saw fit to add it. I'm the one responsible for adding that language to the initial draft as an attempt to capture the FPPC's regulations concerning recusals on matters on the consent calendar. It seemed appropriate since we were talking specifically about action on the consent calendar. In my mind, I don't think it's necessary to add the additional sentence that if it's pulled for discussion, that you follow the typical process for recusal. But I also have no objection if the board felt it necessary just to ensure that that is adequately conveyed. So
Yeah,
I
just-
completely leave it to your discretion, but I
Okay.
just did want you to understand the reason why this language is here is because there are regulations that specifically address how a board member behaves in the event of a recusal for an item on the consent calendar.
Yeah, and I think hearing your response to that, I don't think it needs to be added.
Okay. I was gonna
I'm
say-
okay with it because yeah, once it gets pulled off consent, it's no longer consent. Doesn't
Yeah.
apply to this.
Oh, I see.
Got it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
Okay, good.
works.
All right, great.
Thank you for that.
Appreciate the discussion. Great work on this. I think there's only one thing that I would like added to this. And I'll let you kind of come up with the language, but there's nothing in here about a board member, the CAO or county council being able to comment on any item on the consent calendar. And I think that's a really helpful practice. You know, for example, I'd like to thank so-and-so who's stepped up to serve as my commissioner on this, you know, something like that. We use that a lot. And so I'd like to add language to both the policy and the procedure section, wherever you think it's appropriate. It gives board members, chief administrative officer and the county council, the ability to comment on any item on the consent calendar, as long as there's maybe no dissenting vote, or actually, maybe you don't need that.
You don't know
Just be
that,
able to
yeah.
comment.
Just
on
to
any-
comment.
Oh,
Repeat that whole thing.
Well, and you know, Okay, so in my mind that's what we do.
It's a
So
practice,
again,
yeah.
it's our practice. So if we want to memorialize that
I
it's
do.
okay to make just a comment,
Right.
not discussion.
No discussion, right, so.
That changes things, right?
Exactly, just make comment on any, not just, yeah, that's true,
So what?
That's a good point.
I'm gonna add a lot of comments in because
Well-
I've recused from doing some of those things because I thought it was going a little bit too far, but.
Right, I
okay.
know we had one not that long ago, I think, and I can't remember what it was, but almost everybody made a comment on a consent, but then we still just did our thing and whatever.
There was
So
one we went over a little overboard, I
Right,
agree. And you're right, it's, how do we differentiate a comment versus discussion?
Right.
But it's generally more of acknowledgements.
Right.
Whether they're community funding requests or whether appointments that, people stepping up to serve our districts, things like that.
But then there's clarifying. Okay. County
But
Council, do you have any thoughts on where
I
we're
like
going
to
with this?
retain that, right, and to
Right.
allow new board members to know that they can
That
do
they can do that,
Right,
right.
but otherwise we seem cold. If you have someone that stepped up to serve and you don't say anything and it's not, they're on the consent calendar, I don't know, it seems cold.
Right.
I mean, if you wanted to just say, board members may make brief comments concerning an item on the consent calendar, it's as good as the
Right.
Brown Act's guidance on
Perfect.
things otherwise. So if it's good enough for the legislature, it's good enough for us.
I like the word brief. I like the word brief. Can we
There you
define
go.
brief? But I like the word brief.
Exactly.
So I would like that added
Okay.
where you think it's appropriate. Perfect.
Oh, that is
Love it.
perfect.
That
It
fits.
follows
Yeah.
You're
totally.
good, Kim.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Kim.
Okay. Is there any other board member that has any other ideas
No,
for what we need?
that's good.
Okay,
Thank
great,
you
great
for all
work,
your
Kim.
input.
All right, let's take a public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 36. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
CAO and
Thanks for being with us today, Chris. All right, you can go ahead and start.
Okay. On September, this is Chris Payne. I'm Vice President of the Taxpayers Association. On September the 26th, the Taxpayers Association President, Carol Lewis, requested your board explain its consent calendar agenda item policy. The board discussed the need of the policy regarding the use of consent calendar on the board's agenda. At that time, there was no board policy on the use of consent calendar. The key words here are efficiency and effectiveness, but I'm added inclusiveness to those two words. So I've shown you, I've just highlighted words that were meaningful, not changed them, and then I've added in pen words that I feel that need to be at least discussed. So I'm proposed adding 1, which essentially is 3-minute public comment per item with a 5-minute total public comment. That means if there was 33 items like today, and somebody wanted to discuss items on the consent, they would get 3 minutes if they only wanted to do an individual item, but they get only a total of 5 for a maximum, no matter how many items. So a maximum of 5 minutes, minimum of 3. And then I say that is consistent with page 4 of the protocols for public comment for notice public hearings. So it's already in there, 5 minutes, that's it. And that's what my change reflects. Going on to the next thing, highlighting D, execution of agreements, amendments to existing agreements, approval of routine expenditures. I'm saying under E, the following shall not be placed on consent calendar. I'm proposing, go to the next page. I'm proposing that you add number 4, items requiring 4/5 votes, and item 5, items expenditures exceeding $500,000 per year. Then I wanted to say that it's reflected in today's agenda by the example of item 35 in department matters, where you had both the $500,000 and you had the 4/5 vote required. So you're already doing it. I'm just asking you to expand the use of it. And then also under 4, the items requiring 4/5 votes, on item 25, 30.
30
and
seconds remaining.
32, you had, it was 4/5 votes in those consent calendar items, which I didn't, under my approach, would not be appropriate. That's it.
Thanks for your comments.
How
Appreciate
much
it.
time do I have left?
10 seconds.
Thanks, Chris.
Seeing no further public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants, now taking public comment from Kelly.
Hello.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much for bringing this up for a great discussion. Thank you, Lori, for, I think it was Lori that provided that copy of the policy. I've really struggled with the fact that the consent calendar is something done so quickly, usually containing 35, I've seen it up to 45 items, which encompass quite a deal of business. And I get the argument could be that as a citizen, we need to do our due diligence and we get the agendas in advance and reach out and say, hey, I don't like item number 2. I'm concerned about item number 5. But nevertheless, I do agree with, I believe it was Supervisor Heidel that said, or somebody, all of you get credit. Public comment can often add to the thinking process because we don't always catch every little ping or think of everything, in one direct way. And I really would like to see the process be that the legitimacy of public comment, whether it's having a issue with a particular item or wanting more conversation, be respected. I often feel that many of us publicly comment on agendas items, and I feel have some pretty valid concerns and comments, but in the reality, we are done, it's voted, we approve, and we move on. To the taxpayers associations, I believe Chris was reading from somebody's comment. In the write-off you had, it says it would include routine expenditures. So I would really like to get a little bit more understanding of what is a routine expenditures, because as we know, there is, generally speaking, millions and millions and millions of dollars of something being allocated somewhere and somehow in the consent calendar. One time I calculated $24 million being distributed to different mental health and substance abuse groups. And I did a full research and Excel went down a rabbit hole to find out I was really disturbed by some of these agencies that was getting our hard-earned taxpayers' dollars. And I remind you again that when I say taxpayers' dollars, I don't care where it came from. It's still the taxpayers'
30 seconds
money.
remaining.
So in summary, I would really like to find a way to collaboratively give more validity to the public concerns when we do have concerns, and not just one of the Board of Supervisors wanting to pull something. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Appreciate it.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Lael Bennett Koshan, Pollock Pines. I agree with Chris and with Kelly. Great conversation. So glad you're putting this into a policy. I have a saying that practice can become policy too easily. And when you have it in writing, it's a policy, then you have a record of your group interpretation. And as Supervisor Parlin spoke to, it's so important to be able to pass that on. And I think it's easier when it's in writing. I would urge you to, for every first policy, but especially this one, given the public interest, to direct staff to bring it back in 6 months to a year, because getting the balance between transparency and efficiency, as pointed out by Supervisor Heidel, is certainly complex. And I agree with Supervisor Heidel that no votes merit some sort of explanation. Consent calendars, unfortunately, in the good governance world, can be viewed as something that gets exploited. And there's actual trainings I've gone to as a member of the public to err way too much on the side of efficiency from my perspective. You can go the other way. There are a few counties that actually allow a citizen to say, I'd like it pulled to make a comment. And then in the parliamentary discourse, consent started as something, as stated in your policy, for routine and business. If any kind of recusal, no vote, comment, everything you discussed, which is your practice, and fine if you want to go there as long as you clarify, but all of that would not have been in consent. And they've actually done time studies, so I'd ask you to think about that. If you're erring on the side of transparency, pulling an item where you want to commend a staff member, quickly explain your no vote, really doesn't add a whole lot of time to your meeting. I did like Chris's idea of perhaps adding a little more time for the public if you're going to continue to have so many on the consent. And then just the sidebars, all of this is trying to clarify your practice. It's my assumption you use
30 seconds
Rosenberg's
remaining.
rules. That's where the substitute motion lies, but it's not referenced in any of your manuals. It's only available as something that the commissions use. So, if you use Robert's rules, you'd have tons of rules for consent, but I like Rosenberg better, but just something to think about. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, well, thank you all. And just like to recognize that the reason this item is before the board is because the public, had questions about it. So, appreciate that you got us here to this day, and it's been a good discussion. There was a question on what is a retained expenditure? Routine, or was it retained? Oh, I thought she said retained expenditure.
That's what I heard too.
Okay,
I
thought,
didn't
well, I'm not sure what a routine
understand.
expenditure is. Okay,
Okay.
routine expenditure. All right, sorry, Kelly.
Routine.
I misunderstood you, but I wanted to get that answered. All right, so I'll bring this back to the board. We've had some suggestions, and what is the will of the board?
Kim, can we just see it really quick one last time? Because I think I like where we landed.
Yeah,
Can we see
so
the
why don't I
draft,
just
or-
share my screen? And I think as far as addressing Kelly's routine expenditure, some of that is like the reoccurring that we see. Okay.
I thought she said it
didn't want to-
retained, not
I didn't
routine.
want
Yeah.
her to feel like that we
Sense.
weren't addressing it. So let
And,
me just share my screen with what I have captured for you. So right now you can see that we've included about board members making brief comments under policy 2B. And then we have the additional language and clarification in 2C, and then changing the shall to may, and then if it's needed. Just for consistency in D, I'd like to add execution of agreements, contracts, because that's how the language is up above.
Thank you.
And then under procedure 3, 2, we'll add a board member shall make the notification to our CAO and the board chair as soon as it becomes known that they plan on pulling an item, so staff has somewhat adequate time to prepare.
Okay, great. And, appreciate all the suggestions that came before us. I think the idea of the anything exceeding $500,000 per year is just not practical. We are accounting, we deal with it. This is a business meeting, and we deal with a lot of millions and millions of dollars, and that's just not practical from a staff standpoint. And I think I appreciate the idea of the 3 to 5 minute rule, and yet we've been worked really hard to get our meetings efficient, and I think we need to stay with that 3-minute rule. So
And the 4/5 vote,
once again, a 4/5 vote is just an acknowledgement of what is, it's just a signal to the board is
threshold.
what
It's
we
just a
need.
thre-
It
yeah.
doesn't mean that it's a controversial, if a board member feels that it needs to be pulled, we can certainly pull that.
so I concur with all 3 of your comments.
Okay.
Very good.
That's what I was trying to get to.
There was also the comment coming back within 6 months to The board policy is set to sunset in 4 years, so I don't know if there's a need to come back between then.
If it's not working, we'll make amendments.
Perfect, that's what I was
Yeah.
hoping you'd say.
Yeah, we'll feel
We'll
it.
know it's not-
We'll
if it's not
know.
working, and you'll tell us if it's not
this
working.
particular
So-
one, we'll know.
Yeah,
So,
exactly. All right, so appreciate everyone's weighing in on it.
yeah, with that, I'd like to go ahead and move that we approve this with the changes that we made on the red line there.
I'll second it.
Great. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. So thank you all for helping us consider
Thank you
this.
so much, Kim. That was great getting us going
Yeah.
on that.
Well
Good
done,
capture.
Kim. All right. It'll be helpful for new board members too as they come
Yes.
on.
Yeah, definitely.
Great. All right, so that takes us to the end of our department matters. We do have two closed session items, number 40 and 41. One is a lengthy one. Do we want to do two and froms at this point? What's the will of the board?
Yeah, we should go ahead. Are we gonna have a report out, do we think?
Yeah, that's a
Ashley?
primary question.
Good question.
I don't anticipate a report from either closed. session.
Okay, we should get them out of the way now then if
Yeah.
that's okay
All
with
right, who would
everyone.
like to start? Start. All right, Supervisor Lane.
I just want to give a really big shout out to not only the residents of Pollock Pines, but Kim McCarthy in particular, who contacted me on Friday and said the Taco Bell is out of control. You know, it had the fire. County
Yeah.
boarded it up prior to the fire, then it had the fire. And it's a really dangerous building the way it's standing right now. And so I picked up the phone and I contacted our CAO, who said, yes, go ahead and contact Karen Garner. And I did. And she reached out to her team. And there was a call made at 5 o'clock on Friday by a gentleman in the facilities department, Chuck Harrell. They had somebody on contract in facilities and they made the request to get a fence up around that Taco Bell. And it was up the next day. It was amazing. So kudos to Karen, her team, which consists of Linda Jorgensen and Michelle Weimer and Chuck, as I mentioned, but I just really appreciate, and I know the people of Pollock Pines really appreciate the concern and the attention that the county is giving to that particular Taco Bell.
Yeah.
And I believe that there are some additional plans in the works with the county, but I just wanted to give kudos to them and tell them thank you.
Excellent.
That is
That's
great.
a great
Yeah.
report.
Yeah.
Good way to start us off. Thank
There you go.
Kudos to our staff.
Top
Wonderful.
that.
I think we should all just go home after
Me
that.
too. Let's go.
Go home.
Great. Who's next?
You ready, anyone? Okay, I'll go. I did get a happy phone call last Tuesday. I think I've been lamenting and you guys are aware, but Caltrans was able to get their striping machine working, and in between little rainstorms that we had, they got Highway 49 down to the confluence restriped. And so one of my constituents called to let me know, because I only go down there like on weekends, to check on things. So I appreciated them letting me know. And so I did send off a thank you email to all the people. There was a lot of people, Caltrans folks, on this one thread where we were trying to get them out there. So I made sure that I responded and said, thank you. The constituents are happy. And also saying thank you for, that was an emergency paving project that was on their radar for, I think, 2026 or 7. So they bumped it up because of the potholes. So just wanted to really reach out and, those partnerships are important. And I know sometimes it's frustrating dealing with, state agencies, but they do hear us. And I wanted to let everybody know that. And I won't be at the Transportation Commission meeting. So if you guys want to share that with our Caltrans rep and let them know, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Give us a statement. We could read it.
Oh, I could do that. Yeah.
so that
I'm going
way
on a
it's
field trip. So,
it's from you and we'll have.
oh,
yeah,
thanks. I shall do that. And then just letting you know that Supervisor Turnbull and I already had 2 meetings as the Cemetery Advisory Committee ad hoc, whatever that is. And so we met with staff and then we met with the chair, Mike Roberts, to follow up. And then our next Cemetery Advisory Committee meeting is on December 19th, and we'll debrief everyone, let them know about the board's conversation. And I think we're on a really good path there. So I wanted to thank everyone for that great conversation. Our cemeteries are just I just love them so much because of their history there. So I'm very protective of them. And then last Friday, I guess today's Tuesday, El Dorado Opportunity Knox had a meeting and they adopted, because remember the board changed the county's representative. I'm no longer the county's rep. It's now Timlin Janes from HHSA. So she is officially, they adopted it. She's officially our county rep. I'm the alternate. And then Supervisor Thomas and I had talked about, she and I will, depending on my schedule, because I have a conflict quite often with that particular meeting, we'll still attend to hear what's going on so that we keep that connection to the board. Because if you all remember, that was missing years ago. And that's how we had some really awkward conversations a couple years ago. So keeping that connection to EDOK and the continuum of care, I think, is critical. And sometimes they'll ask questions and I'm able to tell them what the board, did to address something, or vice versa. So I think the relationship there is really good, and they appreciate when we can go. So Supervisor Thomas will be tag teaming, just so you know.
Sounds good.
And then RCRC, I attended, we had a virtual ad hoc committee meeting on property insurance. So tomorrow is the RCRC meeting. We'll be adopting the policy principles, which lays everything out, all the concerns, property insurance, so that the RCRC staff can then go to the state capitol and advocate. So we'll have those in principles, a lot going on there. I had a Sierra Nevada Conservancy, also a sub-region meeting. Their meeting is Friday, I believe, and they're going to kick off their strategic planning and also policy principles, or policy format or form, I think they call it, whatever. But I will be definitely on the Sierra Nevada Conservancy one, because that's going to have a public comment period. I will get that to our planning staff, or CAO can distribute it to whatever organizations will be impacted by it. But we want to make sure that we have input on what Sierra Nevada Conservancy is doing, to make sure there's a lot going on there, the 30 by 30 program. And, depending on the county, I've heard some counties have concerns about that program, the 30 by 30, and setting aside a lot of lands when more than half our county is already public forest land. How much more can we do? So anyway, just wanted you all to know that that's in the works too. And then there was one last thing, I think. I don't know what it was, but, and then several of us were there to see the sheriff kick off his helicopter
That was a
in the
nice
county, and
ceremony.
it was
Yeah.
very well done. Great presentation. There was a presentation to show us the different ways that they'll be using it for law enforcement. And I have to say that Georgetown and Volcanoville were mentioned in their presentation several times, because, you have to remember, they go out to these rural areas on the ground, and it is really difficult to see what's going on there, in these dark, remote, long driveways and all that stuff. So this will help with the eye in the sky. And I can just see all the great ways that they're going to be using it. And also for some of the search and rescue, we have Loon Lake, Desolation, all that stuff. And remember, we've heard from our rural fire districts how hard it takes them 45 minutes to drive out there. I think this is going to be a great asset for that stuff too. So really appreciated seeing our board in action. And I'm looking forward to hearing some reports out on how they use it. So that was a really well done. It was fun. We got some good photos too.
I think we're blessed to have such a dedicated and talented crew too, that
Yeah.
the helicopter pilot is a sheriff's deputy who
Right.
just has a military background and flew Black Hawk helicopters.
Yeah.
He's in the
So,
reserves is what he is,
right, so we're
yeah.
in good hands with
Yes.
that.
It was
That was a
good.
fantastic crew.
It was very
really
good.
impressive.
That was it.
That was great.
We're following the state of Florida's sheriff's office operations, right? And if you really get down to it, because that's where the helicopter came from.
That's
But
true.
anyway.
That is true.
It
Came from
did.
Florida. Supervisor Turnbull.
Okay, so Monday, the 20th, I attended the new employee orientation. I really like that. I
Those are
really
great.
do. It's fantastic to see a lot of new people they're signed up to work here for the county, and it was just a great event. I really appreciate Tiffany inviting me to that. So that was a great thing. Also, then on Tuesday, we had the cemetery discussion. Lori and I met on the ad hoc committee and went over a lot of procedures and stuff, and we're working on that right now. And then we had the 23rd, which you forgot, biomass. Remember, we had that biomass working group. We had a deal with Greg Stanton, you and I.
Yes.
And remember, and we were talking about some of the ideas that we're going to put together on that. And then let's see, trying to think here, some of the other stuff. And then on Wednesday, the 29th, I had to go down to the Transit Authority Transportation Office. It basically was, we're looking at over the budget and also some of the things that are going on there. So, and then on Thursday, we had, the EDSO helicopter at Bailey, which is a great event. We got a lot of pictures, Wendy and I and Lori, so it was great.
It was really well done.
It was a lot of fun, it really was. So then I rode in the parade on Saturday, and that was really a good event. I rode up on the top of an engine. I don't know if you even seen me or not. But
I did. I waved to you.
did. I couldn't remember half the people that were there. I didn't
Thanks,
even
George.
see my grandson. But anyways,
I feel
I
so
give her
loved.
that.
Made your day, right?
Yeah. So anyway, so then on Monday I had the Grizzly Flat tour up there, and then I also toured with Senator Marie Alvarado Gill, not Maria,
Yay,
Marie,
good job.
of the training facility down in El Dorado Hills Fire Department. Is a great thing, and we're kind of pushing for some grant money to help them support that, because it benefits all of our state, because a lot of the other fire departments use that facility. So it's a great thing. So, and then, let's see, that's pretty much it. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, so on Friday, December the 1st, as the board's representative to the Greater Sacramento Economic Council, I attended an Engaged forum, similar to one we had in El Dorado County, but a substantially different focus. And a lot of that it was at Sac State. So Luke Wood, who's the new president of Sac State, was there. He was one of the panelists, gave a very impressive discussion of how much Sac State is getting up to speed with their technologies, their engineering programs. They're really making a huge effort to get recognition at Sac State. So one of the aspects of this with the Growth Factory and GSEC is to support the zero emission vehicle hub at Sac State, which there is no nationally recognized hub for zero emission vehicles. And so this effort in part is to make Sacramento, i.e. Sac State, that hub. So if that's successful, which everybody believes it's going to be, it's going to bring a lot of interest. Bosch, which is an international company, but they're located primarily in Germany, has made a major commitment to bring a lot of their technologies and share them with California. They're talking about a lot of semiconductor development, future development being here. That all ties in with the ZEV. There's also a lot of the electric vehicle automobile manufacturers that are tied with this. So this, I think, is going to start getting some bigger publicity, but that's one of the things that GSEC is bringing to our region, and hopefully some of that will ultimately end up in El Dorado County. So that's why I'm encouraged with what's going on with GSEC and the Growth Factory. And then yesterday we had yesterday afternoon, evening, we had the El Dorado Hills Community Council monthly meeting, and I just wanted to make sure there was a correction issued because I had gotten some different inputs from some of our staff members, but the EDH 52 Costco project is continuing, although the detailed letter that we received from the proponents, EDH 52, indicated that moving forward, EDH 52 will be the only applicant related to the environmental documents, as I understand it. Before they were a partnership, now it seems by that letter from them that they've separated that, and EDH 52 will be going forward with that part of it. So not sure what all that means when it's all said and done, but different members of staff and different people are starting to read it differently, but we don't know. So the bottom line is that they did not withdraw the application, which was the information that was inferred. And so we've corrected that. And I just want to make sure that public statement was made. They are continuing, which is an encouraging factor, but we don't know, again, timeline or what's going to happen with it, but it's evolving, I guess is the bottom line. So that's all I had. One other question, Lori, did you want to expand a little bit about what's going on at Chili Bar? Because I think it's important to keep them up to speed with what we're doing with siding on their building and stuff. I didn't know if you wanted to do
I'm
that.
not very good at building stuff.
Okay, so one of the things that facilities has proposed is re-siding around the old store facility to bring it into current standards, to give it longevity, et cetera. And they were talking about what kind of materials to use, whether it should be a hardy plank, whether it should be the normal vertical hardy plank or something that's horizontal. So we're trying to weigh all those factors. But the bottom line is facilities will be able to do those improvements on their own at
significantly reduced cost compared to what it would be if we had to go out to an outside contractor.
Oh, because it's in-house, right?
As long as it's
There,
in-house.
okay.
As long as it's in-house.
Mhm.
And the aspect of that is I think we will have ownership and, a personal buy-in as to what that external structure looks like. And then there's some internal improvements that are going to happen as well. But I just want to make sure everybody understood that's moving forward. It's slower than any of us would like,
Yeah.
but staff is perpetually making progress and they're to be, congratulated for that because it's a tough lift all the way around, but we are making progress.
Oh, and then also the bathroom with
Yes.
the boat and waterways grant issue.
Yes.
There's going to be a meeting with ARC, American River Conservancy, to discuss their rate structure so that we can reapply for the grant for the bathroom. That was an obstacle that we hit along the way, but that grant cycle is still open again in the spring. So that meeting is being set up as we speak. So,
Right, more
because I know a
discussion.
lot of, I think the bathroom truly was our number one priority and it hit a big hiccup. I was so sad, but we're trying.
All right. Well, thanks for that update.
But if you get out there, you're going to see changes, which is, I think,
Big
one
time.
of the
It looks
primary
different with the
things we're
house
trying.
gone.
The
I
house
was
is
out there
gone.
not
You're
too
going to
long
see the
ago.
store area external,
Yeah.
start looking a whole lot better. Things are going to start looking up
It's looking
progressively.
better.
Yes.
It's
Just
looking better.
one
Sure.
go back, and I just want to say I attended the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office. I've been at the Food Bank of El Dorado County headquarters hosted by the
Yesterday,
Shingle Springs Chamber. And Lori and I were there.
You're talking about last night?
Yeah, last night. So it was a great event and actually is to collect toys and turkeys and 20s for the toys from the Bearcat program. And there was many representatives there, and I just want to thank Casey King for the donation of all the turkeys and stuff.
Great.
What did I think? It
Thank
was
you.
over 90 turkeys.
That's wonderful.
So it was fantastic.
Wonderful. Well, Supervisor Turnbull mentioned our new employee orientation and I was with them on Monday and it was a full crowd. We had 23 new employees, which was amazing. And
Yeah.
9 were from the sheriff's office, which was fantastic. And I just want to share some of the comments that they made that I think it's important for the board to hear. Many remarked that they came to El Dorado County because of our quality of life. They want to raise their family. Many said that they researched us. One man had researched us for over 4 years and knew he wanted to come here. He will be serving with our sheriff's department. He's taking a $20 an hour pay cut to come here, but he's coming from an urban area and he's coming here because we value our law enforcement. We do things differently here in El Dorado County. And he says it's well worth it for a quality of life. And he was just ecstatic to be here. Many did say that they'd been watching us over the last couple of years and appreciated and recognized our focus on competitive salaries and that has made a difference into how they were able to to come here and they're looking for they also like our growth opportunities and the fact that we place value on them having a career here in El Dorado County. So I love that our strategic focus that we've all been real intent on is resonating and that folks are recognizing that. So I think that was really important for us all to be aware of. And great Christmas parade, Hangtown holiday, Christmas parade, whatever you want to call it, this last Sunday. I had the privilege of Senator Alvarado Gill's office asked me to be with her at the fire station. So I was with her at her meet and greet at the fire station, where she presented our fire chief and Chief Wren from the city of Placerville $1 million check to purchase the property on our joint police fire facility, which is incredible.
Unbelievable.
And just so appreciate her support. This is, the first of many. We're looking right now at a $58 million facility. So it's first million's the hardest though, right? That's what I always say.
Big sales, big
Yeah,
sales.
Exactly. But actually acquiring the property and having the ability to do that is a major step. And so just really want to express our deep appreciation for the senator for supporting both our fire and our police stations, which are in desperate need of they need new ones. And I also had the privilege of introducing her at the bell tower and appreciate her responsiveness to our community. So, CEO's office. Oh, she started us off. That's right. It was so good. We were supposed to stop right there.
Just quickly, one meeting left for the rest of the year.
Can you
Next
believe it?
Tuesday. I know.
Crazy.
I know. And things
Dang.
aren't slowing down. So that's,
Yeah.
I don't know what to say.
There's gonna be a lot on the consent calendar next
There
week that we can
Yeah.
try out our new
There are currently, yeah,
policy?
53 items.
Well, we have to cram a lot.
Not
of
on the
things into the end
consent,
of the
but
year.
53
Yeah.
items on that.
Yeah.
On that agenda, yeah. So
We're gonna have to have an efficient meeting. Yeah,
It's
it's
like
gonna be, it's
45 or
gonna be a
something on
lot.
consent. It's a lot. on
Just
consent,
buckle
too.
up and
So I just want to say one more thing. I want to kudos to my granddaughter. They won their chair event that was in Roseville, first place in their division, and they'll be going to Vegas for the national chair, all the United States. So
well,
that's
how
pretty
fun.
awesome.
Good for her.
Wow.
Good for her.
Excellent.
That's wonderful. Congratulations.
Yeah.
All right, so with that, we will go into closed session. Thank you for being with us today. We're not